Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Chapter 121, 2 stars, 1, the Sword of Selection. Excalibur, the sword that selects its master, grows alongside its master. Each time the master achieves a feat and inscribes a star in the sky, Excalibur grows, engraving the master's stars on its blade, made of starlight, enhanced with starlight as its fuel. Originally incomplete, Excalibur was completed by its first master, the great hero Arthur. The 13 stars Arthur embedded in the blade perfected the Sword of Selection. However, Arthur eventually met his death, and much time has passed since then. 10 years repeated 10 times, and 10 times again. 1,000 years passed until today. The holy sword was drawn by a certain boy. Whether the boy chose the holy sword or the holy sword chose the boy, the sequence of events did not matter. What mattered was that the boy drew the holy sword, and the boy longed to hang a star in the sky. As always, Excalibur responded to its master's will. To overcome his limits and become a hero by achieving feats, Excalibur reacted to the boy's will. Thus, when his master grasped a star, and now, as he aimed to obtain a new star, Goon, Excalibur responded to its master's call. The first star engraved on the holy sword resonated. The shining star belonged to Nagin, not Arthur. With a chime-like resonance, the first function was activated, originally possessing recovery abilities and enhanced sword aura output. Now, added to it was the ability to discharge. The starlight enveloping Excalibur's blade surged. The surging starlight gathered at the tip of the sword as if following a narrow waterway. The sword tip embedded in the dragon's heart glowed platinum. Chiek. Because his body was burning and his vision was blurry, Nagin did not notice Excalibur's transformation. He merely held onto Excalibur with the thought of shattering the dragon's heart before him. It won't come out. He tried to withdraw the sword and strike again, but it was stuck as if firmly lodged in something. However, it did not matter. Nagin changed his plan. He pushed Excalibur deeper into the heart. Karduk, Kardududuk. The sound of the dragon's heart, as hard as a gemstone, being shaved off echoed in his ears. Relying on that sound, Nagin tightened his grip. Despite his body burning in the flames, he took another step towards the heart at the center of the heat. Deeper, even deeper. Finally, the crossguard of Excalibur touched the dragon's heart. The blade of Excalibur was embedded in the dragon's heart and could not be seen anymore. It was pushed in as deep as possible. Turn it, and instinctively, like turning a key, or perhaps unconsciously, discharge the light gathered at the sword tip. Nagin twisted the hilt, twisting Excalibur with all his might. He did not know why he did it. It was just like the day he first saw Excalibur. A strong voice of conviction echoed, saying, "This will work." Discharge. The moment Excalibur was twisted, the light gathered at the sword tip was discharged. It was not just starlight that gathered at the tip. Nagin's sword aura, shaped like a constellation, condensed into a point and lingered at the sword tip. Starlight, sword aura, mana, all of it discharged in an instant. The dragon's heart could not contain the light bursting from within. It was a light that could not be contained by anything. With cracking sounds, fissures spread through the heart. Light seeped through the cracks. Platinum starlight seeped out, and following it, platinum constellations branched out through the gaps. The widening fissures eventually reached their limit. With a cracking sound, the dragon's heart split along the fissures. At that moment, starlight exploded from within the heart. The bursting light shattered the dragon's heart into pieces, starlight spreading in all directions, constellations branching out following the starlight. The discharged light shattered the dragon's heart and pushed back even the surrounding flames. The world of the red dragon, once filled only with flames, was now filled with starlight. When the constellations filled with radiant starlight took over the red dragon's world, it was no longer the red dragon's world. The source was shattered. The world was collapsing. The red dragon's world began to crumble. Immediately after Najin jumped into the dragon's mouth, the red dragon began to thrash wildly. It breathed fire everywhere as if in pain and stomped the ground. Kiek! The roar that once dominated the sky was now replaced by the pitiful scream of a beast. The red dragon roared towards the sky in agony. It's thrashing madly. Unable to get close due to its wild thrashing, the subjugation team watched the red dragon from a distance. The red dragon, breathing fire towards the sky, convulsed briefly. The screams ceased and the flames subsided. Then, Kung, the dragon's head, which had been raised towards the sky, fell to the ground. Only convulsing, the red dragon could no longer move. It seemed to have lost the source of its power. Look, over there. Someone pointed to the dragon's belly. A sword protruded from it. Soon, the sword drew a line, splitting the dragon's belly. From the split belly, a gasping Najin stepped out. He truly went inside the dragon's mouth, broke its heart, and came out. The subjugation team was astonished by the sight of the boy who tore through the dragon's belly and emerged. A feat worthy of inscribing a star. The knights were astonished and also admired the boy who reenacted the myth of Siegfried the Dragon Slayer. However, in this situation, they could neither express admiration nor cheer. Huff, huff! Najin was in a serious condition. His body was covered in burn marks, and flames still clung to him. Even breathing seemed painful. The skin on his arm had melted and was grotesquely deformed. Zizek, Najin, who had been dragging his leg, collapsed to the ground. He tried to prop himself up, but with a broken arm, he could not lift his body. At that moment, Rehard Paulson walked towards Najin. He helped Najin up from the ground. Despite the flames clinging to Najin's body and burning his own, Rehard supported Najin and moved. Eventually, the knights followed in silence. Rehard poured water fetched by the knights over Najin's body. With a hissing sound, the fire was extinguished, and Rehard took out a potion from his bosom and poured it over Najin's head. "Are you conscious?" He wanted to speak, but only ash-filled breaths came out of his mouth. In the end, Najin nodded. "It seems your fight is not over yet. Am I right?" Najin nodded again. Seeing this, Rehard smiled. "I thought so." He supported Najin and walked to the front of the dragon's neck. Upon arriving, Rehard stepped back, leaving Najin there. No one approached the dragon or Najin. They maintained their distance in silence. The dragon, losing its source, was gradually crumbling. If someone drove a sword into its neck, the dragon would die, and if left alone, it would still die. Killing a dying dragon was something anyone could do, but no one did. Taking away someone else's prey was not the adventurer's way, and claiming someone else's merit was not the knight's honor. Those who knew propriety and honor quietly watched Najin finish off the dragon. "Who?" Najin, gasping for breath, raised his sword in front of the dragon's neck. The red dragon, unable to move, looked at Najin with fearful eyes. There was no more anger in those eyes, only fear. Facing the dragon's gaze, Najin swung his raised sword. The sword, with its dissipated sword aura, barely cut through the crumbling dragon's scales due to his lack of strength. Najin swung the raised sword again. Once, twice, 3 times on the 5th strike, Najin finally severed the dragon's neck. Dragon blood spurted from the severed neck. Amidst the spraying blood, Najin looked up at the sky. The source of the light that shot up wildly was already shattered. Most of the ground lights were also destroyed. However, it was not dark around. The stars in the night sky were shining. Among the countless stars in the sky, Najin found his own star. The star he had longed for was shining in a corner of the sky. And then, another star appeared right next to his star. It was the Dragon Slayer star given to the boy who reenacted the myth. A new star had appeared. Amid the turmoil in the sky, Nayuta watched the newly born star with interest. Although new stars often appeared suddenly, that star was scattering an exceptionally bright light. It was an omen. an omen that another star would be born. Could a newly born star gain another star so soon? Nayuta had never seen such a case. There were no records left by the previous masters of the Grey Tower. If we go back to the mythological era, it might be a different story, but at least in the thousand-year history of the Empire, it was unprecedented. After 1,000 years, King Arthur moved. After 1,000 years, the Witches' constellation appeared. In the midst of these historical events, the newly born new star was showcasing its presence. Could it be? Could it really obtain another star? The bright white star reached its peak. Then, with an explosion of light, another star appeared next to it. Two stars rose at once. The stars shone brilliantly. Nayuta, mesmerized, watched the glowing stars. The thought that she was at the center of a historical moment filled her mind. The Grey Tower was abuzz with the sudden appearance of the Witches' constellation. Voices of mages and imperial officials seeking her filled the office, but Nayuta did not hear them. Who? She let out a chuckle. Naming the newly born star was the role of the Grey Tower's master. As she watched the star, the words of her predecessor echoed in her mind. Nayuta, her mentor, an old mage with a strong personality. When passing down the role of Grey Tower's master to Nayuta, he had said, "One day you too will name a star. That day will surely come. Not an ordinary star, but a brilliant star. On that day, you will understand. Karen, the Sword Saint, Gerd Isabald, the Empire's greatest knight, Yul Razian, the executioner of the Starblood sect." The old man who had named the stars of these three sword masters had patted Nayuta's head and smiled. Master of the Grey Tower. This position, which grants the right to name stars, is the most blessed of all. She had thought it was just the old man's ramblings. She had dismissed it as the mutterings of an old geezer. How do you know if a star is special? My foolish disciple, do you plan to become the Grey Tower's master without the ability to discern stars? When the time comes, you will know immediately. That star is the one. The reason those words resurfaced now was obvious. Instinct told her. It was a powerful intuition. Nayuta reached out towards the star hanging in the sky. The star shone brightly, almost within her grasp. Amid the turbulent sky, two stars firmly established their positions, shining brilliantly. The master of the Grey Tower counted the stars. A challenge. And dragon slaying. The boy's feats were shining in the sky. Chapter 122. Two stars shone in the night sky. Najin stared blankly at the sky. The surging dragon's blood, the dragon's final scream, and the belated cheers of the people all felt infinitely distant. The pain that had racked his entire body gradually dulled. In the silence, where time seemed to slow down and almost stop, Najin looked at the stars. Among the countless stars adorning the night sky, there was a star emitting a soft light. It was his star, not anyone else's. Although Excalibur had long been sheathed, Najin's eyes gleamed with a platinum hue. I promise, Ivan. I'll place my star at the highest point in the night sky. I'll prove that you were right to send me out, that you were a knight who never lost your light, even if you fell. I promise. These were words he had thought to himself many times, words he had vowed countless times. As he recalled these words, Najin slowly raised his hand. He spread his hand wide towards the sky. It was a habit of his. He used to reach towards the ceiling even in the underground city. But this gesture now was the complete opposite of what it had meant back then. You know, Najin spoke to himself. Though it was a monologue, it was not truly alone as there was someone listening. Merlin, standing beside him, silently listened to Najin's words. I, who was buried in the place called the landfill outside the underground city. In the dark place where stars couldn't be seen, imagining what the light of a star would be like by looking at the luminous stones embedded in the ceiling, I was a person who was the farthest from the stars. I was not even allowed to see the stars. Even if I reached for the sky, I could not touch the stars. But this moment was different. When I looked up at the sky, I could see the wide expanse of the night sky and the stars. When I reached out towards the sky, it felt like I could touch my star that was shining there, the star that was solely mine, which I had longed for. Though it was not yet at the center or the highest point of the sky, it definitely existed up there. Looking at the star, Najin smiled. It was a smile filled with various emotions, a smile that couldn't be summed up in one word. Merlin, who had been silent, finally spoke. Her voice was a bit softer than usual. You did well. She touched Najin's shoulder with her hand. Merlin, being slightly shorter than Najin, had to raise her arm, and although her touch didn't physically reach him, because she was an intangible illusion, Merlin's emotions reached him. The constellation with 11 stars spoke to the new star who had just gained another star. You did something unbelievable again, getting 2 stars at once. She laughed as if in disbelief. Then again, you did something crazy like jumping into the dragon's mouth. Watching you, it felt like my heart was going to stop. In my era, crazy people like you were rare. Really trailing off, Merlin said. But it was cool. Rest now. You must be tired. Najin slowly exhaled. Time, which had been moving slowly, found its original pace, and the noise around him began to turn into human voices. Lowering his arm that had been reaching for the sky, Najin looked around. The cheering knights, those with their mouths agape in shock, Roslyn approaching with a laugh, and Richard clapping as if to bless the birth of a new star. All of them, one and all, were applauding Najin's achievement. It was a feat deserving of such admiration. The boy had risked his life to challenge the dragon and achieved the feat of dragon slaying. Those who paved the way for the boy and those who blocked the dragon's attacks also gained fragments of stars. It was a battlefield that left the birth of a new star and fragments of future stars. Amidst the cheers, Najin smiled faintly. With trembling hands, Najin raised the bloodied sword high into the air. Just like Arthur did, Najin declared the end of the subjugation. Wah! The louder cheers echoed through Stonehenge. After the dragon's subjugation ended, unsurprisingly, Najin had to stay in bed. It seemed to happen every time he fought a battle, but the injuries from this fight were not easily healed. The first star of Excalibur's discharge. That's how it is after using it. You pour out everything you've gathered at once, so after one use, the output drops significantly and the blessings fade. The weakened recovery power of Excalibur played a part, but the injuries were more severe than usual. Multiple fractures, twisted fingers, and full-body burns. The priests had clicked their tongues and asked, "Is he even alive?" So there was no need to say more. I really almost died, muttering under his breath. Najin was wrapped in bandages. Even considering his high recovery rate, he was told to stay in bed for several weeks. He had gained a star, so there should be some changes. But Najin was disappointed. He couldn't experience them immediately. I know you're excited, but be patient. While lying in bed, some people came to visit him. The first to visit were Roslyn and Richard, the hero of the Red Dragon subjugation. With a cheerful laugh, Richard placed a basket of fruits he had brought as a gift. Roslyn sat on the edge of the bed, chuckling as she looked at Najin. Wrapped in bandages like that, you look like an undead. I thought the same when I saw myself in the mirror. It's amazing you didn't melt after jumping into the flames. How was it inside the dragon's mouth? It was scorching hot. Najin shrugged as he answered. There was nothing but fire. I wondered where the breath came from, and it seemed like it came from there. If you scooped a handful and spat it out, that was the breath. Wow. So you swung your sword inside the breath and split the dragon's heart. That's right. This guy is really crazy. Roslyn laughed exaggeratedly, slapping her knee. Whether Najin's words were an exaggeration or the truth, the fact that Najin had jumped into the dragon's mouth and split its heart remained unchanged. In history, there was only one. The dragon's slayer, Siegfried. Najin had recreated the feat achieved only by the first sword saint, known as the Great Hero, It would soon become noisy again. Thinking this, Rosalind smirked. Thank you, Rookie. No, Najin. Why suddenly? Thanks to you. We gained a lot. Rosalind opened her palm in front of Najin. She glanced at Richard with a smile. Nodding, Richard opened his hand as if to show something. And then, sparkle, a small star shone in their palms. Najin widened his eyes. Richard Paulson had one, and Rosalind Ascalo had two stars shining in their hands. Both I and Richard had accumulated some feats, but this fight was decisive. We gained new stars. This is my first star. I didn't want to step into dangerous battlefields, so I quit being a knight. But I never thought I'd gain a star at this age. Richard shrugged. Thanks to you, thank you. I should be thanking you, thanks to you. I reached the red dragon in one piece. It didn't seem like you were in one piece. If I can run and swing my sword, that's all that matters. At Najin's reply, both Richard and Rosalind burst into laughter. After chatting for a while, they left the room. I really never get a break. Next to visit was Dieta, looking at Najin wrapped in bandages. She sighed. She seemed to have expected this outcome. I heard about it. You jumped into the red dragon's mouth. It's a big deal everywhere. The broken seal of Stonehenge, the fully resurrected two dragons, the witch's intervention, the red dragon completed by swallowing the other dragon, she said while reading a newspaper she had brought. And the dragon slayer who killed the dragon, the youngest dragon slayer. The adventurer who gained two stars at once, the youngest dual star. It seems you're collecting all the titles that start with youngest. My star acquisition has already been reported. I see. Of course, it's a big deal. They say the witch's constellation appeared for the first time in 1,000 years, and amidst that, a new star rose. So the observatory took notice. The observatory referred to the Grey Tower. Master of the Grey Tower, Nayuda, was shouting so loudly. Ignoring all the imperial officials' reports, she locked the doors of the Grey Tower, saying she had to name your star. My star, crunch, crunch. Dieta nodded while cutting an apple from the fruit basket. It's the master of the Grey Tower's role to name stars. Here. The apple, cut roughly and unevenly, was handed to Najin. When Najin raised his bandaged hand, Dieta hesitated for a moment before bringing the apple to his mouth. As he ate the apple, Najin asked, if she names my star, does that mean giving it an alias? Like Arthur, the sword of selection. Something like that. They bring a few candidates, and you choose the one you like. As you gain more stars, the alias might change. Najin thought of the aliases of the constellations. The first that came to mind was, of course, Arthur, known as the Sword of Selection, followed by Merlin, the Archmage of the Lake. Their aliases felt somewhat plain. It's supposed to be simple. Merlin grumbled. Hey, both Arthur and I could have had fancy aliases. Like the Archmage who pierced the truth, the sword that cut the heavens, the staff that dropped stars, the one who silenced the end. Those were the candidates we rejected. The original constellation name should be simple to keep its essence. There is beauty in restraint. Merlin's murmurs were half listened to by Najin as he pondered. I'm a bit excited to see what alias I'll get. Most people don't keep their first alias until the end, so just think of it as a pseudonym. If you don't like it, you can change it later. But the first is important. Dieta smiled faintly while continuing to cut the apple. Well, then you can ask her directly. Pardon, she's coming here, master of the Grey Tower, Nayuta. Pardon, you can't move. And she doesn't want to draw attention by calling you to the Grey Tower. She's worried someone might intercept you, so Dieta said. She's coming here, in person. Najin was at a loss for words. A day later, Nayuta, the master of the Grey Tower, visited Najin's hospital room. Najin blinked at the sight of the master of the Grey Tower, who came alone without any guards. Well, I guess she doesn't need guards, someone of her caliber, comparable to a transcendent. Although she reached the level by measuring stars rather than fighting, there's a difference in level once one reaches a certain stage. the person who suddenly opened the door and came in. The first impression of Neuta, the master of the grey tower, was somewhat gloomy. Her long black hair was tied loosely, as if she couldn't be bothered to fix it properly. Her eyes had a shadowy look, and her skin, having spent too much time indoors, was beyond pale to the point of being ghostly. "You're the one, right? You're Najin. I've heard the rumors. The youngest sword seeker at 18. Observing your star, I found out you clashed with the flickering witch, Ermina, too, and you've achieved many feats related to challenges. A lot, not just one or two, every time you've faced strong opponents. Looking at them one by one, the words attached to them are no joke. Crisis, death, injury, overcoming, awakening, struggle." She kept talking, even before introducing herself properly. After a long rant, Neuta clapped her hands and smiled bitterly. "Look at me, losing my mind." She sat on the chair in front of Najin. Her movements were somewhat carefree. When Najin tried to show courtesy, she waved her hand. It was a sign to relax. "I'm Neuta, the master of the Grey Tower. I observe and name stars. Today I came to name your star." She took out a paper from her robe. It was a very luxurious piece of paper. "I picked some candidates. Would you like to choose one? Don't worry about being rude. If you think this name is a bit off, just say so. Really, it's fine. It's not like I'll cut off your head for saying your naming sense is terrible." "Okay, I'm not that petty." Najin slowly nodded. She had an aura that was hard to keep up with. "Forget that. Let's take a look." Together with Merlin, Najin unfolded the paper. It was filled with the names Neuta had written. There were more than 10 candidates, and as Najin read through them, his expression hardened. Merlin's expression was the same. The one who pierced the dragon's heart through flames, the one who jumps into fire, the dragon slayer. This is a bit grandiose and tacky. The one who forgot the fear of death, the sword that cuts through death. The Death Slayer. Najin closed his eyes midway. He felt pain in his body and a cringe in his fingers for some reason. Aren't these names too grandiose and flashy? Even for someone with 5 stars. They'd think this is a bit much. Merlin seemed to feel the same. Najin seriously doubted Neuta's qualifications as the master of the Grey Tower. However, seeing Neuta's eager eyes, he couldn't say, "Your naming sense is terrible." So Najin opened his eyes. "Let's read them all first." As he scanned down, he saw a name underlined with 2 lines at the bottom. It had a note saying it was too plain and not preferred. "This one's good." Najin pointed to that name with his finger. Chapter 123, 2 stars, 3. Najin pointed at a particular epithet. The Star of Dawn. The name combined the word for dawn, symbolizing the faint light of morning breaking through darkness, with star. Though the Grey Tower master, Neuta, had dismissed it with a note and called it too plain to be suitable, Najin found its simplicity appealing. It's miles better than something like the Death Slayer. That wasn't the only reason. He genuinely liked the name, the Star of Dawn, especially the descriptive phrase attached to it. The Star of Dawn, herald of the end of night. The word dawn didn't just signify the early hours of morning. It also symbolized the end of a long night, the arrival of a new day, hope, or even the beginning of a new era, depending on context. It reminds me of Arthur's epithet. Merlin's voice echoed softly in Najin's ear. Sure, these days, he's more famous as the Sword of Selection, King of Knights, or Great Hero, but it wasn't always like that. His very first epithet carried meanings like beacon or hope. Such a detail couldn't be found in the stories. When Arthur and I were adventuring, it was the darkest age in human history, often called the Era of Chaos. He was the one who placed the first star in the night sky for humanity. To people back then, Arthur symbolized hope and the beacon of resistance. He'd been a light to drive away the long darkness and a beacon heralding humanity's counterattack. Considering the state of that era, the name suited Arthur perfectly. This Star of Dawn carries a similar meaning. How did this name come about? It doesn't seem directly tied to the feats your stars are based on. That's what I'd like to know. Najin raised his head and looked at Nayuta. The grey tower master frowned as she eyed the epithet Najin had chosen. Her expression screamed, "Did you really have to pick that one?" Nayuta, "Ha! Oh, yes, something you want to ask. Could you tell me where the name originates from? There's nothing I can't explain, but compared to the other names, this one feels half-hearted. Are you sure you like it? Don't you think something like the death? I like this one." Clicking her tongue in mild frustration, Nayuta reluctantly began her explanation. "You know about the malefic star that appeared the night you hunted the red dragon, right?" Najin nodded. The malefic star, a black and red star belonging to the Witch of Camlan, had appeared in the night sky that night. Najin vividly remembered it. It was the first time in 1,000 years that the malefic star rose, and that terrible presence caused a stir in the heavens. The other stars dimmed and hid themselves in the darkness. The Witch of Camlan was a star hunter. She had swallowed, extinguished, and cast down countless stars before her constellation was sealed in the abyss. As if recalling those past nightmares, the stars fell silent the moment the malefic star rose. The night sky, bereft of starlight, became dark and cold. Suddenly, two stars appeared. Nayuta spread her hands, mimicking the stars' emergence. They were your stars. Even as the mighty constellations dimmed their light in fear of the witch, two tiny, fragile stars, one's not even part of a proper constellation yet, shone brightly in defiance. Two stars had blazed against the darkness. Tiny, delicate stars that couldn't yet be called constellations. Those small stars burned so brightly in opposition to the malefic star that it seemed to shame the larger constellations into reigniting their light. Though Najin had been too focused on the battle with the red dragon to notice, his stars had spurred the other constellations to light up again, as if inspired or provoked by the light they emitted. The rekindled constellations drove away the darkness cast by the malefic star. It was a breathtaking sight. Was it really? Indeed, to my eyes, it looked as though dawn was breaking and banishing the night. That's why the word dawn came to mind, and I reflexively named it. Nayuta trailed off, fidgeting with her fingers as though embarrassed. Honestly, don't you think it's a bit underwhelming? Star names should be grand and majestic, but this one feels too plain. It lacks the philosophical weight a name should carry. At first, Najin had been quietly impressed by Nayuta's explanation, thinking, so this is why she's the Grey Tower Master. As she continued, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. It's not that she's bad at naming things, but her sense of grandeur is a bit off, isn't it? Why is she so obsessed with flashiness? Merlin's sentiments echoed Najin's own thoughts. This is the one I'll go with. The Star of Dawn. I like it. Despite Nayuta's continued protests, Najin held firm in his decision. Nayuta's naming methods clearly had their own philosophy and conviction behind them, but agreeing with those philosophies was a different matter. After all, it was his epithet. If people were to address him as the Death Slayer, he who divides death, Najin didn't think he would be able to walk around with his head held high. Well, if that's what you want. With a final, reluctant sigh, Nayuta circled the Star of Dawn on her list. Najin. While she packed her belongings to leave, she turned to Najin one last time. Her tone weighted with something unsaid. It's not something I should be telling someone who's only just gained their first star. But do you know how many stars have fallen? Fallen stars. Yes, as many as the stars shining in the night sky, perhaps even more, have fallen. People speak of stars as symbols of eternity and constancy, but is there truly anything eternal in this world? Nayuta, the mage who had devoted her life to observing the stars, continued. Countless stars fail to become constellations and fall. Sometimes they decay, sometimes they become corrupt, and sometimes they simply shatter. The place they call the battlefield of stars, such is its nature. She smiled bitterly. One day, Your shining stars may also dim and fall. It's a real possibility. I've seen countless new stars disappear after burning brightly. Nayuta exhaled softly, opening and closing her eyes, though her appearance remained as unkempt and somber as when she had arrived. Something in her gaze had changed. I hope that won't happen to you. Her eyes were different. They sparkled with the stars she had observed for a lifetime, their light deeply etched into her soul. Whether that light was her own or borrowed from the stars she watched, Najin couldn't tell, but he thought her eyes were beautiful. I hope you gain many more stars. I hope your light never fades. I hope you connect those stars to form a constellation. Finally, she added, I hope you come and find me as a full-fledged constellation. Nayuta smiled, a smile akin to that of a mother gazing fondly at her child. When that day comes, I'll rename your constellation. Something flashy and grand, Najin asked. Of course, you can look forward to it. I'll think up the most extravagant name for your stars. Najin chuckled bitterly. I'll politely decline that offer. Really? With Najin's epithet officially decided, time moved on, and the news spread across the empire like wildfire. It plunged the nation into yet another frenzy, just one of many in a year already marked by chaos. Monumental events, the kind that typically occurred only once in a century, seemed to erupt one after another. Someone had pulled Excalibur. Arthur's constellation had stirred. The youngest sword seeker in history had appeared. The Witch of Camlan had made her move, and someone had claimed 2 stars at once. Even excluding events happening in the Outlands, the mainland had already seen its share of unprecedented happenings. Newspapers struggled to keep up, frantically printing new editions, while others, overwhelmed for entirely different reasons, cried out in frustration. This year, what kind of curse is upon us? How many times must we revise the historical records? Where do we even begin or end? Who am I? And where is this? The youngest, the youngest, the youngest. How many more damned youngest records must we document? Has the world gone mad? Does the heavens will not understand the meaning of unparalleled in history? Unparalleled. Something so rare it's nearly non-existent. The empire's historians cried out in anguish. Tasked with documenting history and revising records to reflect significant events, the scribes found themselves at their wits' end. Many were pulling at their hair as they stared at the insurmountable task before them. A sword seeker at just 18 years of age. If such a storyline were written into a novel, it would have been scoffed at with reviews like, "What nonsense is this, author? Do you think this makes any sense?" Reality, as it so often does, was stranger than fiction. 18 years old, the youngest sword seeker. At 18, he simultaneously gained 2 stars. The historians could only laugh bitterly. One among them joked, "Why not add that he pulled the Excalibur while we're at it?" Even that joke felt uncomfortably plausible. The scribe quickly clamped his mouth shut, fearing his workload would double if such a thing turned out to be true. Is this upstart aiming to break the record for giving historians premature baldness? 2. What's the youngest age on record for complete hair loss among scribes? 26. And at this rate, that record won't last long. The hairline of our department's youngest scribe receded 10 steps in mere months. How old is he? 21. The scribes fell silent, bowing their heads in a moment of solemn reflection. Of course, the scribes' grievances were their own, and the general populace of the empire reacted far more enthusiastically to Najin's rise. The star of dawn, herald of the end of night, looking up at the new star in the night sky, the people were jubilant. Across all eras, the birth of a hero inspired celebration among the masses. While Najin had yet to achieve feats worthy of being called a hero, his actions thus far painted a promising picture for his future. Interest in Najin grew day by day, and at that point, a single question began to take root in the minds of many. Could that boy have been the one who pulled the Excalibur? Some couldn't help but entertain the possibility. The timing was suspiciously close. Najin began making his mark on the world not long after the Excalibur was drawn. Coincidence? Perhaps. But wasn't the alignment of events just a bit too perfect? Surely the imperial court and the great constellations are not blind. They must know who drew Excalibur. Besides, that boy is no transcendent. Conspiracy theories, baseless speculation. Didn't his radiance personally confirm it wasn't him? Still, judging by his actions, it's not entirely implausible. Consider the unique nature of Excalibur. Debates swirled. Some argued Najin couldn't possibly be the one, while others found the theory intriguing enough to keep the question alive. It was difficult to dismiss outright, since the logic wasn't without merit. Well then, who pulled Excalibur? No one could provide a definitive answer. Months had passed since Excalibur was drawn, soon approaching a full year, yet not a single credible sighting of its wielder had surfaced. Perhaps one of the three sword masters mentioned as potential candidates is keeping it a secret. I'd wager it, Sir Karen. He has an unparalleled connection with the blade. No one in the history of the Order of the Sword has displayed talent like his. Imperial Sword Master Gerd would maintain complete silence if he were the one. That man's entire existence is enigmatic. Could it be the executioner from the Starblood sect? If anyone else had drawn it, that butcher wouldn't remain idle. The question of who wielded Excalibur remained unanswered. Speculation about the wielder reignited, and the same three sword masters, Gerd Isabald, Karen, and Yul Razian, once again found their names at the center of the debate. Unlike a year prior, a fourth name entered the mix, the Star of Dawn. Najin. Najin's name was mentioned alongside the great sword masters. Though still lacking in experience compared to them, he was no longer dismissed as insignificant. Najin. He was a boy born in the underground city. A boy who had once been a nobody was carving his name into the very heart of the empire. He was no longer a nameless figure. The two stars shining brightly in the night sky were proof of his existence. 1 year had passed since Najin left the underground city, and in less than a year, the world changed completely. As Najin's reputation soared to unprecedented heights, two people were especially keen on capitalizing on his fame. One was Marquis Edelmer, the Lord of Trebash County. Bravo, bravo, Ak, Ga, Marquis, please breathe. Breathe, my lord. Even as he was carried off by his knights after nearly choking in his excitement, the Marquis wore a smile so wide it nearly split his face, and he had every reason to smile. A month prior, Marquis Edelmer had launched a tourism business based on the story of Najin and Dietta's adventure in Trebash. Thanks to Najin's newfound fame as the youngest sword seeker, the business was thriving. With a new buzz surrounding Najin's dual stars, the Marquis's venture exploded in popularity. Noble families and curious commoners alike flocked to Trebash, eager to visit the place where the youngest sword seeker and the twin stars had supposedly kindled a romance, and with each visitor came a trail of gold coins. Trebash was experiencing an unprecedented boom. From the Marquis's perspective, the situation was a dream come true. I must write a letter to Najin. Trebash will forever be his ally and steadfast friend. Tell him he is always welcome here, and I shall host a grand feast for him. Marquis Edelmer wasn't the only one reveling in Najin's newfound fame. Someone else enjoyed the benefits even more, Dieta. Paisian, have you seen this? Yes. Miss, what seems to be the matter? The snake that swallows gold trembled as she pointed at a newspaper, her hand shaking. The front page showed a chart displaying a line curving upward in a dramatic, almost vertical arc, the stark performance of Dietta's trading company. Dieta gazed at the chart soaring to seemingly unreachable heights, her lips quivering with joy. Isn't it beautiful? My goodness. Where else in the world can you find a masterpiece like this? Compared to this, any painting hung on a gallery wall is just a scrap of canvas. This curve is art. No celebrated work of art had ever brought her so much bliss. A rapturous expression on her face, Dieta gently stroked the newspaper before turning her eyes to the accompanying headlines. The financial genius, Dieta, unlike before, when she would have basked in the glory of such titles. She felt a twinge of guilt whenever she saw them. True, she had believed Najin would succeed, but she had never expected him to soar so high, so fast, and with such brilliance. The trading company's stock price wasn't merely climbing, it was smashing through the metaphorical ceiling. At that point, even Dieta herself felt a little afraid. Chapter 124, Interlude. Dieta 1, the snake that swallows gold. Dieta had left her ducal family accompanied by a single escort knight, and in just 5 years, become Cambria's most prominent magnate. Her accomplishments were remarkable, yet neither she nor her trading company garnered much attention outside Cambria. Within Cambria, her influence was undeniable, but it failed to extend beyond its borders. That was until a year prior. In the past year, the Dieta Trading Company experienced explosive growth. They established distribution networks outside Cambria and set up a foothold in the heart of the empire. Moreover, they drew public attention by showcasing a connection with the renowned Najin. Attention focused on her, countless gazes and interests. A single misstep in such a situation could bring everything crashing down. Though it would have been wise to tread carefully, the snake that swallows gold was a merchant to her very core. High risks promised high rewards, a basic principle of commerce. She had no intention of letting the opportunity slip by. As the entire world focused on her trading company, Dieta confidently stepped onto the stage. Buy it all. Dieta had already secured the first bid rights for the remains of the slain white and red dragons. The gold she had stockpiled, while enduring losses, was unleashed in one fell swoop. A wave of gold swept through the auction house. She poured all the debts she was owed by the Central Guild, as well as the weaknesses and IOUs she'd held over countless trading companies, into the bids. In the end, Dieta succeeded in acquiring nearly 90% of the dragon materials. It was enough to be called a monopoly. The cost was immense, but Dieta believed dragon materials were worth every coin. What were dragon materials? They were commodities used in alchemy, magitech, armor and weapon forging, and even research, essentially useful for almost everything. While their value had been long proven, they simply hadn't been available for sale until then. Such materials were on the market for the first time in decades, and not just any materials, but those of the red dragon and white dragon, linked to King Arthur's legends. Their value was not only practical, but also renowned. That's not all. Dieta rolled a platinum coin across her palm. That particular batch of dragon materials was special. The red dragon Najin had slain was a unique specimen influenced by the Witch of Camlan, bearing scales that even withstood the sword aura of a sword seeker. Dragon materials were already expensive, but with such uniqueness added, Dieta could dictate the price as she pleased. Many trading companies, workshops, and mage towers expressed interest in purchasing the materials, but Dieta refused. A merchant doesn't only trade in tangible goods. Often, the intangible held far greater value, and Dieta understood that better than anyone. If selling goods at the highest price was a merchant's virtue, then Dieta was an exceptional merchant. The Red Tower promised to provide us with goods from their mage tower at reduced prices. They also agreed to prioritize us above all others when supplying their products. Dieta smiled at the merchants who had sought her out. The Dafka Forge promised to supply processed goods crafted from the materials exclusively to our trading company, and even agreed to form a partnership with us. It's not just the Dafka Forge. Roan's Workshop, the Wendelin Alchemy Tower, and the Walhite Forge all made similar offers. What terms have you brought to the table? Bring terms. Otherwise, there will be no deal. She set her competitors against each other in their scramble for the rare dragon materials, encouraging them to offer better terms. As competition among merchants intensified, Dieta remained silent. She sold nothing, Her ideal customer had yet to appear. It was merely bait to lure a bigger fish into the game. Dietta's sharp eyes scanned the depths of the waters. Surely you covet these goods as well, but you wouldn't want to stoop so low as to participate in this. You think it beneath you. A trading company associated with you, merchants you have ties with. Those are the channels through which you'd want to acquire these goods. But what can you do? I'm not planning to sell them. If you want them, come to me yourself. Only then will I respond to a deal. I've gone to the lengths of expanding the scale of this stage just for someone of your stature. Isn't this sufficient? Clink, master trader, at last. The big fish surfaced. A guest from the Platinum Tower has arrived. The bait was taken. Dieta flicked the platinum coin in her palm, smiling as she watched it spin in midair. The Platinum Tower, the largest mage tower in the Empire. Dieta's true target, the master of the Platinum Tower, Cypriagashivskaya, an 8th Circle Archmage, was at its pinnacle, responsible for nearly 40% of all artifacts distributed within the Empire. She was one of the 5 pillars of the Empire. Eternal radiance. Cypriagashivskaya was Dieta's prey. The snake that swallows gold had her eyes set on the Platinum Tower. Establishing connections with them and creating a trade channel was the entire purpose of her grand scheme. To successfully establish herself in the imperial capital, she needed a reliable partner. The fish had bitten the bait. All that remained was to reel it in and cook it to perfection. That was Dieta's specialty. Crack, Dieta caught the platinum coin she'd flicked. Once in her grasp, there was no chance she'd let it slip away. Najin stretched his stiff body. His joints creaked with every movement, a clear sign that his prolonged time in bed had left him stiff and rigid. I was lying down for quite a while. How long has it been? About a month. Just a month. It had felt like at least 8 months. As he cracked his shoulders, Najin tried to recall the past month. For a full month since the Red Dragon's subjugation, he had been bedridden. Despite possessing Excalibur's regenerative abilities, his injuries had been severe enough to incapacitate him. The healers had marveled at the severity of his wounds, claiming an ordinary person would have died 10 times over. Unfortunately for them, Najin was far from ordinary. As a sword seeker, the wielder of 2 constellations, and the possessor of Excalibur, Najin's recovery abilities were beyond human. Though the healers insisted he would need at least 6 months of rest, Najin managed to leave his bed in just one. It was enough to make the healers clutch their heads in disbelief, but to Najin, even that single month felt unbearably long. That's because you've never taken a break for more than a week. Merlin sighed audibly. Ever since you left the underground city, have you ever truly rested? You swing your sword at every opportunity as if you'd die if you skipped training for even a day. Thanks to that, I became a sword seeker in less than a year, didn't I? Oh, how fortunate we are. Indeed. While Merlin shook her head as though exasperated, Najin was busy changing into his outdoor attire. He strapped the sword hanging on the wall to his waist, prompting Merlin to heave another sigh. Training again, can't you take it easy? Your wounds haven't even fully healed. What's the rush? I'm not going to train. What? Najin pointed toward the shelf. It was filled with baskets of fruit and other snacks, all of which had been left behind by Dieta. Today, well, there are various matters in the Empire. Najin, why don't you try this? It's nothing much, but I saw it on the way here and thought of you. Sometimes these little things are nice, aren't they? I brought some books in case you were bored. This one's about the 100 heroes who lit the Empire's flame. Sounds like your kind of thing, doesn't it? During the month Najin was bedridden, Dieta had visited him almost daily. He was grateful for her kindness. She visited nearly every day, didn't she? I figured it wouldn't hurt for me to visit her for once. She's busy enough as it is. Surely, visiting me wasn't easy. I'm not so sure about that. What's that supposed to mean? Merlin's expression grew peculiar. Unlike Najin, who seemed almost devastatingly oblivious in such matters, Merlin was far from ignorant when it came to a young girl's feelings. In fact, it would have been strange for anyone to not notice. That girl looks at you as though her eyes are dripping honey. She flinches at even the slightest touch, her shoulders trembling as though electrified. She blushes furiously over the smallest things. How could someone not pick up on that? Yet Merlin swallowed her words. She didn't feel like explaining it. There was a strange, irrational irritation, a sense of possessiveness, as if someone were meddling with something precious to her. With a sullen look, Merlin glared at Nadjin. "Why are you glaring at me?" Of course. Nadjin only blinked innocently in response. "At times like this, you're just a clueless kid." "What? What a ridiculous situation." Merlin let out another sigh. As much as Nadjin had matured, she sometimes forgot that he was just an 18-year-old. One who had spent the majority of his life in the underground city, with little experience in normal human relationships. It was no wonder that Najin failed to grasp romantic emotions. Forget it. She'd probably like it if you visited her. Merlin shrugged her shoulders. Although she personally thought dating and romance were a waste of time, she had no intention of interfering. Not that it mattered anyway. Was that kid even capable of falling for someone? Najin's head was filled with nothing but swords, stars, and constellations. The idea of him engaging in a romance was so absurd that Merlin couldn't even picture it. Her thoughts drifted to the girl with the honey-dripping gaze. She couldn't help but feel sorry for the girls. Najin wouldn't ever reciprocate her feelings. Smirk, Merlin found herself smiling. Somehow, the thought comforted her. Najin tilted his head, puzzled by Merlin's sudden shift from sulking to grinning. The headquarters of the Dieta Trading Company, Najin walked past a line of merchants and clients waiting for their turn, heading directly into the building. Instead of stopping him, the guards merely bowed their heads in recognition. From the entrance to the uppermost floor of the building, no one attempted to bar Najin's way. Ordinarily, meeting Dieta would require navigating a maze of procedures, but none of that applied to Najin. "Come by any time." Her words weren't merely a polite gesture, but a literal invitation. Whenever, wherever. However, she had made it clear that Najin was welcome. Not only that, but she had issued explicit orders to her staff. Whenever Najin arrived, he was to be sent directly to her. Thanks to that, Najin reached the top floor without issue. The office door was closed, guarded by two individuals. One was Paisian, Dieta's familiar escort knight. The other was cloaked in a robe. Their face hidden, Najin narrowed his eyes. The robed figure gave him an amused chuckle and pulled back their hood. "Fancy meeting you again. Sir Klaus Arten, the former commander of the Blue Wing Cavalry." Once coerced by the church to attack Najin, he stood as an ally. It was a familiar face, but why was he here? Catching Najin's questioning gaze, Klaus pointed toward the office door and gave a wry smile. "She hired me. The lady was generous enough to offer me a position." Dieta did. "That's right. Officially, we're dead men. We lack proper identities or a place to settle, but she took care of everything. Thanks to her, we're living comfortably now." Najin was momentarily taken aback. Dieta had once told him to leave their fates in her hands and focus on his own tasks. True to her word, she had handled everything. It couldn't have been easy arranging identities and accommodations for so many people, all in secret, but Najin could picture her flicking a coin and nonchalantly saying, "Everything is possible with money." He chuckled and nodded. "That's good to hear. It's all thanks to you. Ah, by the way, my name now is Romanoff. As a mercenary of the Dieta Trading Company, I'll go by that until the day I can raise the Blue Wing Cavalry banner again. Shall I call you Sir Romanoff? Then, the title, sir, is too much for a mercenary. Just Romanoff will do." "As you wish." Najin and Klaus Romanoff exchanged smiles before Najin voiced another question. "Are the others working under Dieta's company as well?" "More or less." "Yes." Najin did a quick mental tally. Klaus Arten of the Blue Wing Cavalry, Gerald Orton, the demon hunter, Bassaus Malik, the frontline soldier. 3 sword seeker-level individuals, alongside multiple sword experts, had pledged their cooperation. If they were all employed as mercenaries by Dieter's trading company, ridiculous. Najin couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. A trading company with sword seeker-level personnel. Counting himself, they had a total of 4 sword seekers tied to their operations. That was far beyond the scope of any ordinary trading company. Najin glanced toward Paisian, Dieter's ever-reliable escort knight. His expression mirrored Najin's disbelief. To think I'd end up with 3 sword seeker-level individuals as subordinates. Imagine how I feel, Paisian remarked, his tone a mix of amusement and exasperation. Anyway, what brings you here? Did you come to see the lady? Yes, I thought it was about time I visited her for once. She'll be pleased to see you, Paisian said with a grin. He glanced toward the office door, then added, normally this is her nap time, so no visitors would be allowed. With that, Paisian stepped aside and opened the door. Najin, you're an exception. Should I come back later? Najin asked, hesitating. Don't be ridiculous. If I told her you came by but left, I can't imagine the scolding I'd receive. Please go in, taking Paisian's words to heart. Najin entered the office. The door closed silently behind him, courtesy of Paisian's thoughtfulness. The office was spacious and elegant, with its large windows allowing sunlight to flood in. At the center of the room, by the window, was a sofa, and upon it lay Dieter, fast asleep. Her head rested against the armrest, her brown hair gleaming under the sunlight. Najin approached quietly, but Dieter showed no signs of waking. Only the soft sound of her breathing filled the room. Najin stood there for a moment, watching her peaceful face. Then, deciding against waking her, he took a seat on a chair opposite her and waited. 15 minutes passed. Suddenly, a loud ringing shattered the quiet as an alarm clock beside the sofa blared. With a start, Dieter's hand shot out and slammed the clock, silencing it with a loud bang. Ah! Muttering in frustration, she buried her face into the sofa cushions. After a moment of reluctant groaning, she sat up, stretching lazily. Harm! Her groggy eyes blinked as they met Najin's steady gaze. Frozen mid-yawn, Dieter blinked again, more rapidly. Her long lashes fluttered as though trying to process the situation. When realization struck, she gasped. Najin, W8, could you, look at the wall for a moment? Najin complied, turning his gaze to the nearest wall. Dieter, meanwhile, bolted across the room to a full-length mirror. In a flurry, she adjusted her rumpled outfit, smoothed her hair, and dabbed at her face to fix her makeup. Satisfied at last, she returned to the sofa and sat primly, her hands clasped on her lap. You can look now, she said, trying and failing to sound calm. Cursing Paisian inwardly for not waking her, Dieter put on a composed expression. A merchant, after all, must never show panic in any situation. As befitting a renowned merchant who commanded the attention of the entire continent, Dieter's acting was flawless. Flawless, indeed. If there was a problem, it was that her perfect performance was utterly ruined by her bright red ears and the fidgeting of her fingers. Chapter 125, Interlude, Dieter 2. So, what brings you here? Najin, Dieter asked as she adjusted her hair. Najin didn't respond immediately. A moment of hesitation, a brief silence. He looked at Dieter without a word. What? Why are you staring like that? I was just thinking for a moment. About what? To be honest, I don't have any particular reason for coming. Since you've been visiting me so often, I thought it'd be nice to return the gesture. That's rather considerate of you. How's your body? Are you recovering well? Thanks to you. Najin tapped his shoulder lightly. After chugging high-grade potions like water, I recovered in no time. I'm completely fine now. The doctors said you'd need at least 6 months to rest, but of course you shrugged it off like it was nothing. Well, I do have a rather peculiar constitution. Half of Dieter's heart was glad for his recovery. The other half felt reluctant. She smiled bitterly as she looked at him. News of Najin's recovery meant it was almost time for him to leave again. Now that you're better, you'll be leaving soon, won't you? Her voice carried a hint of regret. There is something I've been meaning to tell you about that. I kept putting it off, thinking I'd say it later. Are you going somewhere far away? It seems that way. How far? Najin turned to the window, staring outside. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Why don't we take a walk? I don't mind. But won't there be too many eyes watching? It might make it hard to talk. You're a celebrity now. There's a place with fewer people. A place without people. Dieta tilted her head in confusion. Seeing this, Najin gave her a hint by pointing out the window. A place with a good view, somewhere you can watch the sunset. Dieta blinked, realizing what he meant, and let out a short sigh of understanding. By then, Najin had already opened the window and stepped outside to speak briefly with Paisian. Outside, Paisian's incredulous laughter carried back to the office, followed by a resigned, "Do as you please." Curious about their conversation, Dieta turned her head just as Najin strode back toward her. "Shall we go?" Najin extended both arms toward her. "Ah, what's with the arms?" "An excellent mode of transportation." Dieta blinked at his outstretched arms, then laughed. Without hesitation, she leaned into him. Najin lifted her effortlessly and kicked off the ground. Whoosh, thud, stepping onto the window ledge, Najin leaped. His movements were light and swift, proving that his growing reputation was no exaggeration. Even while carrying another person, his footsteps were so quiet they were nearly inaudible. Only the rattling sound of the window frame, stirred by the wind, hinted at their passing. So, should we do something about our charge being kidnapped, or we could chase them all day and still not catch them, Romanov? Paisian replied dryly. Fair point. A sad one, but fair. Honestly, if that guy made up his mind to kidnap someone, who could really stop him? Could you, Romanov? If I could, do you think I'd be standing here, watching the two disappear into the distance? Klaus and Paisian exchanged a helpless chuckle. Youth, it's youth, all right. The hill offered a wide, open view. From its peak, the city of opportunities, Cambria, sprawled below in a breathtaking panorama. Najin had once brought Dieta there when he'd been assigned as her escort. They had returned to the same place and in the same manner as before. As Dieta stood there, she couldn't help but laugh softly. So much had changed in just a few months that her current self felt unfamiliar. Back then, I thought I was going to be sick. Time had passed, and she found being carried by Najin comfortable. During that desperate nighttime escape when they had fled together, she had spent days relying on Najin's back and arms. Being held by him brought back memories of that warmth. She wished, if only for a moment, that she could stay in his arms a little longer. Leaving behind that faint regret, Dieta stepped out of his arms and onto the hill. She adjusted her clothes, then turned her gaze to the city below. The view of Cambria was as magnificent as ever. After a brief silence, she spoke. You know, it's already been nearly a year. We first met in the spring, didn't we? Winter's almost over, so I guess spring is coming again soon. It would have been nice to see snow before the winter ended. Does it not snow in Cambria? It's warm here, it's the south. Have you ever seen snow before? Dieta, of course, plenty of times. They're not exactly fond memories, though. Back in the Arbinia ducal house, from the cold villa's window, the snow hadn't been a source of happy memories. Unlike children who thought of snowball fights and sledding, Dieta had only seen bare thorny trees through the frost. And you? I suppose you've never seen snow? She asked. Unfortunately, no. Najin was from the underground city and had left it less than a year prior. Sometimes it felt strange to him. Even after everything he'd experienced, less than a year had passed since his escape. The enormity of it all made time feel odd. Day by day, time moved slowly. For someone like Najin, living a dense, eventful life, every day felt long. Looking back on the events, time seemed to have flown by. slow yet fast, long yet short. In that unpredictable flow of time, Najin had met many people. Among them, Merlin and Dieta stood out the most. They were the precious connections he had made since leaving the underground city. Dieta. Yes, Najin. Najin had never had a friend before. For someone like him, Dieta held a significant place in his heart. Perhaps that was why he felt she deserved to hear it first, where he was going and how difficult the journey would be. I'll be leaving for the Outlands soon. You've been there before, haven't you, before the dragon hunt? That was brief. This time, it's different. Najin was a sword seeker. He had hunted a dragon and claimed a constellation. That meant he had accomplished what he'd come to do in Cambria. I'm leaving Cambria. That simple statement carried profound weight. It marked the time for Najin to move on to the next stage. Dieta held her breath for a moment. Well, that makes sense. Your goal is to hang your star higher than anyone else's, and to do that, I have to go to the battlefield of stars. I'll need to claim more stars there. Dieta nodded as Najin spoke. She knew his ambitions. She had always known that he would leave Cambria eventually. Still, she hadn't expected the day to come so soon. When you go to the Outlands, you won't visit the continent often, will you? Not often. It's far, both physically and conceptually. The Outlands and the land beyond, the battlefield of stars, wasn't just distant in terms of geography. It was a place far removed in concept, a realm of the extraordinary. Known as a realm where the stars' transcendent beings resided, it was often described in religious texts and legends as a world apart. It was a place ordinary humans couldn't tread. Even sword seekers, considered the strongest of mortals, couldn't guarantee their survival there. It was a domain of transcendent beings. It'll be dangerous, Dieta bluntly stated. It will. You'll get hurt even more than you have now. Probably. I'd like to tell you not to go, but I'm sure you won't listen. Will you? Najin's silence was answer enough. Dieta let out a long sigh. How did I fall for someone like this? She'd lost count of how many times she'd asked herself that. She looked into Najin's sunset-colored eyes, nearing platinum in hue. Those eyes weren't looking at her. Instead, they were always fixed on something far away, something distant, perilous, and impossibly high. Najin's determination to reach that place was admirable, but it sometimes left Dieta feeling lonely. To him, she must have been nothing. If only he'd glance to the side. If only he'd see her. Instead, she found herself alone in her feelings, her heart racing at his every small action, hoping, yearning. It felt like she was the only fool in that one-sided connection. To love without being loved in return was exhausting. While Dieta often found herself blushing, unable to meet his gaze, Najin didn't seem to care. That duality made her both resentful and ashamed of her own childishness. I should be cheering him on, not feeling resentful. Hadn't they promised each other to pursue their goals, to meet again at the peak? Yet there she was, sulking because he was too focused on his dreams. She wasn't like that before. Calculative, methodical, rational, that was the real Dieta, emotionally detached, never impulsive. For some reason, whenever she stood in front of Najin, she became a fool. Though she felt hurt, she had no intention of letting it show. Najin had invited her on a rare outing, and she wouldn't waste it on negative emotions. Smiling faintly, Dieta looked up at Najin. Just as she was about to steer the conversation forward, you said earlier that I'd never seen snow. Najin, who had been gazing at the sky, lowered his eyes to meet hers. That's true, but it's not just snow. I've never seen the ocean either. What is it exactly? I've read about it in books, but it sounds almost unreal. Najin shrugged, his tone light-hearted. Snow, the ocean, mountains, countless things. There are so many things I don't know. Everything I've encountered since leaving the underground city is unfamiliar. Every day feels new, and sometimes scary. Scared, you. Why not? The joy of learning outweighs the fear of the unknown, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't afraid. Dieta gave him a skeptical look. Najin chuckled and leaned against the fence atop the hill, the wind tousling his hair. By the way, it was something he'd meant to say for a while. I've always wanted to thank you. What? For being my first. First, Najin smiled. You're my first friend. After all, his silver-gray hair danced in the wind. Between the shifting strands, Dieta glimpsed a smile on his face, one she had never seen before. Yes, to be honest, I enjoy talking to you. I don't know what it is, but seeing you laugh so openly at everything I say makes me feel at ease. It's hard to put into words. Playful, teasing, and sincere, his smile perfectly suited a boy his age. Seeing it, Dieta found herself unconsciously parting her lips. I enjoy it, being with you, he said. Leaving for the Outlands feels a bit sad, and I think it's because of you. I won't be able to talk to you as often once I'm there. Oh, that doesn't mean I won't visit. Even if it's not often, I'll come back to the continent occasionally, and when I do, Najin kept talking, but his words stopped registering for Dieta. His earlier statement, I think it's because of you, had struck her like a thunderclap. Everything he said after that felt like a distant hum. Being with me makes him happy. Leaving is hard for him because of me. Her lips twitched involuntarily, raising a trembling hand to her mouth. Dieta tried to suppress her reaction. Her eyes gleamed, sharp as a predator's. Friends forever, huh? Najin, she cut him off mid-sentence, taking a step forward. She closed the distance between them until their breaths mingled. Staring straight into his eyes, she moved her lips deliberately. Could you repeat what you just said? Her eyes looked as though they were under a spell. What? Which part? I enjoy being with you. The wind's a bit strong, so I didn't catch it properly. Could you say it again? It was, of course, a blatant lie. Was the wind really blowing that hard? Najin tilted his head quizzically, but obliged her request. I enjoy being with you. Thump. Dieta's heart raced wildly. She stumbled backward, covering her mouth with her hand. She was glad, relieved, even, that she'd managed to cover her mouth in time. Her lips had curled uncontrollably upward. No matter how hard she tried to maintain composure, her expression refused to cooperate. Surely she carried a ridiculous, lopsided grin. Who could blame me? Blushing furiously, Dieta stared at Najin. Did he even realize what he just said? Did he understand that his words were practically a confession? Should she confess as well? Was that the moment? Her mind was spinning, overwhelmed by the emotional blow. If her usual self were there, she'd have screamed, "Get a grip, you fool." Should I just go for it? Confess right now? Of course, Dieta couldn't hear that voice of reason. She had her excuses. After all, Najin wasn't someone who responded to overt displays of affection. No matter how obvious her feelings were, he'd never batted an eye, a stoic to the core. At best, he'd offer an occasional charming smile, never revealing his own emotions. Out of nowhere, he'd said something like that. She knew the truth. Of course, his words weren't meant romantically. Najin was still too naive on such things. His statement was sincere but purely platonic, one friend expressing their joy at being with another. Even knowing that, calming herself was easier said than done. Raising a hand to stop him, Dieta turned her face away. She couldn't look at him directly, not while she was in that state. Wait a moment. Dieta took a deep breath, long and slow. As she steadied her breathing, she worked to calm her racing heart. Get a grip, Dieta. Take it slow. Didn't you promise yourself you'd build this relationship gradually, slowly but surely? Win Najin over. Acting rashly isn't like you. The snake that swallows gold was an exceptional merchant, and an exceptional merchant always acted with rationality. After a full 3 minutes of breathing exercises, Dieta looked up. With a practiced smile, she prepared to respond with something light-hearted, something like, "You're quite bold to say that, but I don't mind." Glad to hear that. She tried to speak. I mean, the moment she met Najin's gaze, her mind went blank. The snake that swallows gold, it seemed, turned into nothing more than an ordinary girl in front of him. All her usual charms, her silver tongue, her calculated gestures, her plans, her pretense, became meaningless. Everything fell away, leaving only Dieta, a flustered, vulnerable girl, unsure of what to say or do. It was embarrassing, and yet she didn't entirely dislike it. With her mind a blank slate and her lips unable to form words, Dieta would normally have turned away in embarrassment. She would have muttered something like, "It's nothing," and fled. Not that day. Why? Was it because of the rare smile Najin had shown her? Because his words, awkward as they were, had been so genuine? Because she didn't want to respond to his sincerity with anything less than her own? Perhaps it was the knowledge that he would soon leave and that they wouldn't see each other often. She needed, to take one step closer to him. She was greedy for more. She couldn't pinpoint the reason, but all those feelings pushed her forward, moving her lips. Najin. Yes. Dieta, what is it? Every word Dieta spoke was usually calculated. She carefully considered how her words would sound, how they would be received, and how they might serve her goals. That was who she was. That fell away. She simply said what came to mind. You said earlier that you're grateful for me, that you're happy to have me as a friend. Najin nodded. Dieta looked up at him. She wasn't sure what expression she wore, but she didn't care. All she cared about was speaking her mind. That's nice. Friends are nice, but, she knew she was being hasty. She knew she was letting her emotions take over, and she knew she didn't have to rush. Still, she didn't stop. Rationally, she knew it was a mistake. It was reckless, unnecessary. If another merchant made a decision like that, Dieta would mark them as a third-rate amateur. So what? Dieta's lips twitched upward. So what if she wasn't acting rationally? So what if she was being emotional? So what if she was impulsive? Who said she couldn't be? Being calculating was for the snake that swallows gold. When she was with Najin, she just wanted to be a girl. Being friends isn't enough for me. A mischievous smile spread across her face. I want to be something more. The boy destined to move onto greater stages. The boy who would face countless trials and meet countless people. Dieta didn't want to become just a fleeting memory to him. She wanted to be someone unforgettable, etched into his heart and soul. She took one step closer, and then another. She ignored the logical voice in her head telling her to stop, that it wasn't too late to turn back, that she could still salvage things. She silenced that voice as she approached Najin, step by step, until she was close enough to feel his breath. Tap! She stopped at a distance where she filled his gaze, and then, deliberately and firmly, she said, I like you, Najin. It was a confession so direct that even someone as dense as Najin couldn't misunderstand. Dieta left no room for ambiguity, confronting him head-on. Simple yet sincere, if her confession were a sword technique, it would be a knight of Atanga's blade. Chapter 126 Interlude, Dieta 3. I like you, Najin. She said it. She really said it. Her rational mind screamed and foamed at the mouth in protest, but Dieta couldn't help but think that Najin was just a little bit infuriating. After all, wasn't it true? She'd been dropping hints, obvious ones, for ages, but he had always remained unshakably calm. That serene indifference of his grated on her nerves. She didn't pale in comparison to others. Honestly, how many women in the Empire could claim to be as beautiful as her? Would it kill him to look a little flustered, to close the gap between them, to show even the slightest hint of being affected? If it's because he doesn't understand feelings like love, then she'd make damn sure he understood. Once he realized how much she liked him, there was no way he'd be able to carry on as if nothing had changed. It would stir things up between them, whether for better or worse. If it went poorly, well, that would hurt. Maybe a lot, but that was a problem for her future self to deal with. Balancing nervousness and anticipation, Dieta watched Najin closely. Finally, he reacted. Najin's eyes widened, his gaze trembled, and he reflexively tried to step back, but the railing behind him cut off his retreat. Thud, his back hit the fence. Anyone could see that he was flustered. Najin possessed reflexes far beyond those of ordinary people. Even before he became a sword expert, let alone a sword seeker, his reaction speed and dynamic vision were unmatched. Few had ever managed to land a surprise attack on him. Sure, stronger opponents had beaten him before, but for someone of equal or lesser skill to deal him a critical blow, that was almost unheard of. At that moment, he was struck by a surprise attack, and it wasn't just any attack. It left him visibly shaken. Who could possibly land such a blow on the youngest sword seeker in history? Was it someone fast enough to evade even his reflexes? A masterful ambush? Perhaps even a sword master? None of the above. The one who had struck him was a girl who approached him slowly and openly. She had nothing to do with combat, and yet Najin's trembling eyes betrayed how much the blow had shaken him. What did I just hear? There was no mistaking her words. Dietta's voice had been crystal clear, her pronunciation perfect. It was the kind of confession one might expect in the climax of a fairy tale or heroic epic. I like you, Najin. His mind reeled. For someone who prided himself on anticipating and countering attacks, he had been utterly unprepared for Dietta's words. He didn't know how to respond or react. In his confusion, he instinctively sought help. His eyes darted toward Merlin, his guide and advisor. If anyone could tell him what to do in that situation, it would be her. Unfortunately for him, what? What? Merlin's reaction wasn't much better than Najin's. If anything, it was worse. Her eyes widened in shock, and her head tilted so far to one side it looked like it might snap. Eventually, her lips started to move. Did I mishear that? I misheard it, right? No, I must have misheard it. I had to. Merlin stared at Dieta in disbelief. A confession needs a mood, ambience. Do you think love is a joke? Confessions should happen under a moonlit lake at the end of a long journey, not in some random, awkward situation like this. Her voice rose to a shriek. It wasn't like Merlin had ever confessed to anyone or been confessed to, for that matter. She had simply fantasized about what her ideal confession would look like. She was yelling, inadvertently exposing her own preferences. What kind of girl or guy likes a sudden confession like this? Do you think Najin is so naive that he'd fall for such a half-baked attempt, you brat? Merlin stomped her feet furiously before turning her head toward Najin with a huff. Isn't that right? Ha! Say something. Najin, agree with me. When her eyes met Najin's, they narrowed. What's with your face? What? Your eyes, they're shaking, don't tell me. No, it's just this is a surprising situation. Gah! Merlin clutched the back of her neck like she was about to faint. Clearly, she was in no shape to be of any help. Najin ignored her screams and refocused on Dieta. Dieta stood silently, her gaze fixed on him. It was clear she wouldn't step aside until she heard his answer. Najin had no intention of brushing her off. He wasn't the type to dismiss someone's heartfelt confession. Silence fell as he pondered. A single minute passed, feeling as long as an hour before Najin finally spoke. Dieta. Yes, Najin. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure what feelings you have for me. Of course, if you're asking whether I like you or not, I do. He hesitated, then continued. But I know you're not talking about something so simple. That's right. To put it bluntly, I want to be more than friends. I want a romantic relationship. It's a little embarrassing to say it out loud. Though, Dieta fidgeted with her fingers, her voice growing quieter as embarrassment caught up with her. Najin smiled wryly. That's why I can't give you an answer right now. Can I ask why? Because I don't know. I don't understand what it means to like someone romantically, or even what your feelings for me really mean. Answering your confession without understanding would feel dishonest. Najin's voice was steady as he explained his hesitation. He wanted to take her confession seriously, not respond thoughtlessly or dismissively. I see. Dieta couldn't help but smile. It was such a Najin-like response. Honest, considerate, and predictable. I figured you'd say something like that. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. Apologizing makes it feel like I've been rejected, and that's not what happened. You're not planning to avoid me forever, are you? Of course not. Then don't apologize. You haven't done anything wrong. She hadn't confessed recklessly. She'd anticipated the possibility of rejection. After all, I already knew that you don't really understand romantic feelings and that this would probably be your response. By comparison, it wasn't so bad. Originally, I planned to take things slow, claiming your firsts one by one until I finally took the spot of your lover. Her confession hadn't been impulsive. Even knowing Najin's limitations, Dieta had chosen to take the leap. I couldn't wait anymore. Dieta smiled bashfully, a mix of sheepishness and determination. Her voice trembled slightly, but her smile remained. You're leaving soon. Right, they say distance makes the heart grow distant too. The idea of you being on a bigger stage, aiming for higher and greater things, it makes me anxious. You'll probably become even more extraordinary, and she trailed off, unable to finish the thought. She couldn't stand the idea of being reduced to a fleeting memory, just someone he used to know. I wanted to leave you with something unforgettable. You said it yourself. The firsts are the ones that matter most. Remember this. Najin, I'm the first person to confess to you. What do you think? Disappointed? She ended her speech with a smile, a radiant, captivating smile that made Najin unconsciously hold his breath. Not at all, Najin smiled. Honestly, I think it's wonderful. Honesty is a knightly virtue. After all, should I take the knight exam, I feel like I could pass right now. I'd be happy to help. I can teach you swordsmanship. That's tempting. Their conversation turned light-hearted, and the two laughed together because it was absurd and funny. After a long moment, Dieta exhaled deeply. Najin, whenever you figure out what romantic feelings are, let me know. I hope it's me, but even if it's not, that's okay. A breeze stirred her chestnut-colored hair as she spoke with quiet determination. Until then, I'll do my best to make you fall for me, and even if you fall for someone else, I'll make sure you choose me in the end. Her yellow eyes gleamed like stars as she brushed back her hair, her confident smile firmly in place. This is an auction, after all. If any competitors show up, I'll outbid them. I'll use everything I have to win. She grinned mischievously. I'm the snake that swallows gold. If I can't win someone's heart, what kind of merchant would I be? The weight of her ambition left Najin momentarily speechless. For the first time, he felt himself being pushed back, not by a sword master or a life-or-death battle, but by the force of Dieta's resolve. He had lost the exchange, but it wasn't an unpleasant loss. An impressive confession. He admitted, isn't it? I think I did pretty well. Did it make your heart race? A little, Dieta chuckled softly. She reached out to lightly push Najin's chest, stepping away as if to end their conversation and leave. But after a few steps, she hesitated. Her original plan had been to leave with a breezy, "See you next time." After all, staying any longer would make it feel like her heart might burst. But there was one problem. The distance between the hill and Cambria's headquarters was considerable. If I walk back, the sun will already have set. She glanced back at Najin. Najin. Yes. Dieta, can we head back together? Her previous confidence was nowhere to be found as she avoided his gaze, stammering. Najin couldn't help but laugh. Ultimately, Dieta ended up back in Najin's arms for the return trip to her office. She spent the entire flight hiding her face in her hands, too embarrassed to look at him. You can't date. What? I said. You can't date. The first thing Najin encountered after returning was Merlin, fuming with indignation. She pointed an accusing finger at him, practically yelling. Listen here, Arthur never dated anyone during his entire journey. It's not like no one confessed to him, but he remained above it all, pure and untouchable. He never gave his heart to anyone. Merlin puffed out her chest and smirked, as if she had just delivered an unassailable argument. There, that's why you can't date. You want to be like Arthur, right? Najin stared at her in silence for a moment before muttering under his breath, careful to keep his voice low enough that she couldn't hear, "Is she an idiot?" If Merlin had heard him, she might have throttled him on the spot. Thankfully, she didn't. Najin simply gave her a bemused look. What's that look for?" "Nothing. Really," trailing off, Najin casually remarked. "You said King Arthur never dated, right?" "Of course. I was his guide, so I'd know." "Then doesn't that mean if I date, I'd be one step ahead of Arthur? I'd be doing something he never did." What? "That's one more reason for me to date, don't you think?" Merlin's pupils dilated as her thoughts scrambled. Najin, meanwhile, calmly removed his outerwear and climbed into bed. Pulling the blanket over his head, he turned his back to her. Wait, hold on. That's not what I meant. Hey, don't pretend to sleep. Get up." Merlin's protests went unheard. Annoying as her yelling was, she couldn't physically force Najin to respond, nor could she shake him awake for all her shouting. Najin, who had grown accustomed to sleeping in the chaotic streets of the underground city, was unbothered. "Seriously, you're just going to sleep? Unbelievable." Najin drifted off, using Merlin's ranting as a makeshift lullaby. It was his victory. Chapter 127, Demon Hunting 1. Come to think of it, what exactly is a star? A star is just a star. What else could it be? A star, what is a star, really? Having gained 2 stars, Najin pondered their true nature. He wasn't thinking about their symbolic meaning. He already understood that much. A testament to achieving a great feat. A star was proof that one had overcome a seemingly impossible trial and accomplished something monumental enough to touch the heavens. It was also the reward for Najin's life-risking efforts. He looked at the 2 stars glimmering on his outstretched palm. By focusing, he could summon their starlight in such a way. They were beautiful, no doubt, the stars he had yearned for so intensely. Yet how to describe the odd feeling? Staring at them, Najin tilted his head. How exactly do you use these? He couldn't fathom any practical way to make use of them. In heroic tales, King Arthur supposedly cleaved the earth and sky with his star. As Najin entertained such thoughts, Merlin scoffed. "If 2 measly stars could split the heavens and the earth, Arthur and I would have long since taken the head of the dragon of the abyss and the witch of the nether." "Well, I was just using it as an example. Still, isn't having a star supposed to let you do magical things? The heroes in the stories seemed capable of everything." "The things you're imagining require at least 4 or 5 stars. Only when the stars form a constellation do their powers amplify enough for such feats." Merlin gestured in the air. A blue line traced the path of her movements. "Besides, I can't explain how to use your stars. Every constellation's usage varies. Didn't I tell you? A star is your life, your journey, encapsulated. You did mention that. It's like your imagination. No one can teach you how to wield it. Ultimately, you'll have to figure it out on your own. But don't worry, it'll come naturally." The blue line she had drawn formed her constellation. Why was she suddenly showing her own constellation? Having spent considerable time with her, Najin understood a bit of how Merlin's mind worked. Ah, a subtle attempt to show off. He was right. Merlin twirled her constellation ostentatiously before him. She never missed an opportunity to flaunt her accomplishments. Each star represents a great feat. Having 11 stars means I've achieved 11 monumental feats. Merlin emphasized the number 11. Najin nodded politely, replying with a generic, "Wow, that's really something." After listening to her self-praise for a few minutes, the conversation finally turned constructive. Of course, having stars doesn't necessarily equate to being strong. Having many stars doesn't guarantee victory. Stars are simply a way of proving who you are. Proving. Yes, they're the marks of your journey, the paths you've walked, and the feats you've accomplished. They are your evidence and testament. Merlin extended her hand to point out the window. Dawn had yet to break, and the outside remained dark. The night sky was strewn with countless stars. In the past, such a sight had seemed distant and unreachable. Not any more. Najin's stars resided there. Even among the countless stars, Najin could locate his own. Though faint, the two stars shone distinctly. They were his stars, his imprints in the heavens. You've engraved your existence in the sky as stars. As long as those stars remain aloft, you can look to the heavens from anywhere and find yourself. Merlin smiled. Having even one star makes an immeasurable difference. You've stepped onto the starting line. The starting line, there was no need to ask what the starting line was for. It's the first step toward ascending the heavens. Of course, that wasn't all there was to it. Merlin narrowed her eyes at Najin. He hadn't noticed yet, but his body was already changing. It was a common phenomenon among those who had gained stars. Merlin chose not to mention it. Such realizations weren't something one could be taught, they had to be experienced. In any case, congratulations. With that, Merlin added one last thing. The Star of Dawn, the star heralding the end of night. Hearing his moniker pronounced aloud, Najin couldn't help but let out a chuckle. The Star of Dawn, it had a nice ring to it. Now that I have the qualifications, all that's left is to prove myself. That proof would not take place there, but in the faraway lands of the Outland, on the battlefield of stars. Najin began preparing in earnest for his journey to the Outland. Unlike his trip to Cambria, where he could simply throw himself into the fray, heading to the Outland required some preparation. More importantly, he had changed compared to the past. When he first set foot in Cambria, he was a nobody, an unproven rookie whose very existence was unknown and to whom nobody paid any mind. But now, the Empire's citizens, and even those beyond its borders, watched him closely. He was the youngest sword seeker, the boy who had claimed 2 stars. Fame came at a cost. Having earned renown across the continent, he was constantly under scrutiny. Everyone was curious about his next move. That was exactly what the Emperor had feared. To my eyes, you are a flame, a fire that might one day engulf the Empire. Najin was seen as both an asset and a potential threat. To some, he was a highly valuable piece, an irreplaceable card in their hand, but in the hands of an opponent, he was a weapon capable of devastation. If they couldn't possess him, the least they could do was prevent him from falling into someone else's hands. As countless factions monitored his actions, Najin made an announcement. I plan to depart for the Outlands soon. His declaration was simple. He had no intention of aligning himself with any group. He would leave the continent and head for the Outland. The announcement sent ripples across the continent. The Outland, what sort of place was it? Countless heroes ventured there to become constellations, only to perish. It was harsh, unforgiving, and barren, a land of trials that constantly flirted with life and death. It was not the kind of place a promising young talent like Najin was expected to go. With his fame, he could have settled into wealth and comfort anywhere. Why would an 18-year-old boy voluntarily head there? He wasn't being forced into exile, nor was there a dire reason compelling him to go. To this, Najin offered a concise reply. Glory without hardship or trial is meaningless. He was quoting an ancient hero's words. The phrase was famous, repeated by many over the years, but few truly lived by it. Words were easy, action was hard. Difficult, yes, and that's why it's worthwhile. Najin had no intention of becoming a pretentious loudmouth. After his declaration, he immediately began the formal process for departing to the Outland. Some called him foolish, others said he was reckless. Yet even those critics couldn't deny that his actions echoed the heroism of a bygone era in how he forsook wealth and comfort to chase glory. It might have been unwise, but it was not wrong. If anything, it was a decision deserving of admiration. The first to respond to Najin's decision were the imperial family and the knights of Atanga. I commend the one who turns away from the comfort before him to face the crashing waves. I respect all your choices. The emperor praised Najin's resolve. Charging into trials, this is the decision of one who understands pride. Forsaking wealth to pursue honor, This is the decision of one who values glory. One who knows pride and honor is the perfect role model for any knight. The Knights of Atanga response was so enthusiastic it was as if they were itching to knight him on the spot. However, they held back, knowing that a certain promise had already been made. The Emperor had once declared that, the day Najin fulfilled the vow he had made before the three sword masters, he would personally bestow upon him the title of Free Knight. The title carried immense significance and harkened back to the original knights of the Round Table who had followed King Arthur. Unlike the watered-down term knight that had lost much of its weight over the centuries, the title retained its gravitas even after 1,000 years. To have such a title promised to him was monumental. All that remained was for Najin to prove himself worthy. The Knights of Atanga waited with bated breath for the day to come. It would be the first time in centuries that a free knight had been recognized. They salivated at the thought. As soon as the imperial family and the Knights of Atanga made their positions known, others quickly followed suit, clamoring about how admirable Najin's choice was. However, their voices lacked sincerity. Most were simply jumping on the bandwagon, eager to align themselves with the prevailing sentiment. Najin paid them no heed. He let the empty words go in one ear and out the other as he focused on his preparations for the outland. But not all the voices could be ignored. And Najin! The door to his room burst open, and someone rushed in. Dieta Arbinia, the girl with the beautiful brown hair. After delivering a bold confession of love to Najin a few days prior, Dieta had spent the subsequent days avoiding him, too embarrassed to face him. There she was, seeking him out. Could it be that she had finally overcome her shyness? A letter has arrived for you. Normally, I'd handle these things myself, but this one, I couldn't. Judging by her continued refusal to meet his eyes, that wasn't it. Whatever the case, something serious had prompted her visit. She handed Najin a letter. Thorns? The letter bore the crimson-thorned emblem of the Starblood sect, but there was more. Across the thorned emblem was sketched the image of a single sword entwined in blood-red thorns. There was only one person who used such a seal, the Starblood sect's High Executioner, the Inquisitor General of the Starblood sect, the champion of the Thorned Martyr, among other names. It was Yule Razian's symbol. Yule Razian wiped her blade clean, running her fingers over the clotted blood, sticking stubbornly to the blade, exhaling deeply. Her breath was hot, and her crimson eyes glimmered with an unsettling sheen. Ordinarily, it was rare for a sword master's blade to be stained with blood. What was a sword master? They were transcendents who could unleash sword aura as effortlessly as breathing, slashing enemies from tens or even hundreds of meters away. Wrapped in that aura, their blades were impervious to external contaminants. Even if something were to stain the blade, it would be vaporized instantly by the heat of their sword aura. Thus, a sword master's blade being bloodstained was practically unheard of. The phrase, a sword master's blade is stained with blood, was often used metaphorically, symbolizing the deaths caused by their blade rather than any literal blood. When the sword master in question was Yule Razian, the phrase lost its figurative meaning. Her sword was perpetually drenched in blood. There was a simple reason. Yule deliberately chose not to use sword aura. Though she could kill her opponents more easily and efficiently by wielding it, she refrained. When asked about her peculiar choice, Yule had once given an answer to her knights. Where's the joy in cutting down an enemy with sword aura? Don't you feel it? The sensation of your blade slicing through flesh, snapping bone, and tearing into organs until it bursts out the other side. The vibration that travels up the hilt, that's when I truly feel alive. For her, it all came down to the visceral thrill of it. Her justification was as simple as that. Since few could withstand her sword aura anyway, Yule preferred to savor the experience, prolonging the moment much like savoring a candy before letting it melt away. Isn't that disrespectful to your opponent? Some knights had wanted to ask, but they never dared. After all, Yule's blade only ever cut down the guilty, heretics, sinners, and those tied to the demonic. When it came to such evildoers, wasn't it better to offer no mercy? Of course, Yule herself didn't care about such notions. Her sense of morality was nebulous at best. Yule didn't particularly view dark mages or heretics as heinous criminals. She didn't kill them because she believed they were evil. She simply killed them because she could do so without consequence. Ha! Yule let out a heated sigh. The air around her reeked of blood. Smiling faintly, she plunged her blade into a pile of corpses to hold it steady. She then retrieved a letter from her pocket. The letter contained news about a boy. Her subordinate had collected the information for her. Yule's crimson eyes narrowed as she read the details of the boy's accomplishments. Her lips curled into a smile. Even after rereading it, the content remained unchanged. 2 stars at the same time, and at the age of 18. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Don't you think? Yule spoke aloud. She wasn't talking to herself. Beside her lay a black mage with severed legs. The mage dragged himself along the ground, teeth chattering, desperately trying to crawl away from her. Isn't it remarkable, truly extraordinary? My judgment wasn't wrong after all. He's such an intriguing boy. Without sparing a glance at the fleeing mage, Yule muttered to herself. The mage, terrified, interpreted her words as the ramblings of a lunatic. He didn't think she expected an answer. You don't agree? Yule had other ideas. I asked you a question. Jiga, ha! The mage clawed at the ground with all his strength. His nails cracked and broke against the rough stone floor, his fingertips bleeding profusely. Still, he frantically dragged himself forward. Didn't I ask you a question? Isn't he remarkable? I don't like repeating myself. Yule lazily flicked a finger in the mage's direction. In that instant, the mage's fingers began to crumble, starting at the tips. His nails cracked, skin peeled away, and bones splintered as if he were being dissected alive. "Ah!" the mage screamed as his body was systematically dismantled. Yule remained unmoved, repeating her question. Isn't he remarkable? Yes, yes, remarkable, extraordinary, unparalleled. A feat without equal, a glory beyond compare. The mage scrambled to praise the boy he had never seen, spouting every flattering word he could muster. He continued until blood loss stole his voice, and his breathing grew ragged. As his life finally ebbed away, Yule tilted her head and murmured, "Yes, quite so." She nodded, seemingly pleased. "Now, I'll have to see for myself." Chapter 128, Demon Hunting 2. Yule Razian's letter was straightforward. I heard you've gained 2 stars. Congratulations. I heard you're heading to the Outland. Before that, how about joining me for some demon hunting? That wasn't a summary of the letter, it was the entire thing, the rest of the paper. Blank. It was reminiscent of the famous mathematician who once said, "I have proven it, but the margin is too small to write it here." If that mathematician had seen Yule's letter, he would have likely filled its vast empty space with an entire thesis. That's how much blank space there was, just 3 lines of text written on a large sheet of paper. Fortunately, flipping the page revealed a map with several symbols drawn on it, and beneath them was a postscript. I'll keep it brief to save time. Show this letter to a nearby church, and they'll guide you. I'll be waiting. Najin did as instructed. With Yule's letter in hand, he headed to a church in the adventurous city. The moment the nun there saw the letter, her eyes widened as if they might tear apart. Please wait here for a moment." The nun hurried off, returning shortly with a priest. The elderly man examined the letter, his expression mirroring the nun's. He, too, immediately contacted someone else. This chain reaction repeated several times. Najin discovered something new that day. Clergy, who usually seemed so calm and unhurried, could move incredibly fast when necessary. Within hours, a carriage arrived in front of him. The priests who disembarked wore robes adorned with crimson embroidery, inquisitors of the Starblood sect. "Are you Najin?" After asking a few questions and verifying the letter, the priests bowed their heads deeply to Najin, displaying deference one might show a superior. "We are here to escort you. Shall we depart now?" Najin boarded the carriage. They'd offered a ride. Why refuse? As he climbed aboard, the inquisitors nervously watched him. Sir Najin." At some point, they started addressing him as Sir Najin. "Yes. When and how did you receive this letter?" "It arrived this morning in the mail." Najin's answer made the inquisitors turn pale. Later, he would learn why. Yule's letter had not passed through the usual channels of the Starblood sect. Instead, it had been delivered directly to Najin's mailbox. This was a significant problem for the Starblood sect. Normally, someone of Yule's stature, an executioner of the sect, would act only through the organization. Even personal communications were typically handled via the sect, since executioners, along with the archpriests, represented the sect itself. Their actions and words could easily be interpreted as the will of the entire organization. Thus, executioners, incarnates, and lighthouse keepers were expected to be exceedingly cautious in their conduct. Despite that, Yule Razian wasn't cautious, nor did she care about what others thought. Her attitude was simple. "Why should I care? If it's not illegal, I don't see why I should bother." That time, her proposal to Najin was entirely her own initiative without and consultation with the sect. So what? If the executioner decided something, then who could argue? All the sect could do was accommodate. That was why the inquisitors treated Najin with such reverence. "We'll make your journey as comfortable as possible." "Oh, thank you. No need to thank us. You're the guest of the executioner, after all. It's only natural." In their eyes, the boy before them was an esteemed guest of Yule Razian. Regardless of her intentions, that's how her letter was interpreted. Of course, Najin had no way of knowing any of that. Demon hunting, sounds interesting. It does. I'm curious what kind of demon it'll be. The inquisitors accompanying Najin were tense, but Najin's expression remained calm and composed. This is a good opportunity. To him, Yule's proposal was indeed a great chance. Before venturing deep into the outland, it was an opportunity to stretch his muscles and test the changes his body had undergone after acquiring his stars. As the carriage moved, Najin conversed with Merlin, seeking answers. Why does the Starblood sect hunt demons? Their patron deity despises demons. Are there people who like demons? It's less of a dislike and more of an abhorrence, hatred, contempt. Anyway, she's a woman who wants to eradicate every last demon from the world. Merlin stroked her chin thoughtfully. Nowadays, they call her the Thorned Martyr, which sounds tame, but back in my time, she was known as she who foams at the sight of demons. Other names included one who bathes in demon blood and flesh, demon slayer, and evil shall perish. Those were rather extreme titles. As Najin blinked, Merlin continued. Arthur and I hunted demons because they were a threat to humanity. She, on the other hand, hunted demons simply because she hated them. Of course, she had her reasons. What reasons? She used to be a princess of a small kingdom called Rafeli, or something like that. Her country was destroyed by demons. Most of her people became demon contractors, and the rest turned into demon worshippers. Najin vaguely recalled reading about it in history books. Rafeli, a kingdom annihilated by demons roughly 1,000 years prior its downfall, was often cited to justify the need to eradicate dark mages and demon summoners. That's a good reason to hate them. Right, but the interesting part comes after that. What happened next? She killed them all. Najin nearly exclaimed aloud, but managed to suppress his voice. Merlin chuckled at his reaction and elaborated. Around 30,000, if I recall. She personally killed every single demon contractor from her kingdom, even the ones who fled abroad. Over the course of 10 years, she hunted them all down without leaving a single one alive. Not a single one left standing. When that blood-soaked saga ended, she ascended to become a constellation. Although Rafeli had fallen to the demons, it wasn't remembered as a demon-worshipping nation in the annals of history. She cleansed it with their blood. From the corpses of countless demons and their worshippers, a star was born. Rafeli became a holy site. Truly, it was the birthplace of a star. When Arthur and I were fighting the Demon King, I glanced to the side and saw this stranger stabbing him in the gut. I asked, "Who are you?" She just said, "Demon, kill." So I figured, an ally. And we fought together. Merlin shook her head in amusement at the memory. A crazy girl. Really, a butcher. A pitiful soul who knows nothing but killing demons. How did someone like her become the patron deity of the Starblood sect? Her teachings were simple. Ask the guy sitting across from you. It hasn't changed much in 1,000 years. Najin turned to the Inquisitor seated across from him. May I ask about the Starblood sect's doctrine? Of course. The Inquisitor smiled broadly. Kill demons. Burn anything connected to demons. Uproot the entire species from this world. Whatever your status or past sins, our deity doesn't care. She only asks one thing of you. The man pounded his chest over his heart. As long as your heart beats, slay demons. A faint madness glimmered in his eyes. See, I doubt she intended to create a religion. She just wanted to kill demons and gathered followers because she couldn't do it alone. That naturally evolved into a religion. Merlin's tone turned somber. I suppose it's because so many people have lost loved ones to demons. That kind of hatred makes for a powerful faith. That's why the Thorned Martyr remains their patron to this day. The Thorned Martyr was her official title as a constellation, but those who lived during her era called her something else, the fire that burns for 1,000 years. Merlin added that the fire would continue to burn until every last demon in the world was reduced to ash. Her expression, for once, was distant and reflective. Well, I guess it's not so different from me. She smiled faintly. I don't think I'll be able to rest until I've slit the Witch of the Nether's throat. After several days of travel, the carriage stopped at a city on the outland border, Baldornos, a forgotten city of a forgotten kingdom. Originally situated near the outland's edge, Baldornos had been swallowed up by the border's expansion 300 years prior. During the event, nearly 70% of the city was consumed by the outland, and every resident vanished without a trace. Though the buildings remained intact, the city was rendered uninhabitable. Baldornos became a ghost town. For dark mages, however, uninhabited Ghost City was synonymous with perfect hideout. Its proximity to the outland made summoning rituals easier. Naturally, Baldornos became a prime location for such activities. The Starblood sect was well aware of this. They kept a close watch on Baldornos, and when traces of black magic and demon summoning were discovered, it was deemed a significant threat. Significant threats required an equally significant response. The sect's asymmetric power, Eurasian. Her deployment to Baldornos was recent, and thus laid the backdrop for the operation. So that's how it is. Yes, allow me to explain the operation. Najin listened attentively and nodded. Originally, the only personnel dispatched here was the executioner. The plan was for her to handle the purge alone, but circumstances changed. The Inquisitor began outlining the plan, pointing to the map. Lady Yule will enter from the rear gate, deep within the outland side of Baldornos. Sir Najin, you'll enter through the front gate. According to his explanation, Najin's role was straightforward. Enter through the front gate and eliminate any dark mages encountered along the way. Meanwhile, Yule would do the same from the rear gate, with the two meeting near the outland's boundary. Simple enough in theory. Najin raised his head. He gazed at the shimmering barrier that marked the boundary between the outland and the continent. Though the city beyond the barrier was blurry and difficult to discern, its sheer size was apparent. It won't be as easy as it sounds, Najin thought as he stretched his body. When you're ready to proceed, let us know, and we'll signal Lady Yule to begin. I'm ready. Pardon, the Inquisitor, who had been busy preparing holy water and blessed silver weapons, blinked. All Najin had done was casually stretch, making no visible preparations. So Najin, with all due respect, Baldornos is effectively part of the Outland. Entering it will accelerate the deterioration of your body without adequate preparation. That's our concern. It doesn't apply to him. One of the inquisitors cut his subordinate off, gesturing toward Najin. Najin responded by holding up his palm. Two stars materialized and glowed above it. Ah! The inquisitor let out a short sigh. Then, without hesitation, he knelt on one knee and bowed his head, not to Najin, but to the patron deity of the Starblood sect, who he believed was watching from the heavens. In response, a constellation of 8 stars, the thorned martyrs, lit up in the sky. So Najin, yes, I recommend covering your ears. Najin blinked, puzzled, looking around. He noticed all the inquisitors had already knelt and covered their ears. Though confused, he followed their lead. It didn't take long for him to understand why. Moments ago, one of the inquisitors had prayed to their deity, notifying her of the operation's commencement. That prayer was relayed to her champion, Yule Razian. They were to start the operation. With the signal received, Yule moved. Far beyond the Outland's boundary, at the opposite end of the vast city, she stood at the rear gate. Though the distance between them spanned the entirety of Baldornos, Najin could feel her movement. Not because his senses were particularly sharp, but because her movement was simply too immense. Screech. A bone-chilling screech filled the air, like the wails of tormented souls. It echoed across the Outland's border, cutting through the city and spanning thousands of meters to pierce Najin's eardrums. The sound came first, the phenomenon followed. The massive barrier separating the Outland and the continent quivered violently. Beyond the rippling boundary, though blurred, it wasn't hard to imagine what was happening. The city was being dismantled by a single person and a single sword. Chapter 130, Demon Hunting 4. Can humans soar through the skies unassisted, without resorting to magical means? Could humanity truly escape the chains of gravity and become free? To this question, a dark mage had an answer. It's possible if you borrow the power of a sword master. Bang! After a short flight, Zarkan landed with a deafening crash. Utilizing the stable method of whump landing, achieved with the back of his head and crown, he buried half of his skull into the ground. Convulsing. What did I just witness? Amid the collapsing buildings groaning with rumbling thuds, Najin stood blinking, forgetting even to swing his sword. Goo, ha! Najin wasn't the only one dumbfounded. Even the dark mage Najin had by the collar, screaming moments prior, paused mid-shriek and wore the same expression as he stared at Zarkan, embedded in the dirt. Sir Zarkan, realizing the person half buried in the ground was his boss, the mage's eyes widened in horror. Even while being throttled, he showed touching loyalty by worrying about his superior first. Still, there's a job to finish, Najin thought. Crack. He snapped the mage's neck. Setting the limp body aside, he turned his gaze toward the twitching Zarkan, half buried in the ground. Is he alive? His neck is bent at a right angle. He's still alive. Doubtful, but he's moving, so probably. If someone survives with their neck like that, they can't possibly be human, right? Najin's words, half jest and half serious, turned out to be completely accurate. Glop. Black liquid oozed out of Zarkan's convulsing body. The liquid seeped into his sharply bent neck, causing a series of sickening pops as his neck snapped back into place. Guess he's not human. Najin clicked his tongue. The black ooze pouring from Zarkan's body was none other than the substance known as demonic energy, a signature of demons. Najin realized the man before him was the dark mage who had summoned a demon. Why was the leader of the dark mages in front of him? Najin instinctively looked up. Following the trajectory of Zarkan's flight, his gaze landed on the highest tower of Baldorno's citadel. It was too far to make out the details clearly, but atop the tower, A woman with silver-white hair waved in his direction, Yule Razian. What a certifiable lunatic. Merlin muttered, sounding utterly flabbergasted. Najin couldn't help but let out a dry laugh. So she threw a person this far. Ha, what an insane amount of physical strength. Ugh, gah, tooey. Coughing out dirt, Zarkan rose to his feet. He spat out a glob of blood from his throat and wiped his mouth. Despite having fallen from such a height at such speed, his body bore no visible injuries. Or rather, any injuries he had sustained were already gone. Watching his pitiful state, it was hard to believe that Zarkan was an exceptionally powerful dark mage. Among mages, those reaching the 8th circle were classified as archmages. Zarkan had reached the 6th circle, a level of power not to be underestimated. In a proper fight within his territory, exterminating him would require at least an expert-level squad and 2 sword seekers. If you added a demon to the mix, without specialized help from demon hunters or inquisitors, taking Zarkan down would be near impossible. Battling a demon contractor, a volatile wildcard, was no easy feat. Yes, Zarkan was undoubtedly formidable. He should be. Anyway, Najin squinted. After witnessing such a ridiculous landing, even someone as perpetually serious as him found it hard to take the opponent seriously. You bastard, Zarkan spat, his expression twisted with fury. He gestured, dispelling the dust cloud around him. Scanning the area, he found the bodies of his subordinates scattered across the ground, and at the center of the carnage stood a boy. Was this your doing? Who the hell are you? He growled, glaring at Najin. The demonic energy swirling around him radiated a ferocious pressure in an attempt to intimidate Najin, but it had no effect. Sheeing. Najin raised his sword in response, wordlessly admitting to Zarkan's accusation. To answer the second question, he replied, Najin. Stars shimmered over his raised blade. The Star of Dawn. He was the Star of Dawn, herald of the end of night. In the night sky, 2 stars glimmered brightly. A demon contractor was someone who borrowed power or authority from a demon through a contract. Najin had faced one such individual before, the Demon Knight, Verhagen, a foe he had vanquished with Excalibur. Verhagen had been a sword expert, but after contracting with a demon, he had ascended to the level of a sword seeker. When he deployed his domain and began using the demon's authority, his strength rivaled even the upper echelon of sword seekers. Normally, they don't get that absurdly strong. The demon he contracted with was unusually high-ranking. Ancient demon Arkand, according to Merlin, the demon Verhagen had contracted with was exceptionally powerful, which explained his dramatic rise in strength. Hearing it, Najin had once thought, the victory against Verhagen wasn't mine, it was Excalibur's. Had it not been for that nearly unfair weapon, he wouldn't have stood a chance. How strong would he need to become to defeat such an opponent without Excalibur? Even after reaching the level of a sword seeker, Najin often pondered the question. Verhagen had been overwhelming in that domain. He had a chance to find the answer. Merlin, yeah. This dark mage, Zarkan. How strong is he, compared to Verhagen? About the same, maybe a bit stronger. The demon he contracted with hasn't shown up yet, so I can't say for sure. Judging by his demonic energy, it's probably mid-tier at most. Stronger than Verhagen, who had deployed a domain. Najin's lips curled into a satisfied smile. It was a chance to prove how much he had grown. Roughly 6 months had passed since the battle with the Demon Knight. During that time, Najin had dedicated himself to growing stronger. He wanted to test the fruits of that effort. The smile faded from Najin's face, while Zarkan continued snarling at Najin, oblivious to the shift in the latter's demeanor. Najin adjusted his stance. He lowered his sword, sinking into a crouch, pulling his arm behind his back as he took a measured breath. One breath. The moment he exhaled, Zarkan's eyes lost track of Najin's movement. No, Najin didn't disappear from his vision. Rather, Najin completely filled Zarkan's sight, closing the distance in an instant. Before Zarkan could react, Najin swung his sword. Boom! The collision between Zarkan's demonic energy and Najin's sword aura created an explosive roar. The impact sent Zarkan's feet into the air, his demonic energy holding firm against the attack, but his physical body couldn't withstand the force. It was like smashing a helmet with a hammer. The helmet might hold its shape, but the head inside wouldn't fare as well. Gah! Zarkan gasped as the blow knocked the air out of him, but that was as far as Najin got. Swinging his arm, he summoned an invisible force. He was an adept of the field magic school, specializing in manipulating invisible fields of force. And while his foray into dark magic had changed his style somewhat, the technique remained a cornerstone of his arsenal. Wielding the force field like a bludgeon, he struck Najin's sword. With a sharp crack, the impact sent Zarkan skidding backward. Zarkan glanced down at his arm. Despite layering it with force fields and demonic energy, the bone was broken. Black ooze quickly seeped in, repairing the fracture, but he couldn't hide his alarm. A significant chunk of both his demonic energy and mana had been torn away in that clash. The power granted by demons wasn't infinite. Even if the demons themselves had boundless strength, the energy a contractor could draw was limited. If he expended all his demonic energy, he'd be reduced to an ordinary human. That can't happen. Zarkan turned his gaze to Najin, who stood calmly with his sword raised. The boy's relaxed demeanor only served to irritate him further. What's the point of this fight? Even if he managed to kill Najin, he wouldn't escape alive. If Najin were weaker, he might have been able to dispatch him quickly and flee, but the opponent wasn't so easily dismissed. Damn it all, Zarkan scowled. He was contemplating his options when a voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Ah, I nearly forgot to mention something important. Yul Razian's voice said. Zarkan's pupils contracted. How was she speaking to him from such a distance? It was a technique achievable only through a sword master's supreme mastery of mana, transmission via mana threads. Her voice, carried on mana, continued. If you defeat that boy, I'll let you live. There are noble humans who fight with all their might in the face of certain death, but you're not one of them. Are you? You need a suitable reward to give your all. Yul's voice trembled slightly, not from fear, but from exhilaration. I give you my word in my name, so please, do your best. What an utterly insane woman. Zarkan couldn't ignore her proposition. If death was inevitable, he'd rather gamble on the chance she was telling the truth. The executioner of the Starblood sect may be mad and capricious, but she doesn't lie. I have to trust that. Zarkan locked eyes with Najin. His decision was quick. Great Morphos, lend me your strength. The moment he whispered the words, his back split open, and 3 arms, each with 7 fingers, burst forth. Morphos was a mid-tier demon with 7 arms, each bearing 7 fingers. Its domain was refraction. Having forged a contract with Morphos, Zarkan had been granted 3 of its arms. A wicked grin twisted across his face as power surged through him. The connection to such a higher being brought with it a rush of euphoria, convincing him he could wield even 7th circle magic. With 2 human arms and 3 demonic ones, Zarkan commanded 10 human fingers and 21 demonic ones. For a mage of the field magic school, whose spells relied heavily on hand gestures, additional fingers and arms were an enormous boon. When those extra limbs came from a demon, the advantage grew exponentially. There was a reason field magic mages often became demon contractors alongside the blood arts practitioners. Their compatibility with demonic enhancements was unmatched. Ahaha! Laughing wildly, Zarkan swung his arms. The 3 demonic appendages moved as if they had always been his own. Each of his 10 original fingers could summon a force field, and with 21 new fingers, he conjured an additional 21 fields. Crack, crack, crack. The ground shattered beneath the onslaught as the overlapping force fields shot toward Najin like invisible maelstroms. Najin, who had been calmly observing until then, narrowed his eyes. He turned slightly, as if addressing someone unseen. Is this his full power? Yep. He brought out the demon's power now, a mid-tier demon. Marphos has the domain of refraction. It seems he was originally from the field magic school. That's enough. What? Najin twirled his sword in a casual circle. I don't need to know more. Tell me if it gets dangerous. Until then, let me test myself. Test yourself. Against what? Najin's face grew serious, his gaze fixed on the approaching maelstrom of force fields. I want to test how far this body of mine can go. Having obtained a star's power, slain a dragon, and bathed in dragon blood, he had yet to truly push himself to the limit. Before venturing to the outland, he needed to know his own boundaries and what he was truly capable of. Merlin blinked and chuckled. Fine, do as you like. The maelstrom of invisible force fields bore down on Najin. The waves of refracted energy were imperceptible to the naked eye, but the subtle ripples in the air and the shifting currents of wind revealed their paths. Najin didn't retreat. Instead, with a measured step, he charged straight into the heart of the onslaught. Slash! His sword aura tore through the first force field, causing an explosion of light and air pressure. Using the burst to propel himself forward, he continued advancing. Seated atop the highest point of the citadel, Eulrasian watched the battle unfold below. Her crimson eyes focused intently on the clash between Zarkin and Najin. The ringing of metal, the detonation of energy, the spray of blood, it all formed a symphony of combat that resonated in her very soul. Her lips curled into a faint smile as she savored the sight of the struggle. She loved blood and death, but as much as she loved those things, she also adored battle, the clashing of wills, the heat of life and death struggles. More than anything, she cherished the razor-thin moment when victory tipped her way, the instant an opponent, after a grueling exchange, was finally vanquished, when her life, teetering on the edge of death, was reclaimed in the most vivid of ways. In those moments, Yule felt truly alive. The fiercer the fight, the closer to death. The more potent the victory, the more intoxicating the life reclaimed. That intensity was the essence of Yule's existence. She was utterly enthralled by the boy below. Life was evident in his every movement. That spark, some called it the soul, others the will to live, was unmistakable. To Yule, it was vitality, the light that signified one's devotion to life itself. She had seen it countless times in humans, beasts, and monsters, but only rarely did she encounter vitality so vivid, so raw. Najin's vitality was like nothing she had ever seen. She didn't know what it was. That unfamiliarity intrigued her. Should she kill him and extinguish that light or let it grow, only to snuff it out later? Her bloodthirst flared and subsided in an endless cycle as conflicting desires warred within her. Yule's smile deepened. Climb higher. Reach the level of a sword master. Challenge me. Fight me as an equal. Push me to the brink of death, and let us determine who survives. Her fingers trembled as she fantasized about that future, where either she or Najin would stand triumphant, bathed in the other's blood. She relished the contradiction, both yearning to kill Najin and to be killed by him. Even that inner turmoil was a delight. Her attention sharpened as Najin slashed through one of Zarkin's demonic arms. That's one. Najin's murmured words were accompanied by a faint smile, his blade gleaming. Yule chuckled aloud. What else could she do? It was a move even a sword master like her hadn't foreseen. Chapter 131, Demon Hunting. 5. Zarkin was a troublesome foe. Despite his ridiculous and almost comical introduction, his power was no laughing matter. Even Najin, who had reached the rank of sword seeker and wielded 2 stars, found that Zarkin was no small threat. What a nuisance! As the battle continued, Najin frowned. Zarkin's mastery of force field-based magic made him a particularly vexing opponent. Unlike most spells that inflicted damage only when they struck a target, Zarkan's magic wasn't so straightforward. Each of his fingers could control one force field. With 10 human fingers and an additional 21 demonic ones, Zarkan controlled a total of 31 force fields. Each of those force fields was a large, solid bludgeon. They pounded the ground relentlessly, blocked Najin's sword strikes, and served as both offense and defense. Even at a distance, they acted as a deterrent, leaving no opening for Najin to exploit. Their power isn't negligible either. The way they chip away at my sword aura with each clash. On top of that, the force fields were nearly invisible to the naked eye, making them even harder to deal with. Though Najin was steadily reducing their numbers, he was losing the war of attrition. At that pace, he would be defeated. Still, did Najin feel a sense of crisis? Not quite. His gaze remained calm and unwavering. He narrowed his eyes. The thunderous thumps and crashes from the 31 force fields didn't capture his attention. Instead, he focused on a different sound, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Listening to his own pulse, he judged he still had some margin. In the past, that would have been his limit. Pushing his body further would have led to strain and breakdown. Even then, he felt the potential strain, but for some reason, he also felt like he could push harder. He trusted his instincts. Thump, thump, thump. His heart pounded faster. Blood coursed rapidly through his veins. Muscles stretched, nerves fired at heightened speeds, and his entire body felt taut enough to snap. Surrounding it all, mana acted as a buffer, protecting his straining body. Boom! He stepped forward. His intention was to move as he usually did, but even he was startled by his speed. Where his usual movements produced a sharp tap, that time the sound was akin to a cannon blast. Boom! Slash! Najin cut through a force field, sliding across the ground in a burst of acceleration. He wasn't the only one shocked. Zarkan's eyes widened in disbelief, wondering if Najin had been holding back. Najin, who had initially been taken aback by his own speed, soon broke into a grin. So this is how it feels. It took him only a few exchanges to adjust to his newfound capabilities. He quickly grasped how to move his body and began to understand the changes brought about by the stars and the dragon blood coursing through him. It's not just that my body is strengthened. The vessel itself has grown larger. Najin realized that Merlin was right. The changes to his body weren't simply about increased strength. His very being, his vessel, had expanded, allowing him to contain and wield far greater power. When he acquired a star, he earned the right to challenge the heavens. It wasn't a metaphorical or abstract idea. It was a tangible change to his existence. Though he wasn't yet sure how to fully utilize the power of his star, his body had evolved to accommodate it. His vessel had grown, enabling him to handle immense power with less strain. Najin could push himself further than ever before. Focusing inward, he examined the pathways through which mana flowed within him. The main channels remained largely unchanged, but smaller offshoots had sprouted around them, like roots spreading from a tree. Though small and seemingly insignificant, the branches enhanced the precision and efficiency of his mana control. He planted his foot firmly against the ground. Mana, which had been evenly distributed throughout his body, surged into his legs. The branches of mana flowing into his limbs allowed him to accelerate with pinpoint efficiency. By the time Zarkan's force field struck, Najin was already gone. The distance between them vanished in an instant. Zarkan's gaze remained fixed on the wrong place. He hadn't even realized Najin was already upon him, and he paid dearly for that lapse. Thud. Najin stomped down, redirecting mana into his torso, arms, and shoulders. With a precise swing of his sword, he cut through one of Zarkan's arms in a clean motion. Slash. The blade sliced through flesh and bone, sending the severed limb flying. Black ooze, demonic energy, poured from the stump, attempting to reattach the arm, but Najin wasn't about to let that happen. He grabbed the dismembered arm and slammed his foot against the ground, widening the gap between himself and Zarkan. slashing at the trailing ooze. He severed the connection entirely. It all happened so quickly that Zarkan only realized his arm was gone when the pain set in. Splat. Sliding to a halt, Najin casually tossed the severed arm aside. "One down," he said, a smirk spreading across his face. The sudden acceleration, achieved by concentrating mana into a single point, pushed Najin beyond the limits of his physical body. However, since the mana acted as a buffer, the strain on his body was minimal. Realizing this, he began to employ the technique more aggressively. For Zarkan, who had barely been keeping up with Najin's movements, it was a nightmare. Losing one arm was already a significant blow. Luckily for him, it was one of his human arms, not a demonic one. Even so, the loss was costly. 5 of the force fields tied to that arm had disappeared. As an experienced mage, he quickly adapted. Without panicking, he used a force field to crush the bleeding stump, staunching the wound. Crunch. Pain twisted Zarkan's face into a grimace, but that was as far as it went. Gritting his teeth, he swung his remaining arms to unleash a barrage of force fields. Crack, crack, crack. Force fields scraped the ground and surged toward Najin. Transparent cubes radiated destructive energy, pulverizing anything they touched. Buildings crumbled into dust with faint cracking sounds as the force fields rolled over them. Anything caught in their path, be it flesh, bone, or steel, would be obliterated. Najin was never where the force field struck. Was it because his movements had grown faster? That wasn't the full story. He didn't move quickly at all times. Instead, he conserved his strength, only accelerating at the perfect moments, slipping through the smallest openings in Zarkan's attacks. Blood dripped from Zarkan's shoulder as frustration mounted. It felt as though Najin was toying with him, moving unpredictably, accelerating only when necessary. Fighting such an opponent was maddening. With each exchange, Zarkan's injuries multiplied. Blood flowed steadily from his wounds. Up to that point, a drawn-out battle would have favored him, but the situation had reversed. Najin's newfound efficiency and precision had turned the tide. Zarkan realized the grim truth. Damn it, this is just ridiculous. He decided to unveil his trump card. The technique, one that consumed an extreme amount of mana, had been reserved for a decisive moment. It was time to wield the authority of the demon, Marphos. Marphos, the demon of refraction, governed the concepts of bending and distorting. The demonic hands protruding from Zarkan's back moved on their own. His force fields, which had previously retained their cube-like shapes, suddenly began to warp and twist. The once static fields bent, turning at impossible angles to match Najin's movements. Thud. Najin's eyes widened when a distorted force field struck his shoulder. Though he reacted quickly, it wasn't enough to evade entirely. Flesh tore from his body and blood gushed from the wound. It wasn't a one-time attack. 26 force fields moved erratically, constantly changing shape and trajectory. They bent, twisted, and refracted unpredictably, attacking Najin from all directions. For Zarkan, controlling such chaos wasn't easy. Blood trickled from his nose, and veins bulged in his reddened eyes. Every bit of his 7th circle computational ability was focused on controlling the distorted force fields. Even with Marphos's demonic hands assisting him, the toll was immense. Each adjustment to the size or shape of a force field consumed enormous mana. If he couldn't end the fight quickly, he'd be drained completely. Zarkan unleashed his ultimate spells. 3rd circle magic, fragmentation. 6th circle magic, force field storm. The 21 force fields split in half, increasing to 42. Then they fractured again, multiplying into 84 smaller force fields. The fragments spun wildly, creating a storm of destruction. Buildings caught in the storm disintegrated into powder, leaving no trace behind. That was the power of a 6th circle spell. There was no place for Najin to run. Taking a long breath, he charged directly into the storm. Within the whirling chaos, flashes of white light flickered. Each time a light appeared, the storm grew smaller and weaker. Finally, with a resounding crack, Najin tore through the storm and emerged on the other side. He wasn't unscathed. Blood dripped from his legs and shoulders, where chunks of flesh had been torn away, but none of the injuries were life-threatening. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward Zarkan. That's when he saw it. Zarkan extended his arm toward him. Of the 26 force fields, he had used 21 for his force field storm. That left 5 force fields unaccounted for, all concentrated in the hand of his human arm. He snapped his fingers. Sixth circle magic, refraction. The 5 force fields merged into one, twisting and bending as they surged toward Najin. Their distortion turned them into a deadly weapon, capable of breaking and scattering anything in their path. Enhanced by Morphos's authority, the spell's power rivaled that of a 7th circle technique. Zarkin had overlooked one thing: the concepts of bending and breaking, refraction itself, were ill-suited against Najin. The boy had never bent or broken under any circumstance. Najin's sword shone with unwavering light, and he firmly planted his foot, drawing his blade into a stance that symbolized defiance. It was a sword meant to slay demons. With a clean swing, his blade shattered the force field head-on. Once, his name had been Zarkan Blen. He had been a promising prodigy. Like everyone, he had his own story. Whatever the weight of his past, he had lived his life with purpose. Zarkan Blen, a rising star of the field magic school, possessed undeniable talent, reaching the 6th circle at the age of 67, a feat that few could achieve after a lifetime of study. Talent is both a blessing and a curse. Zarkan's abilities marked him as exceptional, yet they also made his limits painfully clear. For 30 years, he toiled without progress, unable to break past the 6th circle. By 97, he realized the truth. His potential had run dry. Once hailed as a genius, he became nothing more than an aging mage. To escape death and decay, he chose a different path. He abandoned his principles, betrayed his master's teachings, and sacrificed his soul to forge a contract with a demon. In the end, all his efforts crumbled. Najin's unwavering blade severed his neck in a single, decisive strike. With a soft thud, Zarkan's head fell to the ground. Chapter 132, Demon Hunting 6. Zarkan's head fell. Deprived of its supporting neck, it succumbed to gravity and plummeted to the ground. The earth, melted and warped by his earlier spell, offered no resistance and swallowed the head with a wet splash. That marked the pitiful end of Zarkan, a dark mage who had lived for over a century. Few deaths could be considered dignified, but his demise seemed especially so, even when compared to others. Crunch. His headless body crumbled to dust. When humans die, their bodies remain, but those who have bargained with demons leave nothing behind. Their soul and body long since surrendered as payment. A death without a single thing left behind was the price paid for choosing an easy path and forsaking convictions. In a way, that demon knight you cut down long ago was lucky. Merlin, observing the scene, spoke. At least he left behind a corpse. Verhagen had been slain with Excalibur. Since Excalibur had severed the very demon Verhagen made a pact with, it rendered the contract void. As a result, Verhagen had been allowed to die as a human. While it might have been his misfortune to meet Najin, it was fortunate for him since it enabled him to die as a human. Is that really luck? Depends on how you see it. Najin flicked his sword lightly. Regardless, he had won and defeated Zarkan with his own strength, without drawing Excalibur. Feeling his growth, a quiet sense of pride welled within him. At that moment, as he savored his small triumph, a flicker of light caught his eye. A dark mage, barely alive amidst the chaos, pointed a staff at Najin. It was difficult to say the mage had survived. Considering their state, they were dying from excessive blood loss. Before Najin could respond, slash. The dark mage's body split apart after a sharp arc cleaved both the mage and the building they hid in cleanly in two. As if that weren't enough, the ground itself was carved into a straight trench. The sound arrived a beat later. Screech. It was sword aura, launched faster than the speed of sound. Fired from the peak of the fortress, it had sliced through hundreds of meters of air. Caught mid-movement, Najin blinked in disbelief. The scene before him defied comprehension. You know, I've been thinking this a lot lately. Hmm. The gap between a sword seeker and a sword master is just absurdly wide, isn't it? Well, would a transcendent be a transcendent without cause? The journey from sword seeker to sword master is divided into 3 stages for a reason. Those 3 stages represent actual layers of progress. Sprouting, blossoming, full bloom, those were the 3 stages a sword seeker had to pass through to become a sword master. You know Roslyn Escalo, that mercenary leader you're friendly with. She's a sword seeker too, but she once diced up 3 other sword seekers at once. The only difference was that she'd gone through the sprouting stage. Now that you mention it, she did, Najin nodded. That's how it works. With each step you ascend, it becomes harder to compare yourself to others on the same level. Mages aren't so different. Speaking of which, did I ever tell you that the concept of a mage's circle wasn't properly established until, as Merlin rambled on, Najin half listened, letting most of her words slip from one ear and out the other. While she droned on, a soft tap sounded in the distance. Ulrasian leapt gracefully down from atop the fortress and landed in front of Najin. Unlike Zarkan's earlier crash landing, her descent was elegant. Her white hair shifted slightly, but even her hem remained pristine. Good work. She greeted Najin with her usual doll-like expression, though a faint smile graced her lips. Then, she clapped her hands together. You've exceeded expectations. What a splendid battle. My guard is giving you a thumbs up as we speak. They especially enjoyed the part where you cleanly split the head open and are offering quite a detailed commentary on it. Yes, I understand. I'll convey the message. Yes, yes, yes. Yule frowned slightly and muttered into the air before curtly saying, Silence, shut up. Excuse me, Najin asked, startled. Oh, not you. I was addressing my guard's whispers. She batted her ears as though shooing away an insect. Najin felt an odd sense of kinship. After all, Merlin had been endlessly rambling on with self-aggrandizing stories as well. People who spent their days with incessantly chattering constellations learned to filter such noise. Yule and Najin were prime examples. Ignoring the voices in their heads, they turned their attention to one another and spoke. That was quite a spectacle. You seem to enjoy combat of that nature, using the terrain and creating variables. I enjoyed such battles too, before ascending to Sword Master. It brings back memories. Yule nodded, a satisfied smile playing on her face. You've only recently reached Sword Seeker. Correct, yet you've already accomplished so much. I find myself wanting to see more of your combat prowess. Ah, thank you. Yule's eyes narrowed, studying Najin keenly. You're still holding back, aren't you? There's something you haven't shown me yet. I don't know what it is, but you still seem at ease. Her gaze sharpened. So how about it? How about what? A duel with me. You mean an actual duel, not just sparring? Of course. I don't trust myself to hold back. I lack the control of a sword saint. I'll limit my sword aura, but I can't guarantee I won't kill you. If death is a possibility, then it's not a spar, it's a duel. Her clear, expectant eyes fixed on Najin. I want to see your limits in a duel. You might die, but hey, up for it. That was how Najin interpreted her words. He wasn't suicidal. Well, what do you say? I'll pass. How disappointing. Yule sighed, but her face betrayed genuine regret. Once, someone had compared dark mages to mold. From Najin's perspective, it was a strikingly accurate analogy. After all, operations to eliminate dark mages were eerily similar to cleaning mold. Simply scrubbing away the mold dark mages that illegally occupied the wall cities wasn't enough. You had to eradicate the source. You'd rip off the wallpaper, pry out the planks, and replace the wood that had absorbed moisture. That, or you'd ventilate the room to drive out the dampness. The post-purge efforts against dark mages mirrored the process exactly. Burn all their research material to ashes, destroy their workshops, and topple their research facilities. Without such thorough measures, it wouldn't take long for a new dark mage to show up at the same spot, exclaiming, "What a perfect place to use those free research notes." The pattern was evident when the workshop left behind by Kefallen, a seventh circle dark mage who had once plunged the Empire into terror, became a treasured asset for his successors. "I heard you're heading to the Outland." That was why Najin was walking alongside Yule Razian. As they walked, Yule casually swung her sword. With every swing, buildings suspected of being dark mage research facilities split apart with a sharp crack. "Yes, I plan to head to the battlefield of stars." "Is that so?" The cleaved buildings crumbled, disintegrating into fine dust that drifted away in the breeze. "Then be cautious." Her warning wasn't the usual advice about the dangers of the Outland. It came from a sword master who had transcended, wandered the Outland, and still frequently ventured there whenever time allowed. The Outland, the edge of the world, the deeper you go into its depths, the more you'll find yourself doubting. "Doubting?" Najin asked, confused, doubting your very existence. To put it another way, you'll experience a denial of your being. Najin blinked, struggling to make sense of her cryptic words. Yule elaborated further. "You are aware, aren't you, that you will no longer age? I know that reaching the level of a sword seeker grants freedom from aging." "Yes, any warrior or mage who reaches a certain threshold of power stops aging. They transcend mortality. It's not complete immortality, but they become something akin to an immortal and are no longer at risk of dying from old age." She continued, "The world rejects such beings. It's unnatural. Biologically and ecologically, we are anomalies. The cycle of life and death, of birth and return to nature, is the natural order of the world. To the world, people like you and me are mistakes. A mistake, something erroneous and unnatural. Thus, the world rejects us and pushes us away to its outskirts. The Outland is where such castaways gather. Not all of them, but most. That's why they call it the place for those who should have already died. It was a place closer to the afterlife than life. Interpret it as you will, but I personally believe the Outland exists to do what the world cannot. And that is, to bring about the death of the undying." Yule stopped walking and turned to look directly at Najin. "Do you know how transcendents meet their end?" "No, I don't. A transcendent cannot die by conventional means. That might hold true in the continent's bounds, perhaps, but in the Outland, where the rules of the world hold less sway, they come very close to true immortality. Still, that immortality is only physical. What could bring about their end?" Yule tapped her temple lightly. "The moment they begin to doubt their existence, the moment their story falters, when they lose their confidence in themselves, a transcendent dies." She gently swung her sword. Another building split apart, crumbled, and vanished into nothingness. When one denies themselves in the Outland, their body corrodes and twists. They cease to be human, becoming something closer to a beast. Eventually, they lose themselves entirely. That's when a transcendent truly dies. Perhaps that was why Yule lifted her gaze to the sky, staring at the stars that filled the night. She softly murmured, "Do you know why the stars burn so brightly? Is it to illuminate the darkness? That's unlikely. It's because every time someone gazes at their star and reflects on the feats associated with it, the constellations feel the clarity of their existence. They are freed from the doubts that gnaw at them." Her face remained expressionless. "It's their plea to be seen, to be remembered. The light the stars emit is close to an act of desperation." Najin glanced at Merlin. She remained silent, though he recalled the tales she had once shared. "Constellations aren't as great as you think. They're not as noble as you believe. In fact, some might be even more wretched than you." They're the ones stranded in Camlan, endlessly yearning for the next step in their unending journey. Was that what she had meant? As Najin pondered, Merlin, noticing his gaze, finally spoke. That girl didn't tell you the whole story. That's not all the Outland is. And the stars shine for other reasons as well, but Merlin gave a bitter smirk. Most stars are like that. It's a sky full of heroes who stopped being heroes. Not too bad. What? Najin shrugged. Amid the fakes, the real ones shine, even brighter. Don't they? Merlin blinked. Then she broke into laughter tinged with both disbelief and satisfaction. They walked on until Yule stopped again. She turned and regarded Najin intently. That's why your decision surprises me. Most start preparing to leave for the Outland after living about 100 years. By 120, they head there because their bodies begin to corrode if they remain on the continent. Najin was only 18, far too young to embark on a journey to the Outland. Najin tilted his head slightly. If corrosion starts at 120, then how are you still on the continent, Lady Yule? By his reckoning, Yule Razian was at least 150 years old. Historical records placed her age at a minimum of 150, with some suggesting she was closer to 200. How was she still active there? Ah, I'm an exception, Yule replied nonchalantly. I'm a peculiar case, not a reference point. I live simply without burdensome thoughts or a need to doubt myself. They say ignorance and forgetfulness are blessings, and I've embraced that. She offered Najin a faint smile. I live for the pleasures of the moment. I have no grand aspirations of saving the world, perfecting swordsmanship, or fulfilling some lofty ambition. Perhaps that's why corrosion hasn't caught up with me. Listening to her, Merlin shook her head in disbelief. Don't ask me how it works. She's an oddity, even from our perspective. An oddity among the constellations. On the continent, she was regarded as a slaughterer and a murderer. In the Outland, she was a singularity. Najin found himself chuckling involuntarily. Before long, they arrived at the gates of Baldornos. The city had been cleared and the purge was complete. Standing before the gates, Yule turned to Najin. In the Outland, never doubt yourself. Many will try to shake you, to make you falter and crumble. Stay steadfast. She grinned, or you could always take the simpler path like me. I'll pass on that. A pity. I thought I might make a kindred spirit. She didn't look particularly disappointed, despite her words. Ah! Just as Najin was about to depart in his carriage, Yule called out with a short exclamation. When he turned back, she spoke, as though something had just occurred to her. I nearly forgot. Raising her hand, she pointed to the sky. Above them, a constellation of 10 stars glimmered, each a different hue reminiscent of fireworks. Yule warned, beware the Carnival King in the Outland. The Carnival King. As she spoke the name, she loosened her collar, causing the shoulder of her otherwise modest uniform to slip down, exposing a long scar along her pale shoulder. Tracing the scar with her fingers, Yule said, if you had to name the most dangerous person in the Outland, it would undoubtedly be him. This scar is his handiwork. If you ever encounter him, run. She added one last piece of advice. If you don't want to become a clown, that is, chapter 133, The Lost 1-1. First, you vanish without a word. Then you return only to leave again. It's impossible to catch a glimpse of you. Don't you agree? The first thing Najin was greeted upon returning to Cambria was Dietta's grumbling. She glanced at him, arms crossed. You said you're leaving for the Outland tomorrow, right? Yes, that's my plan. You should take your time to relax before you go. Why the rush? Isn't it true that those who move with urgency achieve more, just as birds that never stop flapping their wings fly higher? And where did you hear that? It was in one of the books you lent me. I shouldn't have lent it to you. Dieta let out a long sigh and stepped closer to Najin. She reached for the emblem pinned to his clothes, a unique badge she had granted him alone. The emblems worn by her mercenaries and the executives of her trading company bore the mark of the snake that swallows gold. However, Najin's emblem was different. He bore a vibrant yellow flower. A golden flower, not a gold coin, was an emblem allowed to no one but Najin. It marked special treatment, proof that in his presence, Dieta was not a serpent but a girl. Najin, smiling softly, the girl ran her fingers over the golden flower on the badge. Yes, Dieta, I've been thinking, words alone aren't enough, so I've decided to leave something more tangible. She produced a small box from her pocket. With a click, she opened it to reveal a pair of rings. Understanding what that might mean, Najin's eyes flickered slightly. Was she, caught off guard once more he was stunned, Dieta chuckled mischievously. What? Did you think I was about to confess again? They aren't those kinds of rings, these are artifacts. Ah, what's that expression for? Are you disappointed? Were you expecting a confession? I mean, I could. Hey, hey, Dieta laughed. Amused, handing the box to Najin, she spoke. They're made from the remains of the red dragon and the white dragon you defeated. Did you know they were originally a single dragon? That's why they carry the concepts of pairs, bonds, and connections. It was a sort of mystique. These artifacts were crafted to reflect those properties. When we wear these rings, we'll feel connected. No matter how far apart we are, we'll always know that the other is alive. She explained. Dieta sighed and muttered, I'm worried. Out in the outland, it'll be hard to send letters or get in touch. Am I supposed to just sit around waiting until you return, not knowing if you're alive or dead? That's, that's unacceptable. I need at least to know that you're alive. Promise me you'll wear the ring. Understand? Dieta extended her left hand toward Najin, her slim, pale fingers outstretched. Smiling, she added, put it on, wherever you want. With one hand held out to Najin, she used the other to sweep her hair behind her ear. It was night time, and they were in her office. Moonlight streamed in through the window, illuminating Dieta's hair in shimmering silver light. Najin knelt on one knee and gently took her hand. At his touch, Dieta shuddered slightly, her face tinged with red. Najin smiled, though he was curious about how she'd react if he slipped the ring onto her fourth finger. He knew such a casual gesture would be disrespectful to her. He placed the ring on Dieta's left index finger, a symbol of friendship and intimacy. Looking at the ring adorning her finger, Dieta shook her head as if she had expected it. It would have been nice if you'd gone for the fourth finger, but I suppose that's something to save for later. For now, this will do. Toying with the ring snugly on her finger, Dieta nodded toward Najin, urging him to put his on as well. Najin followed suit, placing his ring on his own index finger. As soon as Najin slipped the ring on, which was little more than a white base engraved with crimson patterns, Dieta placed her hand over his. The rings clinked as they touched, and the crimson engravings began to glow, a sign of their connection. Warmth emanated from the rings, like the feeling of holding someone's hand. You can just carry it with you if it gets in the way during battles. As a swordsman, wielding your sword might be awkward with a ring, and it could get damaged in combat. Still, Dieta added with a smile, when you miss the warmth of someone's touch, squeeze the ring, it'll feel like I'm holding your hand. She clasped Najin's hand tightly. See, isn't it comforting? It's a remarkable gift. Right, I thought about making it a pendant, but rings are more symbolic. I had my reasons. I figured as much. So, do you like it? Najin shook his head. How could I not? I love it. The day Najin left Cambria, the streets were packed with adventurers and mercenaries. They had all gathered to bid farewell or catch a glimpse of the boy who had written his legend in the city. In just 1 year, the boy who stepped into the city of opportunities had risen to the white rank, the highest grade for adventurers. In that time, he'd become the youngest sword seeker, a wielder of 2 stars, and the one who slayed the red dragon, recreating the myth of dragon slaying. If Cambria's greatest talent to date had been Arthur, the boy was being heralded as his successor. Given the incredible feats he had accomplished in a single year, such claims were not unwarranted. Now, the boy was leaving Cambria for a greater stage, the outland, the world beyond. Najin strode boldly through the crowd that had gathered to watch him depart. The street overflowed with adventurers cheering him on. Amid the thunderous applause and chants of his name, he approached a nobleman waiting by the carriage at the forefront. The head of the Trebash family, Marquis Edelmer, stood ready to see him off. Well, well, who do we have here? The eternal friend of Trebash, currently the most eligible bachelor among noblewomen, the romantic they all adore. Excuse me. Have you not heard? Many noble ladies became your fervent admirers after watching the play where you and Lady Dieta were the stars. Surely, you've received your fair share of love letters. Wait, what? Najin's gaze drifted to someone behind Edelmer. One particular individual managed all correspondence addressed to him. That person, with her brown hair and golden eyes, was conveniently by the Marquis's side. I wouldn't know anything about that, Dieta muttered under her breath, avoiding Najin's eyes. Marquis Edelmer, catching the interaction, burst into laughter. You, my boy, are a sinful man. Then again, with such striking looks, skill, and romantic charm, it's only natural. A man of your caliber always steals the hearts of many ladies. He leaned closer to Najin and whispered, Be careful, a scorned lady's blade is sharper than that of any sword master. I'll bear that in mind. It was advice worth etching into his bones. After the light-hearted exchange, Marquis Edelmer cleared his throat and nodded solemnly. Understanding the gesture, Najin knelt on one knee before him. As the founder of the Cambria Foundation, the benefactor of Cambria, and as one who stands in the suns, stead on behalf of the great empire, I, Edelmer Trebash, declare this. He spoke not only to Najin, but to every adventurer in the city. The feats you have accomplished deserve praise. The deeds you carved with your sword shall be etched into this city's most enduring monument and remembered forever, just as was once done for King Arthur. In the heart of the city stood a monument inscribed with the names and deeds of those who had passed through Cambria. There, Najin's name and story would soon be immortalized. They exist to chase profit, to seek gold. Yet, an adventurer is more than just that. An adventurer may desire wealth but never betray loyalty. They are those who embrace romance. You, Najin, were an excellent adventurer and mercenary. Marquis Edelmer raised his voice. Now, you seek to become a hero. The faraway lands of the outland, the edge of the world, await you. The road to heroism will be arduous, filled with trials and hardships. With a smile, he added, Go forward with pride. Pursue honor. Never forget the romance you learned in this city. If you hold on to these three, honor, pride, and romance, your path will always be the right one. Walk the right path. Boy, Marquis Edelmer extended his hand to Najin. Rise and become a hero. Najin took his hand and stood. May your journey be filled with blessings. May you ascend to the stars and become a constellation. The Marquis stepped aside. Waiting behind him was an open carriage, ready to take Najin directly to the outland. He bowed to the Marquis in gratitude, then turned to Dieta with a smile. To glory! Thunderous applause erupted across the city. The name of the boy who had come to the city in search of opportunity, seized it and etched his legend was chanted in unison. When Najin had first arrived, no one knew his name. As he departed, everyone did. Najin, the star of dawn, the star that heralds the end of night. Amid the resounding cheers, he climbed into the carriage. It began its journey toward the outland, carrying him toward his next adventure. As the carriage moved steadily forward, Najin closed his eyes, focusing inward. Within his mind, the familiar imagery of the underground city, Atman, unfolded, a mental landscape that had grown sharper and more expansive. Awaiting him, there was the first resident of the space. Though that particular occupant seemed far from pleased with their host, she glared at Najin with clear disapproval. What's with that look? Oh, nothing, just thinking about how thrilled you seemed. What? The ring. You looked like you were ready to die of joy the moment you got it. What nonsense are you spouting now? Ignoring the pout on Merlin's lips, Nadjin dropped down beside her, sitting on the edge of the platform. So, you said you'd tell me about the Outland. Ah! With a heavy sigh, Merlin finally started to tell him. The Outland, specifically where you're headed, is a place even farther than before. It's known as the battleground of the stars. Is that where the constellations reside? Like the vision you showed me when we first met? Exactly. That's the place. Nadjin recalled the day he first encountered Merlin and the illusions she had conjured for him back then. She had shown him the weight he would have to bear in the future. He tried to summon those memories, but there was no need. Snap! With a flick of her fingers, Merlin conjured the vision before him once again. Stars were born, and stars faded beyond the horizon. The constellations that filled the sky claimed their territories and suppressed the weak. Countless young stars were cast down into the depths below, trampled underfoot. Fallen constellations glared at Nadjin, attempting to crush him beneath their immense presence. The transcendent entities sought to deny Nadjin's very existence. Unlike the first time, Nadjin did not crumble. He merely met their gaze, unyielding. That time he possessed his own star. The radiance of his star illuminated the heavens, preventing him from succumbing to the pressure of their stares. The illusion shattered. Merlin, satisfied with Nadjin's resilience, smiled. Do you understand what it means to have the qualifications now? Clearly. As that sword master told you not long ago, the most important things in the Outland are not to falter, to never deny yourself. Then Merlin added, and of course, to learn how to wield your star. With a gesture, she summoned a glimmer of starlight at her fingertips. Chapter 134, The Lost One Too. Merlin once said she could not teach him how to use the stars. It was the same as being unable to teach him how to handle imagery. What she spoke of was similar. As I said before, you must be the one to fill in the fundamentals. That never changes. Although I cannot teach you how to handle imagery, just as I taught you how to materialize it. Merlin wiggled her fingers, and a blue constellation shone from her fingertips. I can at least tell you what the stars are and how I handle this power. It's up to you to fill in the fundamentals, but I can show you the direction. Nadjin listened carefully to her words. Normally, Merlin talked too much nonsense, bragged about herself endlessly, and sometimes seemed utterly unimpressive. You just thought something very rude, didn't you? She asked. No, not at all. Nevertheless, Merlin was a constellation who possessed 11 stars. Other than Arthur and the Witch of the Abyss, she had more stars than any other. Stories of stars from such a great constellation, Merlin's insistence. She had more than 10 stars, so she claimed she was a great constellation and not like other constellations, were indeed worth listening to. The feats you achieve become stars. Stars are infused with your stories. Therefore, when you draw power from the stars, it means you are recreating those achieved feats. Recreating. Yes, recreating. For instance, something like this. One of her 11 stars began to glow. I have drowned countless demons. There was a time I summoned a massive flood that submerged entire demon citadels. This star is the result of that, and when this star shines, demons say this: the wave is coming, the wave is here. To them, I was the wave, an unstoppable calamity. Merlin explained, the story embedded in the star, what someone imagines when looking at the star, and most importantly, the imagery you yourself see when you gaze at your own star. When all of these aspects come together, the star becomes a story. What happens when it becomes a story? Imagine this world as a novel. Merlin said, and such. Merlin said, to wield the stars means to insert your own story within this world. It means inscribing your unshakable self into the sentences and words of this vast narrative. She gestured. From her fingertips, a star glimmered. Her 11 stars flickered, scattering pale blue light. Amidst the blinking lights, Merlin spoke, but her voice was not heard. It was merely inscribed, "The wave is coming, the wave that will sweep away everything." And then the wave crashed. A massive shadow loomed over the underground city. Najin realized too late that it was the shadow of a massive wave that reached all the way to the sky. It obscured the underground city's sky and covered the stars as it fell upon the city. The wave roared, and the torrent swept through. Buildings collapsed, swallowed by the wave. Nothing could retain its form before the enormous torrent. Everything within sight crumbled. The wave submerged an entire city in an act akin to drowning. Swept up by the wave, Najin found himself forcibly ejected from the imagery. Back in reality, he exhaled the breath he had been holding. That's about what it feels like. Beside him, Merlin wiggled her fingers, watching her. His eyes reflected a long-forgotten sense of awe. Sometimes he forgot the person with him was truly amazing. Of course, not every constellation can create phenomena as massive as I can. Most of them use their stars to affirm their existence with phrases like, "I am the fire that burns eternally," or "I am the unbreaking sword." "I have to be grander, don't I?" Merlin smirked as she muttered. "A great constellation such as myself doesn't just use the story contained in a single star. I don't stop at strengthening myself. I cause grand phenomena." She shrugged. "The star I earned by drowning countless demons, the one I earned by submerging a city, and the star I gained when I swept away the witch's army with a wave. I link the stories of several stars together and use them." Merlin was bragging again, but as soon as she noticed Najin's interest rapidly waning, she concluded her story. "Anyway, remember what kind of star you've obtained and the story contained within." Najin gazed at his own stars. One was the star of challenge, and the other was the star of dragon slaying. In the Outland, where everything about you is denied, only your stars will affirm your existence. Najin arrived at the Outland's border. It was different from the last time he set foot there. Instead of the frontlines guarded by the Empire's forces, he found himself on a path leading to barren, strategically worthless terrain, a place closest to the Star Place, the battlefield of the stars. He stepped toward the opaque barrier. The moment he crossed the boundary, the air changed. The flow of mana reversed. Up until that point, it was the same as when he last visited the Outland. His senses didn't scream. His heart didn't race wildly. The mana within his body didn't churn violently, nor did his vision blur with bloodshot intensity. He silently raised his hand. Unlike before, when his skin cracked and his body crumbled without mana to shield it that time, his body was perfectly fine, even without any mana protecting him. "Who?" he exhaled softly. Even breathing wasn't difficult. Possessing a star meant he had earned the right to enter the Outland. He understood the significance of that. "I don't feel their gazes." Either. The last time he entered the Outland, countless stars had focused their attention on him the moment he crossed the boundary. Back then, he had been an obvious outsider. That was no longer the case. Amid the countless stars shining in the sky, shattered into countless fragments and dyed black, Najin's stars shone as well. Compared to when he was in the continent, the stars felt closer. Feeling the presence of his stars, Najin walked forward. "You know the Outland is divided into 3 regions, right?" "Yes, I've been told." "Right. To put it simply, there's the outer region, the middle region, and the inner depths. From now on, you're heading toward the middle region. The outer region of the Outland, near the border, was where the Demon King's army and the Empire's forces clashed, and where Najin once fought as part of the Wyvern unit. Merlin had told him that the influence of the constellations was weak in the outer region. The middle region is different. Beyond the frontlines and deeper in, the middle region was referred to as the Star Place, the battlefield of stars. It was where countless stars were born and faded. The influence of the constellations was strong there, and it was not uncommon to witness transcendence. This was Najin's destination. The amount of time it took to reach the middle region of the Outland depended on which direction one entered from. The path Najin was currently taking was known as the Path of the Pilgrim and bypassed the outer region to lead directly to the Star Place. It was the same path countless heroes had once walked. As Najin walked, he gradually noticed the changing terrain. Where fragments of sky once revealed patches of night, the heavens were completely black. A perfect night sky stretched endlessly to the horizon. The sun did not rise. There was no blue sky, but the stars filling the void acted as a substitute for the sun. Countless stars burned in vibrant colors, their brilliant light illuminating the land. Najin continued walking. How long had he been walking in silence? Suddenly, he heard a sound. Clang, clang. It was the clash of metal against metal, a sound that humans would make. He turned his gaze toward the source of the noise. There, a knight clad in worn armor was fighting other humans who'd surrounded him. "I am Graf, Graf of the Curitan Knights," the knight shouted, his sword gleaming as a blue sword aura flared to life. Najin recognized that color. Ivan's sword aura had been the exact same hue, H-whoosh. The blue sword aura burned like fire, a sword seeker's hallmark. Graf, as he called himself, swung his searing sword and cut down the enemies surrounding him one by one. The opponent's Graf fought was strong, but his skill far surpassed theirs. Even to Najin, Graf was clearly a formidable warrior. Before long, the battle ended and Graf stood victorious. Charred bodies lay scattered on the ground. Najin watched the scene unfold from a distance. Graf, still catching his breath, suddenly turned his gaze. "Don't just stand there watching from afar. Face me honorably. One more opponent is nothing to me." He leveled his sword at Najin. Najin raised both hands. "This is a misunderstanding. I have no intention of attacking you. You're not one of theirs. I am not. I only just set foot in the Outland. I have no connection to them." "You just arrived in the Outland." Graf's eyes narrowed. He quickly assessed Najin's appearance. His equipment was unblemished. His clothing looked new. Slowly, Graf lowered his sword. "You seem to be telling the truth." "Well, this place is close to the boundary," Graf chuckled. "It's been a long time since I've seen someone from the outside. I am Graf. I once belonged to the Curitan Knights back on the continent. Do you know the name, Curitan? I read that the Curitan Knights were active around 170 years ago." "Ha! 170 years. Has it been that long? Do you know more about the Knights of Curitan? Any recent news?" "Perhaps. I know a little." "Is that so?" He gestured for Najin to approach. It was a sign that it was safe. Najin nodded and walked toward Graf. "What happened to the Curitan Knights? Do they still hold their honor? I wonder who their current commander might be." "I heard they performed well in several major battles and are regarded as one of the Empire's top 5 knight orders, among the strongest. Ha ha ha, even after 170 years. The Curitan Knights endure. That's how it should be. Brave Curitan, our swords always knew the enemies they needed to strike." He glanced at Najin. The unspoken question in his eyes was clear. Did Najin know the next part of the Curitan Knights' creed? Najin had read about it before and answered smoothly. "Sing of glory, the Knights of Curitan." "That's right. I like you." Graf laughed heartily. As Najin exchanged a few more words with him, his gaze briefly flickered to the bodies at Graf's feet. "May I ask why you were fighting these people?" "Ah, of course," Graf replied. "They insulted my pride, living in the Outland. They mocked me. 'What knight? What Curitan?' they sneered. Naturally, I had to punish them. The swords of Curitan know when they must be wielded." "Is that so?" Najin's eyes narrowed. He took a closer look at one of the bodies. No, it wasn't a corpse. Though his body was charred black, the man was still twitching. His lips moved faintly, as if trying to speak. "You said you just arrived in the Outland." "Yes." "Then you must be ignorant of its rules. In this land, it's hard to die. Killing someone is equally difficult." Graf drove his sword into the back of the fallen man. Though the man's vocal cords had burned away, preventing him from screaming, his body convulsed violently in pain. No matter how much you cut, no matter how much you burn, they won't die. Given enough time, they'll come back. How do you kill them? Then, Graf swung his sword and pierced through the man's heart. The man's convulsions stopped. His body fell still. The heart. In this land, nothing is as important as the heart. Even if you lose your limbs or your head, you must never lose your heart. That's the rule here. Of course, there are monsters here who can keep moving with their hearts pierced, but most of the time, taking the heart is enough. As Graf spoke, he pulled his sword from the body. Stuck on the tip of the blade was the man's heart. Without hesitation, he grabbed the heart with his bare hand and brought it to his mouth. Chomp. He bit into it like one might bite into an apple, chewing and swallowing with ease. Nadjan's gaze sharpened. His expression didn't change, but Graf blinked, as though confused by the look he was receiving. He pointed toward the heart still in Graf's hand. Only then did Graf seem to understand. I've been living in the Outlands so long that I forgot. Right to you. This must look like a monstrous act. Eating a heart, defiling a corpse, barbarism that no knight would ever commit. Graf smiled awkwardly, as if embarrassed. Here in the Outland, it's natural. Do you know what a heart contains? Mana, nourishment, life itself. A heart is the very embodiment of life. To take someone's heart is to take their life. He bit into the heart again, tearing away a large chunk. He chewed, then swallowed, smearing blood across his lips. Licking the blood from his mouth, he said, "It would be a waste not to use it. In this Outland, there's nothing more precious than a heart." Graf's tone was calm, as if he were simply explaining the rules of this world. Taking a heart lets you absorb starlight. Finally, he turned his blade toward Najin. The movement was natural, too natural, so much so that it felt like part of their previous conversation. Chapter 135, The Lost One 3, Graf swung his sword. The strike came without warning. His expression remained natural, his breathing steady, and there was not the faintest trace of hostility. As though it was the most natural thing in the world, Graf attacked with the same ease he would breathe with. No matter how swift Najin's reflexes were, reacting to such a sudden assault was a tall order. A tall order indeed. Yet, the moment Graf's blade began its arc, Najin drew his own sword. Kang! The clash of their sword auras sent a deafening ringing through the air. Najin staggered back a step from the force. "Impressive reflexes. I'm surprised," Graf muttered, his tone laced with a mix of admiration and amusement. While it was true that Najin's response had been quick, there was more to it than that. Najin had been wary of Graf, even before he had drawn his sword. Rightly so. Scattered across the scorched ground were bodies, humans reduced to charred remnants by Graf's sword aura, though their vocal cords had been burnt to ash. Najin had no trouble discerning what they had tried to convey through their lip movements. That man defiled our pride. He mocked us for daring to call ourselves knights and curatans while living in the Outland. When Graf had claimed, "They insulted me," they had truly been trying to say, "He's lying. That bastard killed my comrades." In truth, the attacker was none other than Graf. Ever since Najin learned the truth, his hand had hovered near the hilt of his sword, ready to act at a moment's notice. With the ambush sprung, his expression contorted into a grimace. "You said your name was Graf. Indeed, that's what I'm called. You also said you were a knight." "Correct." Najin's frown deepened, not because of Graf's ambush, but because of the claim that he was a knight. "Of course, I am Graf, a valiant knight of Curatan. Ambushes, corpse defilement, cannibalism. What kind of knight takes pride in such repulsive acts? In the Outland, this is all par for the course. You're young and naive, so I can see why you might not understand." Graf shrugged, as if his actions were perfectly reasonable. With a casual twirl of his sword, he settled into a stance. A blue sword aura surged along his blade, flickering like fire. It was a perfect stance, precise and disciplined, embodying the ideal of knighthood. That perfection only made Najin's scowl deepen. "Don't call what is wrong right. Have you never heard that phrase? A knight's creed. Is it? What's the point? Isn't it natural to prioritize survival over any values? Humans slaughter livestock to survive without a second thought. Would you call that evil? It's the same here. In this land, these acts are simply part of life. If that's how you see it, Najin's sword aura erupted in a brilliant white blaze, then you should never have called yourself a knight. With a forceful stomp, he propelled himself toward Graf. Just as he closed the gap, Merlin's voice echoed in his ears. Stop! It was Merlin's voice, but different, firm and cold, delivering a warning. Don't fight recklessly here. Actually, it may already be too late. What do you mean by that? Najin's question was soon answered. Graf, standing before him, provided the explanation. Ah, damn it, Graf heaved a sigh. The crows have caught on. Arrows rained down toward the two. They weren't ordinary arrows, they were far too large, closer in size to spears. In fact, some actual spears were mixed among them. Pababababak. Amid the barrage of arrows, spears, and other projectiles, Najin deflected what he could with his sword while throwing himself to the side. A loud thud followed as the ground he had just been standing on sank inward, forming a crater. He turned his gaze toward their attackers. At some point, when, or from where, he couldn't tell, ambushers had surrounded the area. There were at least 8 of them, and their presence sent a chill down Najin's spine. The aura emanating from them was anything but ordinary. Surviving in the Outland naturally implied they had reached at least the level of a sword seeker. Judging by the refined aura and composure they displayed, they weren't novices. They were seasoned warriors, long since fully matured in their abilities, powerful enough to be an even match for Najin. Hey, friends of the crows! Graf, swatting aside the arrows aimed at him, called out to the ambushers. That guy over there, he's got 2 stars, and they're still shining, mind you. Not like my old, worn-out star. Isn't a bright, young star like him far more valuable? He spread his arms wide, flashing a smile. Not only that, but this one's stronger than you'd expect. You've seen his reflexes, haven't you? If you're not careful, he might slip through your fingers. So here's a proposal. What if we split him? I'll help you hunt him down. Terms. I spotted him first, didn't I? How about 30% for me? 20. You're a stingy bunch. Aren't you? Fine, fine. Let's do it your way. The deal was struck. No more words were exchanged. Instead, the bows and spears aimed at Graf shifted toward Najin. Najin was genuinely taken aback, a rare occurrence. What the hell? I told you. Arrows flew again. Thunk, a spear slammed into the ground, sending shockwaves as it pierced deep into the earth. Najin deflected a spear in midair, but was knocked back several steps. His hands tingled from the impact. Before he could recover, Graf and the ambushers closed in on him. This is what the Outland is like. Kang. He stumbled as relentless attacks rained down on him. Rolling across the ground, he quickly regained his footing. When he lifted his gaze, he was met with the predatory stares of his pursuers. 9 pairs of eyes, devoid of hesitation, bore into him like those of beasts. All of their gazes were fixated on his heart. Cursing under his breath, Najin gritted his teeth. What a mess to walk into. Merlin had described the Outland before, but experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. What unsettled him the most wasn't the violence. It was the lack of malice in their eyes and actions. It wasn't an act of hatred or war for them. It was just hunting. Just as humans hunt animals with no guilt or second thought, those individuals hunted humans the same way. It was simply natural for them. For thousands of years, humanity had survived by preying on other life forms. In the Outland, the only difference was that the prey had become their own kind. The hunters surged toward their prey. A head-on battle was impossible to win. If Najin faced them one at a time, he might have had a chance. But against so many skilled combatants at once, even for him, it was too much. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. As he fled, the ambushers pursued. their numbers pressing closer as he hurled himself toward a steep slope. He didn't slow down, using the downward momentum to propel himself even faster, his feet barely touching the ground as he sprinted. He had a reputation. When he decided to run, few could catch him. His speed and talent for evasion were legendary. Not here, not in the Outland. Swish! An arrow zipped through the air with uncanny precision, narrowly missing his spine. If he hadn't twisted his body in time, it would have skewered him clean through. Even then, the next arrow grazed his calf. Thwack! The arrow's touch alone tore a chunk of flesh from his leg. Najin staggered, his footing faltering for a moment. In that instant, a glimmer of light streaked toward him. A spear, and he recognized it too late. It was an unavoidable strike. He swung his sword desperately, deflecting the spear, but the impact sent him tumbling down the slope, rolling uncontrollably. Even so, he thought, at least they lost their spear. There should be a brief lull in their attacks. Then came the voice, "My spear never leaves my side." The spear, embedded in the ground, wrenched itself free and flew back toward its owner and returned at the same speed with which it had been thrown. As soon as the man caught it, he spun and hurled it again. Swish! The spear sliced through the air, heading straight for Najin. When he deflected it again, his fingers throbbed in protest, a sickening crack resounding through his hand, but there was no time to pause. Arrows, spears, magic, they surged toward him without mercy. Graf joined in, lunging at Najin with his sword blazing with blue flames. F-whoosh! Najin barely leaned back in time to evade Graf's strike, countering with a quick slash to push him back. Graf wasn't an easy opponent to shake. Clang! Their swords clashed as Graf spun to the side, his movement revealing 5 arrows that had been obscured behind him. Schwick! Najin managed to slice 4 of them midair. The last arrow, however, embedded itself in his shoulder. The force sent him stumbling. The sequence repeated. Each attack flowed seamlessly into the next, leaving no room for reprieve. Their coordination was flawless, as if they had hunted together countless times before. "Stay calm." Merlin's voice cut through the chaos like ice. Her tone was sharp, chilling, yet reassuring, a voice that steadied Najin's pounding heart. "I'll guide you. Focus on escaping." Najin felt her presence enveloping him, though it carried no warmth or physical sensation. Merlin's existence itself was palpable. "You're good at running, aren't you? Trust yourself. Out here, there are plenty of places to hide." His vision, narrowed from panic, widened once more. "Don't fear the injuries. Here in the Outland, wounds like these are nothing. The star's powers are stronger here, and your recovery will be as well. Calm yourself." Following her advice, Najin took a deep breath, tightening his grip on his sword. His bloodshot eyes began scanning his surroundings with precision. Each shift of his gaze assessed the terrain and tracked his pursuer's movements. "That's right, just like that." Merlin's voice carried a faint smile. She gestured toward toppled stones and thick undergrowth. Without hesitation, Najin sprinted there. In an open area, he was at a disadvantage. His best option was to lure them into a space cluttered with obstacles and limited visibility. It was a fundamental strategy, and Najin executed it flawlessly. He led his pursuers into the narrow, debris-filled terrain. "I'll handle it." Though they gave chase, his pursuers weren't ignorant of his strategy. Still running at full speed, Graf stomped on the ground with enough force to send cracks rippling outward. His sword burned with a blazing blue flame. For a sword seeker, obstacles were irrelevant. Anything in the way could simply be destroyed. "My sword is fire." A tide of blue flames. The flames roared higher when Graf swung his sword, sending a wave of searing blue fire surging forward. Rocks melted into liquid, trees were reduced to ash, and the once crowded terrain was swept clean. In that same instant, Graf's arm was severed mid-swing. Najin had been waiting. Using the flames as cover, he surged toward Graf, slicing through his arm in one fluid motion. Blood sprayed while Najin twisted his wrist. adjusting his blade's trajectory. Instead of aiming for Graf's heart, his sword pierced beneath his jaw. Aiming for the heart is ideal, but it's not the only target. With a clean thrust, Najin's blade exited through the top of Graf's skull. Graf's body fell forward, and Najin prepared to drive his sword into his heart to finish the job. Graf's eyes glimmered. Even with his head impaled, his body moved, arms flailing, legs staggering. Like a beast acting on instinct, he lunged, heedless of his mortal wound. In the Outland, those who survived long enough ceased to be human. Graf was one such entity, a creature that persisted beyond the limits of life. Blood poured from his orifices, but his body refused to stop. Piercing the head makes them like this. A bit easier to deal with. Right, their movements become simpler. Merlin was right. Najin leapt backward, putting distance between them. A volley of arrows rained down where he had stood moments before and struck Graf instead, pinning his still-moving body to the ground. And then swish! A spear flew through the air, impaling Graf's heart. From a distance, Najin watched, bewildered, as one of the ambushers retrieved the spear. The man bit into Graf's heart, his expression one of blissful euphoria as he devoured it like a predator savoring its prey. These bastards really are no better than animals, Najin muttered. So that was the Outland. Was that what he would have to endure to survive? As Najin contemplated the grim reality, the Outland seemed to whisper in his ear, "You think this is all?" He sensed more presences approaching. The number of pursuers chasing him had grown. Every step he took into new terrain brought more attackers into the fray. They were all strong. Sword Seeker-level opponents surrounded him, an unending tide of combatants. Back on the continent, a Sword Seeker was a rare and invaluable resource. In the Outland, they were everywhere. How was that possible? It's a matter of time, Merlin explained. In any given era, Sword Seekers are rare. Maybe a few emerge every decade or century, but extend that timeline to 100 years, 500 years, 1,000 years. In the Outland, those who had transcended death itself accumulated over time, a growing mountain of powerful entities banished from the continent. This land is a sediment of human history. It was a place where countless masters had gathered over millennia, unable to break past the limits to transcendence, yet brimming with centuries of experience. And Najin's eyes widened. He ducked just in time as something massive passed overhead. A bone-chilling sound followed, croak, as countless trees were uprooted and flung aside. Turning, Najin saw it, a giant. The colossal figure roared, extending a massive hand toward him. The sheer scale of the hand made it impossible to dodge. He readied his sword, prepared to slice through it. "This way, boy." A hand gripped his arm and pulled him aside. Chapter 136, The Lost One 4. Someone yanked on Najin's arm from between the gaps in the massive boulders. Almost simultaneously, as he was pulled into the cave, Kung, a giant's hand, slammed onto the ground. The earth shook. The giant repeatedly pounded its palm into the ground and only seemed satisfied after a while. Departing soon after, dust rose into the air as Najin turned back. There, a man sat atop a boulder, resting with one knee propped upward. There's no need to bother dealing with giants. Sure, the myths call them giants, Chinese letter. But honestly, I don't know if they deserve the character for human Chinese letter at all, considering how dumb they are. Even sitting down, he wasn't much shorter than Najin was standing up. The man was enormous, and his voice echoed sharply through the cave, though perhaps that was partly because he was wearing a helmet. His deep voice bounced against the helmet once and reverberated again off the cave walls. "If you encounter a giant, just hide. There's no point wasting your energy trying to match strength with those oversized oafs." The man was draped in broken armor and rags. The decorations on his helmet were shattered, and scars, as if from blades, covered it. No, not just the helmet. His armor, rags, and the exposed skin between the cracks of his damaged armor were all scarred. Around his waist, a sword wrapped in chains hung at his side, and in one hand he held an enormous lance. He looked like a statue worn down by time, the kind of statue erected in a hall to honor heroes. Hey, he pointed a finger at Najin's chest. Do something about that starlight first. I can't keep my eyes open because it's so damn bright. What? Najin asked. Oh, come on, don't tell me you don't even know how to control your starlight. He sounded exasperated. You're practically screaming to the crows. Come get me. My star shines so bright. I thought you'd lost your mind, but maybe not. Najin glanced at Merlin. Take a deep breath. Your excitement is making the starlight brighter. Dim it down. Najin took a deep breath, and the man finally lowered his finger. Rising slowly, he pointed toward the other side of the cave. Aren't you being chased by crows? I know places where you can hide. He didn't wait for Najin's answer. Turning his back, he began walking. His posture seemed unguarded. Najin stood still for a moment, watching the man's back. There was no reason to trust the man. Even if he had helped, it could still be a trap. Though he hadn't been in the outland for long, he had already grasped what kind of land it was. Trust was a luxury, nothing there could be trusted. What happens if I ignore his offer? He glanced back. The outside of the cave was chaotic with the sound of the giant's stomps and the ruckus of raiders searching through the forest. A moment of silence ensued. The decision was quick. Najin followed the man. Without looking back, the man led him deeper into the cave. Inside, the clinking noise of armor echoed through the darkness. The cave stretched all the way to the edge of the forest. As soon as Najin emerged from the cave, the vast land of the outland spread before him. Vast, there was no other word to describe it. It was too immense to fully take in. Some lands were barren, others were lush. Snow fell in one place, while rain poured in another. Various climates and landscapes swirled together like paints on a palette. Stars burning in a kaleidoscope of colors filled the night sky above, and massive structures on the ground glowed under their starlight. Those enormous structures marked the territories of the constellations. A colossal sword, a lance, towers that seemed to touch the heavens, decrepit castles, moving fortresses, and slanted crosses. They were so far away it was impossible to gauge the distance, yet they defied perspective, proudly displaying their majesty. Najin's gaze drifted upward. In that lofty sky, unknown creatures floated, living beings shaped like ships docked in a harbor. Enormous beasts swam through the sky. That's a sky whale. What? Or sometimes called a star devourer. Normally, they eat the starlight scattered across the sky, but when a star grows weak enough, they swallow it whole. What kind of ridiculous creature is that? Who knows? This land is already messed up enough. If you go deeper into the outland, you'll see even worse things. There are plenty of cursed things that leaked from Camlan, too. Then what's that thing? Najin pointed toward the largest whale. The massive creature was carrying a fortress on its back. Ah, Merlin let out a short sigh. Don't look at it for too long. Don't stare at it. Merlin's voice and the man's voice echoed out almost simultaneously. The man turned to look at Najin and spoke. That's the sanctuary of the heaven-wandering star. The constellation is infamous for its foul temper. Don't look at it unless you want trouble. Najin averted his gaze. A constellation that went berserk just because someone stared. As he lowered his gaze, he glanced toward the horizon. Far, far away at the edge of the world, beyond the outland, something gleamed. Looking closely, they were stars, tiny darts in the distance, but there they were. The starlight they shed ignored the thousands, tens of thousands of kilometers between them and lit up his eyes. Why are those stars shining so brightly? Oh, those. Heh, Merlin chuckled, her laugh eerie and unsettling. Why don't you ask the man in front of you? Najin did exactly that. What are the stars gleaming at the edge of the horizon? What else? The most famous stars. The most famous stars. The stars of the round table, the star of the great hero, Arthur, the star of the archmage, Merlin, and the stars of the knights who followed them, pointing at the stars. The man spoke. They're the great stars standing guard to ensure Camlan's cursed ones don't breach the outland. Among countless fakes, they are the handful of genuine constellations. Merlin chuckled ominously. Wrapping her arms around Najin's neck, she poked his cheek repeatedly. You hear that? You heard, right? Her touch had no sensation, but it still managed to annoy him. Hey, how long have you been in the Outland? The man asked. Today's my first time. Figured as much. Anyone acting like you wouldn't have survived here long. The two continued walking, their conversation meandering with simple questions. Najin answered the man's questions and threw some of his own. May I ask your name? Hey, asking for someone's name in the Outland is about as rude as it gets. You could ask for a title. Though, then what's your title? Even asking me for a title is rude. What was he supposed to do then? The man shrugged. A name, ha, murmuring as if recalling a distant memory, the man muttered, Ah, that'll do. He knocked on his helmet with his fist, his gauntlet striking the helmet with a thud. Call me Helmet Knight. Are you a knight? For now, it was a vague answer. My name is. Do I need to know it? It's common courtesy to introduce yourself after hearing someone's name. Just listen. I didn't even give you my real name. I'll just call you Boy. That's easier. Why Boy? Of all things. Because you look like a kid. Helmet Knight smirked. Your body isn't exactly at its peak. You're just a brat at the age you appear to be. Tell me I'm wrong. Silence means agreement. You're just a rookie. Kid. While walking alongside Helmet Knight, Najin learned a few things. In the Outland, there weren't just twisted beasts or monsters. Many others wandered aimlessly there as well. Their eyes were hollow, arms hanging limply at their sides, walking without any purpose. When he saw them, what he felt was an eerie sense of wrongness. They wore human skin, but they weren't human. They weren't all that different from the monsters and beasts scattered across the land. To him, they seemed like walking corpses. There wasn't a shred of intelligence in them. The only thing that separated them from corpses was Skark. Their movements were too precise. When a monster lunged toward him, one of those hollow men suddenly moved. Their posture transformed with stunning precision, flawless footwork, perfect form, and in a single stroke, their blades slashed the monster cleanly in half. They had no will, no minds, but their bodies retained their instincts. It was as if the experiences carved into their flesh remained intact. Watching them reminded him of something. Even after driving a sword through his head, Graf still moved. Graf, with blood pouring from his eyes, nose, and ears, had kept going. The experiences etched into his body had kept him alive, even after his consciousness had faded. You've really pissed off the crows, haven't you? They're chasing you all the way here. Helmet Knight glanced behind Najin. A group of raiders was watching from afar. They maintained the same distance, carefully keeping Najin in sight. However, they didn't attack. Najin noticed them but ignored them, given their inaction. I suppose they can't afford to let you go after seeing that starlight. Helmet Knight turned, facing the raiders. Though his helmet hid his eyes, Najin felt the weight of his gaze. It was the kind of pressure only the strong could exert. Helmet Knight didn't say much. He simply threw them a challenge. Come, if you dare. The raiders hesitated, then turned away, retreating into the distance. Watching them flee, Helmet Knight scoffed before looking down at Najin. I helped you. You can admit that, can't you? There was no denying it. Najin nodded reluctantly. The man had indeed helped him. Now, if I give, I also expect to receive. Nothing is free. I want fair payment for my kindness. Do you want something from me? You don't look like you own anything worth much. But there's one thing you have that holds value, he spoke. Tell me about the outside world. Helmet Knight claimed he knew of a place where they could talk and suggested they head there. While walking, Najin threw him a question. Do you know someone named Graf? Of course I do. Graf of the Curitan Knights. He's quite famous in these parts. Is he really a knight? Helmet Knight turned his head toward Najin. What are you really asking? He called himself a knight, but he didn't look like one. There's a difference between the knights I know and the kind of knight he claims to be. What do you think a knight is? Someone who never loses their honor and pride, no matter the circumstances. Helmet Knight stopped walking. It's been a while since I've heard that. Do you perhaps admire the Knights of Atanga? Yes. Well, from their perspective, most people in this land wouldn't be worthy of the title of knight. He paused for a moment before continuing. This land is where honor, pride, and ideals lose their value. To hold on to those things here, you must be strong. Only the strong can afford to keep them. That's, of course, even the weak can hold on to honor and pride, but you've already seen what happens to the weak, haven't you? Helmet Knight sneered and pointed. In the distance, Najin saw the hollow figures wandering aimlessly across the land, people who had been broken. In this land, a normal death isn't allowed. Here, death means becoming a forgotten one who's lost everything and been utterly lost to memory. It's a fate more humiliating and disgraceful than death itself. You can shout about honor all you want while alive, but if you end up like that, Helmet Knight dragged his fingers roughly along the gap in his helmet. It's meaningless. Isn't that so? The moment you fall into such a pitiful state, no matter how honorable and proud you were in life, it all becomes worthless. You turn into something even worse than a beast. That's why survival is valued above all else in this land. On the continent, death could be honorable. Knights were allowed to die with dignity and pride. In the outland, such a death was never permitted. That was what Helmet Knight was telling him. Before coming to this land, Graf was a knight of great pride and honor. He slayed demons. He killed knights unworthy of the title. He stormed a warlock's workshop alone to rescue children they'd kidnapped. And though he came out covered in wounds, he saved them all. He continued. Graf has lived in the outland for 170 years. 170 years. Can you imagine what he's seen in that time? He's seen deaths that are neither honorable nor dignified. He's watched his comrades turn into forgotten ones. After witnessing all that, do you think he could still speak of honor and pride? Helmet Knight ran his hand over his helmet. Its decorations were broken, its surface marred with dents and scratches. The helmet had lost much of its function, yet he still wore it. Honor and pride are like a strong drink in this land. They intoxicate you, but when you sober up, all that's left is pain. Chapter 137, The Lost One, 5, Helmet Knight described honor and pride as a strong drink, intoxicating when consumed, but agony-inducing when it wears off. Najin fell silent, gazing at Helmet Knight. The knight's eyes were hidden beneath his helmet. He had always been adept at reading others' thoughts and emotions through their eyes, and found himself unable to discern anything from the man. He had no choice but to approach it differently. Are you saying honor and pride are useless? No, I never said that. Didn't I say they're like a strong drink? Alcohol is an essential part of life. Excuse me, can you imagine a life without booze? Nothing's drier than a life without a bit of drinking. You need to take a sip now and then and get a little drunk to make life bearable. Helmet Knight spoke with feigned ease. But you can't stay drunk forever. Eventually, you have to sober up, and when you do, you've got to pay for what you drank. The question was, with what? Those who lived on the continent said they would pay with their lives, but the outland would pose the question again, is that all? The deeper you indulge, the worse the hangover. I don't know how you lived back on the continent, but here's some advice. Sober up a bit. Otherwise, life will only get harder. Helmet Knight gestured with his scarred hand toward the forgotten ones wandering the outland. The lifeless figures continued their eternal struggle, unable to let go of their weapons, even in death. They were knights once too, they just couldn't remain knights forever. A death devoid of honor or pride, that Helmet Knight claimed, was the final fate awaiting those who lived intoxicated by honor and pride. After following Helmet Knight for quite a while, Najin arrived at a peculiar place. The area was littered with large rocks, their forms unnaturally jagged. They weren't stones that had naturally risen from the earth or been weathered down over time. Instead, they looked as though they had been hurled there from somewhere else. Among the massive stones, Helmut Knight came to a stop. He picked up a random rock from the ground, set it down, and sat on it. "Have a seat." He glanced around before gathering some stick-like objects from the ground and piled them together to start a fire. The firewood turned out to be severed human arms, a detail that might have been unsettling, but the fire burned perfectly well. Crackling, pop, crack, as the flames flickered. Helmut Knight finally spoke. "You said you're from the Empire." "Yes." "How much do you know about its history?" "Enough." "That's good. Do you know about the Dawn War?" Najin nodded. He was familiar with it. Researching Eurasian had brought him to that particular war. After all, that was where she had first been sighted. That was the war sparked by a rebellion from within the Empire's pillars. "Correct, I know about it." "How long has it been since that war?" 150 years. 150 years, huh? Helmut Knight murmured to himself. "That's a long time. After the war, what became of the Empire?" "The Empire emerged victorious. Sir Gerd, who led the Royal Guard at the time, executed the rebellion's leaders and secured victory." "Gerd, that guy." Helmut Knight's tone carried a hint of surprise. "Well, that's unexpected. He wasn't exactly known for being a good fighter. Then, what happened to Gerd after that?" "In recognition of his achievements, Sir Gerd was made one of the Empire's pillars. Initially, he held the lowest rank, but now, he's called the first blade of the Empire." Helmut Knight fell silent for a moment. The silence didn't last long. Soon, a rattling laugh echoed from his helmet. "Did I hear that right? Gerd, that guy, became the first blade of the Empire, the first of the pillars. He must have become a sword master and earned stars, too, I'd bet." "He did. How many stars does he have?" 7. "Ha, 7, you say? Well, I'll be damned. Do you know Sir Gerd?" "I know him well. He wouldn't remember me." Though, Helmut Knight chuckled softly. He continued asking Najin about the outside world. Most of his questions were centered around the Empire. Is the Empire at peace? Who's the current emperor? Etc. It's been enjoyable hearing about the outside world again. I've asked a lot of questions, so it's only fair you get to ask me something. Just don't ask about me. "What are the crows?" "Ah, that." Both Graf and Helmut Knight had referred to Najin's pursuers as crows. Najin was curious about the term. Even Merlin had muttered, "I think I know what it means, but the term's different from my time." "They're hunters," Helmut Knight explained. "Hunters who target newcomers to this land. They're also scavengers who live off the scraps left by others." "Hunting." "Yeah, there's no easier way." Helmut Knight stared into the fire as he spoke. "This wretched land wears people down endlessly. Once they're worn out enough, they become forgotten ones. If you don't want that miserable fate, you've got to fight back, but there aren't many ways to do that." He raised 2 fingers. "You can achieve great feats, earn stars, and constantly prove yourself." He folded 1 finger down and smirked. "Or you can hunt others for their stars. Sure, you could aim for those constellations in the night sky. Hunting them would grant you both achievements and stars. But do you think that's easy? Facing transcendence is a damn hard job." "Then, yes." Helmut Knight extended a finger, pointing at Najin. "They hunt people like you. If they consume the starlight in your heart, they can delay their own wear and tear. It helps stave off becoming a forgotten one. Those who hunt newcomers or weaklings for their stars are called crows here. So that's why they're called crows. They're scavengers that live off the corpses of others. Pathetic creatures." Helmut Knight's voice was low. "They're weak, so they stick together, moving in groups. That's the dumbest thing they could do. Even swallowing one rookie's star wouldn't be enough, and yet they divide the spoils among themselves. They even squabble over how to divide the starlight before the hunt." He sneered. "Who actually sticks to those agreements? They've already lost their pride and honor. They sold their souls just to survive another day. Do you think they'd keep their promises?" When a hunt ended, Crows turned on each other. There was barely any starlight to share, and splitting it further left nothing. Helmet Knight chuckled. You can't trust any of them. They're all ready to stab each other in the back and run. That's why they're not called hunters, but crows. It's a derogatory name. Then what about the real hunters? The real ones. True hunters don't need anything fancy. They hunt alone. Helmet Knight laughed. They trick their prey by pretending to help them. They come up with excuses, disguise their intentions as goodwill, and lull their prey into a false sense of security. They wait for the moment when it's just them and their prey, without any pesky crows in the way. His laughs echoed. And then, well, you can guess the rest. Helmet Knight raised his head. His helmet gleamed faintly in the firelight as he fixed his gaze on Najin. Though his eyes were hidden, Najin could feel the weight of his stare. The voice that emerged from him was cold. Najin imagined the hidden eyes must have been just as cold. Whether it's kindness, goodwill, or whatever else, it's all bait to lure the prey into lowering their guard. Once the prey is off guard, the hunter sinks their teeth in. That's the real way hunters work. I see. I'm debating right now whether I should take your heart or offer you a little more goodwill. That seems obvious. Helmet Knight spoke flatly, and Najin replied in the same tone. The knight's gaze lowered slightly, as if taking interest in Najin's calm response. Did you not understand me? I'm deciding whether or not to kill you. I understood. Then why are you so calm? I'm just impressed by your courteous declaration of intent. What? Najin shrugged. You're basically saying, I'm going to kill you. So what do you think? Right in front of me. What kind of hunter announces their plans so openly? Maybe it's confidence that I can kill you regardless of how much you prepare. That's possible. Najin slowly stood up. But isn't there another way to describe this? Another way. You inform your opponent of your intent to attack. You give them time to react, whether to flee or prepare for a fight, and you wait for them to act. Doesn't this sound familiar? Najin remarked as he slipped his fingers between his glove and wrist. He slowly removed the glove, holding it in his hand. All that's left is to throw down the glove and exchange names. He dropped his glove onto the ground. It was a well-crafted leather glove, a gift from Knight Argo of Atanga. As the glove struck the ground, a crisp snap echoed through the air. I'm Najin, squire of Ivan, a knight of Atanga. Najin placed a hand on his sword hilt. I accept your challenge. He grinned at Helmet Knight. The smile was contagious. Recognizing what Najin's actions meant, Helmet Knight began to laugh. You call this a hunt, I call it a duel. Whether to accept it is up to you. By throwing down his glove and stating his name, Najin had broken the dynamic of hunter and prey. The relationship was no longer one of superiority and inferiority, but one of equality. Helmet Knight rattled his helmet in laughter. You're out of your mind, aren't you? You're really treating this as a duel. Helmet Knight, Najin addressed him, not as a hunter, but as a knight. You said honor and pride are like strong drinks. That's what I said. Have a drink with me, I'll at least keep you company. A pause, then laughter. That's not a bad offer. The knight slowly rose to his feet. Apologies, but I can't tell you my name. I've lost it. Is that so? But not introducing oneself before a duel is rude. He raised his lance. Even if his name was lost, he had another way to introduce himself. Do you know of the Golden Horn Knights? They're sometimes called the Horned Helms. I don't. Then remember the name, the Golden Horn Knights. He aimed the lance at Najin. I was the first captain of the Golden Horn Knights and the master of the Horned Helms. This helmet is my proof of existence, its story, and the story it holds is my name. Helmet Knight tapped his helmet with the shaft of his lance. The clang echoed alongside his laughter. Najin, he called Najin by his name, not boy, brat, or any other title. That was the respect owed to a dueling opponent. I'll let you make the first move. Najin stood, facing Helmet Knight. The knight had said he would grant him the first move, but Najin didn't charge in immediately. The crackling of the fire stretched long and slow. Time itself seemed to drag. Crackle, pop, crack. The short burst of spitting embers felt as though it stretched into seconds, perhaps longer. In that extended moment, he studied his opponent. He saw a powerful foe, undeniably so. Among all those who had pursued Najin in the Outland, none compared to that knight, not even close. In fact, very few people he had met on the continent could match him. Either sword masters, those at the level of transcendence, only individuals of that caliber could stand on equal footing with the man. The pressure radiating from Helmut Knight was comparable to the awe-inspiring presence of a sword master. But was the knight truly a transcendent? No, he was not. Najin narrowed his eyes. There was something unusual about the man's aura. Where had he felt this before? It didn't take long to recall. The witch of flickering death, Ermina. He had encountered her upon first stepping into the Outland, a being who had lost all her stars and whose circle had been shattered, no longer a transcendent. The sensation from Helmut Knight was similar, not quite transcendent, but far too formidable to be anything else. A transcendent once, but no longer. He steadied his breathing. His rational mind screamed at him. It was an unwinnable fight. Escaping immediately would be the smart choice. This man had declared his intent to hunt him, to take his life. Wasn't that enough reason to flee? Run now. This man is dangerous. The odds are slim. He's hiding something. The conclusion was logical, grounded in reason, but his instincts led him elsewhere. Fight, duel with honor, show him your best. That was what the man wanted. Najin's instincts were telling him so. There was no logic behind it. It wasn't rational. It was impulsive. But he had always trusted his instincts over reason. If he had followed reason alone, his journey would never have begun. It was his instinct that had driven him to draw Excalibur. As always, he decided to trust his instincts. It wasn't blind faith. He would pay the price for his trust. With what? Merlin's voice seemed to ask. With what I hold in my hands. The aura of his blade glowed with killing intent. Chapter 138, The Lost One, 6. Helmut Knight did not draw his sword. The greatsword wrapped in chains remained secured at his waist, its blade hidden. Instead of unsheathing the weapon, he aimed his lance at Najin. Najin gazed at the lance. It was an unusual design. The blade resembled an elongated cross-shaped star. It wasn't a typical lance since its shape allowed for both stabbing and slashing attacks. He narrowed his eyes as he studied it. Crackle, pop, the embers from the campfire flared up and dimmed. In the instant, a new spark leaped into the air and died down. He stomped on the ground. Thud, his heart raced, accelerating the flow of blood and mana. A constellation bloomed like a flower along the length of his blade, transforming into thorny vines that coiled tightly around his sword. Energy compressed along the longsword's blade, the sharp aura crackling under intense pressure. Widespread energy was useful for cutting magic, blocking attacks, or intercepting projectiles, but when weapons clashed directly, compressing the aura was far more efficient, especially against a stronger opponent. I need to raise the density of my sword aura. The blade brimmed with compressed energy, radiating flashes of white and gold. The brilliance outshone the dim light of the campfire. As Helmut Knight shifted slightly within the glow, Najin pushed off the ground and charged. Tick, it took just over a second. By the time the embers flickered once more, he was already swinging his sword at Helmut Knight. From the start, he gave it his all, an approach warranted by such an opponent. The blade cut through the air, aimed precisely. To him, it was a perfect strike. Clang! Helmut Knight disagreed. Compared to Najin's powerful motion, his movements were light yet unwavering. A grey aura flickered along the edge of his lance, catching Najin's blade completely. S-pin, Helmut Knight twisted his lance's shaft, trapping the sword between the cross-shaped blade and the body of the lance. His torso exposed, Najin saw the knight extend a leg toward him. He reacted instantly and switched his two-handed grip on the sword to one hand and raised his other arm to block the kick. His fingers, caught between the knight's armored greaves, screamed in protest with a sharp crack, but he endured. Using the force of the kick to his advantage, he spun in place. His blade screeched as it scraped free of the lance's blade, the motion smooth and fluid. That fluidity allowed him to seamlessly incorporate another action into his movement, a counterattack. Leveraging centrifugal force, he swung his blade toward Helmet Knight with ferocity. The knight, of course, retaliated. Clang! Sword aura clashed with grey aura, the resulting impact sending Najin skidding backward. He looked up to meet Helmet Knight's gaze. The two locked eyes. The flurry of exchanges had lasted only moments, but it was enough for each to gauge the other's level. Both, almost simultaneously, burst into laughter. Helmet Knight steadied his grip on his lance and stepped forward. "I'm coming. Any time." The duel began in earnest. When Helmet Knight switched to an offensive stance, Najin was astonished and equally unsettled. The raw power generated by the knight's massive frame was overwhelming, but it wasn't just brute strength. Thud, Helmet Knight stomped and thrust his lance. The action could be described in a single sentence, but the nuances between those words were filled with intricate details. Najin's eyes caught them all: the depth of the knight's step, the way his shoulders and arms moved, the angle of the lance head, the precise distribution of strength. It all worked together like the interlocking gears of a machine. Every movement was flawless, and together they created a perfect strike. Whoosh! The lance shot forward with a shrill whistle. His eyes widened as he parried the blow. The force sent Najin sliding back, but the knight didn't stop. His movements flowed seamlessly, one attack linking to the next. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew as sword aura and grey aura collided. Najin's senses screamed as if lightning bolts were flashing before his eyes, not a physical phenomenon, but a visceral warning of danger. "This is insane," Najin groaned inwardly, but he also felt admiration. Deciphering them was even harder. His ability to analyze an opponent's techniques and avoid being struck twice by the same move, a skill that had always been his strength, was barely effective. The knight's movements were too perfect. Each sequence of actions demanded multiple observations to fully grasp, and even when Najin understood them, replicating the precision was impossible. The level of physical control and strength distribution was beyond him. A transcendent, a master, the knight was undoubtedly one of the masters, those who had achieved unparalleled skill with their chosen weapon. Though Helmet Knight might no longer be a transcendent, he had clearly been one in the past. Stars, aura, even swordsmanship might wear down with time, but the techniques they honed never faded. Helmet Knight's mastery was absolute. He pressed Najin relentlessly, forcing him onto the defensive. Najin gritted his teeth and countered, unwilling to remain on the back foot. Being passive wasn't in his nature. Clang! When Najin launched his first counterattack, Helmet Knight grinned. It was as though he had been waiting for this moment. His repertoire expanded, unveiling new techniques with every move, daring Najin to adapt. He rose to the challenge. When the lance thrust forward like a viper, Najin tilted his sword to deflect it. The knight transitioned from a thrust to a slash, and Najin twisted his blade to disrupt the lance's trajectory. The lance shaft swept over his head with a whoosh. The missed attack should have left an opening. It didn't. Thud! Helmet Knight stomped and redirected the lance with a powerful swing. Muscles beneath his scarred, exposed arm bulged as he brought the weapon down like a hammer. Najin barely managed to intercept it with his sword. Crash! The force nearly drove him to his knees. His joints groaned under the weight, but he held firm and retaliated. Clang! Clang! The duel continued at a blistering pace. Every attack and counterattack was accompanied by split-second calculations and adjustments. When predictions failed, instincts and quick thinking filled the gaps. SHHK, Najin slid back, absorbing the impact of the knight's attack. He quickly steadied himself and charged forward again. It was not his usual fighting style. He didn't hide. exploit the terrain, or seek opportunities to retreat or widen the distance. There were no tactics to exploit weaknesses or variables. Instead, he fought head-on, not as Ivan's hunting dog, but as Ivan's squire, a knight in training. Despite being outmatched, despite knowing he was weaker, he refused to back down. He met Helmut Knight face to face, sword to lance. Honorably, Helmut Knight recognized it. Though his face was hidden, his expression must have mirrored Nadjan's. Anticipation, excitement, and a grin. It was a fight to the death. Flesh tore, bones broke, and blood spilled. And yet, what did it matter? It was a duel, a contest of honor between two warriors. In duels, variables always existed. Victory and defeat often hinged on the smallest details. Rarely did a battle end with one side achieving complete dominance. Yet it was precisely such battles that knights and warriors sought. That was the essence of a duel. Crash, thud, dust and debris filled the air as a pile of rocks crumbled. Both Nadjan and Helmut Knight paused, waiting for the dust to settle. Instead of attacking, they used their weapons to clear the air. When their gazes met through the fading haze, both exhaled in laughter, and then they clashed again. There were no written rules, only unspoken ones. It was a fight to the death, yet both adhered to an unspoken code of conduct. If anyone else had seen it, they might have laughed at the foolishness or called it naive, but such was chivalry, honor, and pride, separated from folly by a hair's breadth. It was a duel. Nothing else mattered but the opponent before them. Nadjan's glowing, constellation-like sword aura shone white and gold, while Helmut Knight's grey, ash-colored aura resembled rusted armor. When the two auras collided, the knight's power burned faintly, as if whispering, "I can still shine." Nadjan knew a decisive move was coming. Helmut Knight shifted, his breathing deep. His posture changed, signaling an imminent and significant attack. Nadjan braced himself, eyes wide, as the knight stomped, lowered his lance, gripping it with both hands, and twisted his body like a coiled spring. With an explosive release, Helmut Knight thrust his lance forward. The motion was simple, just a thrust, but when executed by a master, simplicity became divine. His entire strength and technique condensed into the tip of his lance. Whoosh! The air around the lance warped, swirling into a cyclone. Nadjan reacted instinctively, raising his blade to intercept it. Boom! The collision launched him into the air. His surroundings blurred as he flew backward, eventually slamming into a boulder with a deafening crash. The rock crumbled under the impact. He gasped, his body screaming in pain. His arm, shoulder, and fingers throbbed. Some were definitely broken. Grinding his teeth, he pushed himself out of the rubble. The duel wasn't over. Helmut Knight closed the distance instantly, his lance aimed directly at Nadjan. Gritting his teeth, Nadjan raised his trembling blade with his injured arm, steadying it with his other hand. Even if it cost him another limb, it was better than dying. The next attack never came. The lance stopped short, hovering in front of Nadjan's sword. Helmut Knight smiled and spoke. "I've won. Would you agree?" He gestured with his chin, signaling for Nadjan to admit defeat. Realizing what he meant, Nadjan let out a chuckle. Not all duels ended in life and death. When both sides gave their all and one admitted defeat, the duel would conclude. There was no need to take it further. Helmut Knight had transformed a hunt into a duel, just as Nadjan had reframed a deadly encounter as a battle of honor. "Yes, I've lost." Nadjan nodded and lowered his sword. Helmut Knight withdrew his lance and extended a hand. Nadjan took it and stood. In the end, there was no hunter or prey. There was no victor and slain, only a winner and a loser. Chapter 139, The Lost One, 7. A truly beautiful duel leaves no regrets. Such duels are free from variables, luck, or external interference, with only skill and ability determining the victor. Sacred contests, cherished by countless knights. They are beautiful even in their conclusion. The loser graciously acknowledges their defeat. The winner basks in the sweetness of victory. There is no room for doubt in the result of such a duel, no space for excuses, no openings for regret. The clean resolution brought a satisfied laugh from Helmet Knight, echoing long and loud. It was like rain gracing parched earth or chilled wine, quenching the exhaustion of a long march. Helmet Knight felt as though a long-standing thirst had finally been satisfied. It's been a while since I felt this drunk. Truly, it was a good fight. For someone so young, you're quite skilled. I could say the same for you, Najin replied. That technique, what exactly was it? The moment I blocked it, I found myself airborne. Ah, it's a technique of the Golden Horn Knights. It's simple, honest, and upright. The strongest things often are. I see. Stay true to the basics. You get it. That's exactly right. The murderous atmosphere from earlier had dissipated entirely. The two men dragged themselves back to the campfire, chatting as they went. Najin limped, and Helmet Knight's body creaked audibly with each step, but they were minor inconveniences. The surrounding rocks were all shattered, the ground scarred with deep gouges. A splint covered Najin's arm, and Helmet Knight's armor bore fresh dents. Even those things were trivial matters. How old are you? You don't look a day over 30. Even being generous, to reach such a level at your age is remarkable. Your skills show the refinement of someone who's been swinging a sword for decades. Have I misjudged you? Helmet Knight tilted his head with a thoughtful hum. Really now? How old are you? Your ability is on par with someone well past 50. 18. Got it. 18. What? Helmet Knight's head tilted further, his helmet rattling. You've got to be joking. I don't appreciate lies. Najin rummaged through his belongings, eventually pulling out a certificate given to him by the Emperor himself. The document, enchanted for preservation, bore his credentials and age. He handed it over. Helmet Knight took the certificate, letting out a long sigh. Though his face was hidden, Najin could feel the knight's incredulous gaze seeming to say, "Are you insane?" It wasn't an unfamiliar look. "You're out of your damn mind." I hear that a lot. Reaching that level at your age is surprising enough, but to have already set foot in the Outland, that's astonishing. Isn't it too soon? Helmet Knight's voice turned serious. People come here when they can no longer live on the continent. They are worn down, spent, and have lived for at least a century. This place isn't for someone like you. I've heard as much. Then why? You're talented, no doubt, but it's still too early. You could have trained longer on the continent. Even I'm stronger than you, and this land is full of people stronger than me who'd hunt you down without a second thought. I know, Merlin had warned him. Others had as well. Stay longer on the continent, gain more experience, be patient, don't rush. He hadn't listened. Then why? Why come here so soon? Because this is the fastest way. It was the shortest path, the right path, the path that King Arthur had walked. I need to become stronger, quickly. I can't afford to waste time. How strong? The level of a sword master. At least. Do you think transcendence is easy? It's not. That's why I'm here, because it's difficult, because it's a lofty target. Isn't that reason enough? Najin looked up at the sky. The stars glittered far above him, so far out of reach. They were the very stars that would intervene the moment he drew Excalibur. In the Outland, even the stars of the Round Table would come into play, but it wouldn't change anything. Their intervention would bring chaos, and he would be swept away in the current. If the stars of the Round Table were to get involved, Merlin had told him to save their intervention as a last resort. He gazed at the distant, shining stars marking the edge of the Outland, Merlin's star and the stars of the Round Table. Thanks to Merlin's explanation, he understood their role. Knowing that, he had no choice but to leave them as a final option. In the end, it was simple. Even though he had grown stronger, even though others admired his skill, he remained dependent. There was a goal he could only achieve through independence. Why the rush? I have a reason. Can I ask what it is? You're the winner. Aren't you? A loser must answer the victor's question. Crackle, pop, the campfire spat embers into the night. I have two teachers, Najin began, staring into the flames. One taught me how to wield a sword, how to swing it, how to run away, how to pursue, and the basics of being a mercenary. The mercenary of the underground city, Afen, had been his first teacher. The other taught me how to live, not just how to survive, but what to strive for. And what was that? Helmet Knight asked. Honor, pride, stars. The knight of the underground city, Ivan, had been his second teacher. Najin continued, he taught me what it means to be a knight, what pride is, and that sometimes there are things more important than life itself. Sounds like you had good teachers. They were extraordinary. Najin's gaze darkened, and flames flickered in his eyes. I have to avenge them. The ones who ruined them, who trampled them, who tried to break me. I will take my revenge on them using no one's strength but my own. Only then would it have meaning. Ivan had told him, I'll stake my life on your star. I'll stake my honor on your life. Only when Najin destroyed the order would Ivan be proven right. No one else could accomplish that. It had to be him. He carried that weight in his heart. Without vengeance, there could be no release. He had to see it through. They must be strong. Helmet Knight observed. They are. Strong enough that you need to be a sword master to face them. Yes, they are transcendence. I see. Helmet Knight exhaled deeply. He instinctively understood it was a realm no one should intrude upon. It was Najin's reverse scale, the flame in his heart. It wasn't something anyone else could meddle with. Well, everyone has their reasons. Helmet Knight, too, had his own reasons and goals he had to fulfill in the Outland. With a long sigh, he seemed to come to a decision and fixed his gaze on Najin. Earlier, you mentioned the victor's rights. Do you know the rules of a duel? I do. You understand the winner can make 3 demands of the loser. That's the rule proclaimed by the honorable duelist. Bearman, exactly, you're well versed. Helmet Knight pointed first to himself, then to Najin. I'm the winner, you're the loser, no argument there. None. Good, accepting defeat is a knightly virtue. I shall exercise one of my rights as the victor. There was a moment's pause. I'll use one of my 3 demands. The victor has the right to make demands of the loser, and the loser has the duty to comply. The more honorable the duel, the stronger these rights and duties become. That was why Najin accepted Helmet Knight's request. Besides, it wasn't an unreasonable one. The demand was simple. He was to accompany Helmet Knight for a while. In return, Helmet Knight swore not to target his life during their time together. Ordinarily, I'd swear on honor and pride, but I no longer hold those as dearly as I once did. He tapped his helmet. I'll swear on this helmet instead. It's not just my honor, it carries the honor of the Golden Horn Knights. That makes it weighty enough. Don't you think? It was otherwise called the Horned Helm. Najin gazed at it for a moment before asking a question. You mentioned the Golden Horn Knights. That's right. Could you tell me more about them? Of course, I could talk about the Golden Horns all day. You've shared good wine, so I'll share a good story. Helmet Knight muttered before beginning in earnest. The Golden Horn Knights were an elite order of 13. Every member wore a horned helmet, and the most honorable knight bore the most radiant helm, the Horned Helm. This one. He ran a hand over his helmet. We shone brighter than anyone. The stars in the sky couldn't compare. Carrying the lances of the crossed star, we stormed battlefields, sounding our golden horn to crush the Empire's enemies. We were always honorable, always proud. His voice took on a nostalgic, song-like tone as he recounted. The Empire chanted our name. We always triumphed, and we did so gloriously. Our lances seemed to pierce the horizon itself, skewering not just the Outland, but even the cursed foes of Camlan. He gazed at his lance. The technique you saw earlier wasn't just mine. Every member of the Golden Horn Knights could use it. Some wielded it better than others, but all of us were proficient. Imagine it, he said. 13 knights perfectly aligned. Clang, the sound of armor fills the air. Thud, We strike the ground in unison, taking our stances. 13 gleaming lances aim at one target, thrusting forward without a single error. It was a breathtaking sight and a memory he dearly missed. Helmet Knight sighed wistfully. Blow the horn, pierce the Empire's enemies. Grant glorious victory to the Empire, proud Golden Horn Knights. We march forever forward. He sang of a dream that could no longer be. Vitality and life infused his voice, but when his tale ended, it grew heavy, weighed down by time and loss. That's all in the past now. Such a knightly order once existed, the strongest in the Empire. I can see you've got questions. You're wondering why a knightly order like that isn't recorded anywhere, aren't you? Honestly, yes, I am. Najin nodded. As extraordinary as the Golden Horn Knights sounded, he had never heard of them. It wasn't for lack of interest. He was well versed in the history of knights and knightly orders. He had read countless texts and memorized their maxims. Still, he had never come across the Golden Horn Knights. Do you know of the Fallen Kingdom? Landonal, Najin nodded. The Outland Sword Master Kirchhoff had once told him about it. Landonal was a kingdom erased from history roughly 300 years prior, destroyed and forgotten. A damned constellation intervened, erasing Landonal from history. Only a few scraps of text remain. Even that was possible only because countless knights sacrificed their stars for it. Stars were offered, lives were given. Those sacrifices allowed a fragment of Landonal's record to remain. They barely preserved that much. Landonal was a special case and had someone extraordinary like Kirchhoff. Most aren't so lucky. The Golden Horn Knights weren't. His order suffered a similar fate with the same constellation's intervention, the power of erasure and obliteration. Helmet Knight's smile turned bitter, as if recalling that day. Believe it or not, it's your choice, but the Golden Horn Knights existed, at least until 150 years ago. He touched his battered armor, his scarred helmet, and the broken horn atop it. Even if everyone else forgets, I remember. I remember the cheers of victory, the sound of the horn, the laughter of my comrades, the Golden Horn's creed. I alone carry those memories. Lowering his hand, he added, the Outland is full of such people, forgotten heroes and erased figures. Among them, many have gone mad. The forgotten ones aren't just walking corpses. They are those who have lost everything, their places in history stolen. In that sense, I might as well be one of them. The campfire began to die as the wood burned out. The forgotten ones are those who have lost everything. They were those forgotten by history, those who'd lost their place. That's why I'm curious. How will you survive in this land? You, who gave me a fleeting taste of my former glory. How will you face the many forgotten ones here? I look forward to seeing your resolve. Crackle, pop. That's why I asked you to accompany me. Crack. The final ember flared and died. The campfire went out, leaving only silence. Najin and Helmet Knight looked at each other, a shining star and a worn one. Get up! Breaking the stillness, Helmet Knight rose to his feet. Chapter 140, The Holy Fire Guard Knights, 1 Najin, traveling alongside Helmet Knight, learned a few things about him that he had no desire to know. Contrary to his heavy and serious first impression, Helmet Knight turned out to be far lighter in character than he had expected. In other words, he talked a lot. Don't you think lumping all people under the term human reflects an incredibly narrow perspective? What's this nonsense out of nowhere? Moreover, much of his chatter consisted of nebulous musings and profoundly philosophical questions. Think about it. Najin, animals eat other animals. Does that sound strange to you? Not at all, it's perfectly natural. Exactly. Then how about this? Humans eat other humans. How does that sound? That's unsettling. Makes me think of savages. Honestly, exactly, that's the point. Helmet Knight snapped his fingers. Animals are divided into countless species within their kind. Predators hunt prey, and no one questions it because it's natural. Naturally, no one considers lions and deer part of the same species. But what about humans? His voice rose as he elaborated. Different ethnicities, different nations, yet we group them all together under the single term, human. So when humans eat other humans, it feels like cannibalism, invoking an instinctive repulsion. What if they're actually entirely different species? Animals must eat other animals to survive. Humans don't need to eat other humans to live, which is why it feels abhorrent. Najin countered. A valid point, Helmut Knight interjected. But what about the Outland? Pardon. There are those in the Outland who must eat human hearts to survive. In their case, would eating humans still be abhorrent? If it's essential for survival, would it then be acceptable according to your logic? Well, don't rush to answer. Think about it more deeply until we reach our destination. Perhaps, he smirked, there's plenty of time. Taking the lead, Helmut Knight pressed on. He had volunteered to introduce Najin to a battlefield suitable for someone of his level, citing his extensive knowledge of the Outland from wandering it for so long. Najin glanced at Merlin beside him. Merlin pursed her lips. Is it just me, or does it feel like he's stealing my role? It's not just you. Fine. While Helmut Knight assumed the role of a guide, Merlin fell into silence, sticking closely to Najin. She looped an arm around his neck and held up a piece of paper as if in defense. I was going to help too, see. I even picked some destinations. Here, take a look. Top 10 Outland sites for adventurers. A perfect route to accelerate your growth, carefully planned since our time on the continent. I'll look at it later. Really? Okay. But you better take a look. Leaving the crestfallen Merlin behind, Najin followed Helmut Knight. While he planned to visit Merlin's suggested destinations eventually, the places Helmut Knight had mentioned intrigued him more. Look at that! From a hilltop, Helmut Knight extended a finger toward a dilapidated fortress. That's our destination. He enunciated its name. Atula Fortress, he added. It's the fortress occupied by the Holy Fire Guard Knights. Najin stared at Atula Fortress. The Outland was dotted with similar fortresses. He had passed by many ruins on his journey, not just fortresses, cities, towers. Ruins, abandoned structures, were a common sight in the Outland. They were remnants left behind by fallen or forgotten nations, cities consumed as the Outland's borders expanded, or edifices constructed by constellations for mysterious purposes. The architectural styles of the structures varied wildly. A 1,000-year-old ancient tower, the fortress of a nation destroyed 700 years ago, ruins from 500 years back, buildings from 300, 200, and even just 100 years ago. From antiquity to the modern day, every era left its mark in the Outland. Even in the lawless, transcendent domain, where the rules of reality were broken, humanity's creations endured. The Holy Fire Guard Knights were active around 200 years ago. Do you know of them? I've heard bits and pieces. Good. They devoted themselves entirely to the Outland around 200 years ago. Their noble mission, to battle demons and corrupted transcendence. Helmut Knight recited their creed, to prove that, even in the Outland, their holy fire would not be extinguished, but burn brightly. However, following a certain incident, the Holy Fire Guard Knights became a band of forgotten ones. Helmut Knight didn't elaborate on the incident. Instead, he continued, now they hunt humans. They consume human flesh to sustain their fire. Do you see the smoke rising above the fortress? Najin could see it, white smoke, faintly visible above the fortress walls. That smoke is proof their holy fire still burns. They're determined to keep it alive at all costs, even if it means hunting humans. Do you think their actions are justified? It doesn't seem very knightly. Is that so? Helmut Knight neither agreed nor disagreed. Instead, he merely nodded and walked toward the fortress. In the Outland, there are no answers, only the conclusions you reach yourself. Present your conclusion to the master of that fortress. Descending the hill, passing through a dense forest, Najin and Helmut Knight approached the fortress. Knights manned the walls and towers, with guards stationed at the sturdy iron gate. At first glance, the fortress seemed normal. The problem, however, lay in its defenders. The knights' vacant eyes and unnatural movements betrayed a lack of humanity. If I recall, a third of the Holy Fire Guard knights were sword seekers. The order numbered about 30 knights, so roughly 10 were at that level. They're not an easy foe. True, remember, they've been active in the Outland for 200 years, more than enough time for another 10 sword seekers to rise among them. At least 10, possibly more. Despite his massive frame, Helmet Knight crouched behind a tree, speaking in a low voice to Najin. Whether someone of his size could effectively hide was questionable, but the defenders of the fortress didn't seem to notice them, so it was apparently working. Or maybe those forgotten ones just have terrible eyesight. Najin leaned toward the latter. How do we get in? Storming the fortress doesn't look easy. How do we get in? Helmet Knight clicked his tongue. We're knights visiting a citadel. That's true. A knight must act with honor, especially when confronting someone's beliefs and declaring, "You are wrong." That's the way of the Knights of Atenga. Helmet Knight rose to his full height. How could a knight climb walls? Excuse me. How could a knight sneak in like a thief? Unthinkable. With a loud stomp, he struck the ground. The entire forest quivered from the impact. The display didn't go unnoticed. The knights guarding the fortress turned their attention toward the forest. Unbothered by their gazes, Helmet Knight puffed up his chest as if shouting, "Look at me!" Bending his knees, he leaned forward, gripping his lance. A direct charge, that's true romance. With his lance at the ready, Helmet Knight launched himself forward. Each step sent tremors through the earth, and the gap between him and the fortress closed rapidly. By the time the gate guards reacted, he was already upon them. And then, boom, the gate didn't just dent or bend, it shattered into countless pieces. Even the fortress wall trembled from the impact, scattering debris everywhere. Wow! Running behind him, Najin couldn't help but marvel. Smashing through a fortress gate was the pinnacle of a lance charge. So, with enough power in your legs, you don't even need a horse. As the shattered gate collapsed inward, the forgotten ones inside the fortress froze, their hollow gazes locked on Najin and Helmet Knight. Even without their souls, the sudden assault shocked them. A moment of silence followed. Clang, 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 they drew their swords, spears, and halberds charging at Najin and Helmet Knight. Their weapons glowed faintly with imagery, further amplifying the threat. Is this really okay? Well, romance aside, this is a bit. Romance. My ass. The knights stationed in the fortress responded impressively to the sudden assault, quickly forming ranks to surround their intruders. Even though they had lost their individual wills, their movements were sharp and precise. Unlike the lone, forgotten ones wandering the outland, the knights operated as a cohesive unit. Shing, a dozen cold weapons struck out simultaneously. The threat was undeniable. As Najin swung his sword to deflect their strikes, he retreated to a safer position. Meanwhile, Helmet Knight brandished his lance in wide arcs, fending off the encroaching weapons. With a spin of his weapon, Helmet Knight gripped his lance in reverse. The massive polearm, at least 3 meters long, was treated as though it weighed nothing. With one hand, he hefted the lance back like a throwing spear. Whoosh! The lance soared through the air, striking a knight stationed atop a distant watchtower. Struck wasn't quite the right word. The impact demolished the entire top of the watchtower, collapsing it and sending the knight plummeting with the structure. As if responding to its master's will, the lance curved in midair and returned to Helmet Knight's waiting hand. He caught it effortlessly and slammed its base into the ground. What kind of technique was that? Najin asked. It's a basic skill for anyone wielding a lance in the Outland, throwing and retrieving. If we have time later, I'll teach you. Helmet Knight shrugged, exhaling deeply. With a roar more reminiscent of a beast than a human, he called the attention of the charging forgotten ones toward himself. Once he had their focus, He turned to Najin. Do you see that smoke rising? It's likely coming from where this fortress's master resides. He slapped Najin on the back, sending him stumbling forward. Go on, spinning his lance in his hand. Helmet Knight grinned. The Forgotten Ones are mine to handle. Your target isn't them, it's the master of this fortress. Chapter 141, The Holy Fire Guard Knights. 2. Did Helmet Knight's roar have some kind of provocation effect? Immediately after he shouted, the Forgotten Ones locked onto him. While a few still swung their weapons at Najin, their numbers were noticeably reduced. It's not really provocation. It seems he amplified his starlight. What? You know how Forgotten Ones are drawn to starlight, right? Like how the undead are drawn to the living. Amplify the starlight, and you can provoke them. Merlin's whisper reached Najin's ears. Perhaps feeling guilty for not teaching him how to adjust his starlight earlier, she explained in meticulous detail. She even sneaked in an excuse, claiming, It's been so long since I've hidden my starlight that my memory's a bit hazy, all while cautiously gauging Najin's reaction. Don't worry about that incident. Really, Najin reassured her, annoyed by her constant sidelong glances. Really, are you sure? Yes, absolutely. With Merlin visibly brightening, Najin evaded the few Forgotten Ones still targeting him. Once he created enough distance, even those stragglers turned their attention to Helmet Knight. Even the knights stationed on the walls and towers, who had been aiming to snipe, transformed into beasts and leaped toward the knight. In the end, around 20 Forgotten Ones swarmed him. Of the roughly 20, 14 appeared to be Sword Seeker level, their imagery-infused auras manifesting in distinct forms around their weapons. Najin knew that, if he were surrounded by such a number, he'd have no hope of escaping unscathed. Helmet Knight seemed undaunted. He wasn't just holding his ground, he was pushing them back. He swung his massive lance to scatter them, kicked them aside, and moved like a rampaging beast among them. The sight of the giant, easily too, 5 meters tall, wielding a 3-meter lance looked like something out of a myth. It was as if a colossus had come to life. Seeing how relaxed he was, Najin couldn't help but think, I guess he really is a transcendent. What are you gawking at? Go on already, I'm struggling here. Helmet Knight's yell snapped Najin into action, not quite so relaxed. After all, Najin dashed into the fortress, aiming for the top floor, where the holy fire, and likely the master of the fortress, was located. He could have scaled the walls and jumped over everything in his way to head straight for the top, but he didn't. If he'd planned to do that, he wouldn't have joined Helmet Knight in that flashy lance charge through the front gate in the first place. Might as well see this through. He decided to embrace the romance of the moment, just as Helmet Knight had suggested. He, too, was a romantic at heart. A frontal assault, what a phrase to stir the soul, he thought, his sword aura flickering to life. You're driving me insane. That's just how mages are. What did you say? Nothing. What could a mage understand about it? That's mage discrimination. Najin swung his sword. For a swordsman, the best response to a mage's grumbling was always another strike of the blade. Atula Fortress had concentrated its forces on the exterior. Despite its considerable size, the number of knights stationed inside was minimal. As Najin made his way upward, he encountered only 3 Forgotten Ones. The near-empty fortress was utterly devoid of any sign of life. Climbing the stairs to higher floors, he glanced at Merlin. She merely observed his actions, refraining from comment. Her silence struck him as unusual. Since arriving in the Outland, Merlin had interfered less and less in Najin's decisions. Normally, she'd have offered suggestions like, it's better to do it this way, or how about this? Or even pointed out, that's an inefficient method. Want to hear a more effective one? Such advice had lessened. Even during his duel with Helmet Knight, where his life had been on the line and one misstep could have ended his journey, Merlin hadn't tried to stop him. All she'd asked was, do you think you can handle it? That's because you're no longer a child. Merlin broke her silence. Your star and my star are embedded in the same sky, even if their numbers or altitudes differ. That fact remains unchanged. And it means the time has passed for me to see you as a child. It was no longer a guardian-child relationship. It was more like the relationship between a senior and a junior. Since they stood on the same battlefield, Merlin explained that she needed to regard Najin differently. So I must respect your choices. Unless, of course, they lead you to a dead end or a certain death. When you faced Helmut Knight, you had your reasons, didn't you? It was instinct, mostly, an opponent aspiring to knighthood, someone who expressed their honor and pride in the form of drink, yet wished to revel in it. Najin hadn't acted entirely without thought. That's enough. As long as you judge the situation with some basis and make your choice, I'll respect it, because that's the way it must be. To become a transcendent, trials are essential. Not just physical growth, but mental growth too. No one else can face those trials for you. Reflection, struggle, conflict, the answers found at their end. Only the answers you find yourself hold meaning. That's why Merlin was determined to respect Najin's free will. Besides, whatever price comes with your choices, I'll share it with you. Share. Of course. Why even ask something so obvious? Merlin sighed, glaring at him. Do you think I'd let you die in vain? This isn't the continent, where my interference is limited. If it ever seems like you're truly about to die, I'll step in. The aftermath, well, we'll deal with that when it comes. Najin chuckled, exasperated. Merlin's tone was casual, but Najin, knowing the implications of what she was saying, found her words far from light-hearted. Her interference didn't mean her current spiritual form acting beside him. It meant her true body, the star at the edge of the outland, would move, and that would mean the barrier of Camlan would waver. Just as a boundary prevented the forgotten ones of the outland from crossing into the continent, a similar barrier existed at the outland's edge, stopping Camlan's cursed entities. Arthur had exchanged his life to establish that barrier. It was protected by the constellations of the Round Table. If Merlin, the strongest of those constellations, moved her star, the barrier would shake, and with it, Camlan's cursed things would cross the boundary. The balance of the world would collapse. The mixing of Outland and Camlan wouldn't just be the Outland's problem, it would ripple through the continent as well. My shoulders feel heavy, Najin muttered without thinking. Merlin probably meant to reassure him by saying, I'll save you once, so don't worry. But to Najin, it came across quite differently. If I die, Merlin will interfere, and the balance of the world will shatter. The countdown to destruction would begin. Far from reassuring him, her words made him reconsider the weight of his own life. Isn't the balance of the world or that barrier more important than me? This feels burdensome, Najin joked. But more important than you, that nonsense. Why? Merlin didn't take it as a joke. She tilted her head, her clear eyes fixed on him as she posed the question. For a moment, Najin couldn't respond. He stopped on the stairs and turned to look at her. A brief silence followed. Merlin blinked as if realizing her slip, and she quickly backtracked. Ah, it's important. Of course. It is, just never mind. Let's talk about this later. She smiled awkwardly. Najin couldn't bring himself to smile back. Their minds were connected. Even without speaking, even without thinking, they could communicate. As Najin's abilities grew, their connection deepened, allowing them to share not only thoughts, but sometimes raw emotions and inner monologues. Unintentionally, intense emotions or unguarded thoughts sometimes slipped through, as they had just then. When Merlin had said, that nonsense, why? Her underlying emotions had surged into Najin. Balance, peace, stability, none of that matters. That was never important. Her inner voice resonated in Najin's heart, accompanied by an overwhelming tide of emotions: hatred, regret, remorse, anger, resentment, sorrow. There were feelings Merlin usually suppressed and managed, but she couldn't do so on that topic. Let's talk about this later. Merlin, oblivious that her thoughts and feelings had reached Najin, still wore her usual smile. He couldn't see it as just a smile anymore. Merlin, what is it? He looked directly at her. His sunset-hued eyes met her sapphire gaze. Her expression was unchanged. But why did her eyes seem precarious to him? He shook his head and spoke. It won't come to that. Come to what? I won't let things reach the point where you have to step in. Of course not. But why? No reason. Just because. The surge of emotion faded as quickly as it had come. Merlin returned to her usual slightly goofy, scatterbrained demeanor and turned her gaze away. Then her eyes widened. Hey, look ahead, ahead. She slapped Najin's shoulder, pointing forward. A forgotten one was charging toward him with terrifying speed. It seemed the conversation would have to wait for another time. Najin tightened his grip on his sword. Why were you staring at me during a fight? That was dangerous. Merlin complained the moment Najin dispatched the forgotten one. Najin held back the words bubbling up in his throat and continued walking. The final staircase to the top floor, as he ascended, he was greeted by an open view. The top of the fortress had no roof, while the lack of a ceiling should have improved ventilation. He wrinkled his nose as soon as he reached the top. The stench of rotting corpses was overwhelming. The roof was littered with bodies. Some wore the same armor as the knights below, the armor of the Holy Fire Guard knights. Others wore different armor, or none at all. Some donned mage robes, while the origins of others were indiscernible. The one thing all the corpses had in common was the gaping hole where their hearts should have been. All had died from having their hearts ripped out. The foul stench of the corpses filled the air, and at the center of the roof stood a single brazier, the holy fire, the flame of the stars. The flame wasn't platinum like the stars. It burned a red hue, no different from ordinary fire. Only the occasional golden spark rising from its tongues of fire distinguished it. Was it the holy fire the knights were sworn to protect? The smoke rising from the brazier stretched high into the sky. Najin shifted his gaze slightly. Beside the brazier, slumped like a corpse, sat a man. He was staring directly at Najin. Are you the master of this fortress? Najin asked. The man didn't reply. He simply rose to his feet. His appearance was ghastly. His charred armor was shattered in places, failing to cover his body. Beneath the broken plates, his flesh was shriveled and blackened, resembling burnt wood. Half of his body seemed consumed by fire, and yet only half. The other half bore no signs of burns or deterioration. Unlike the forgotten ones who had lost all humanity, his eyes held a glimmer of intelligence. Half of him was still human. He didn't respond to Najin's question, not because he couldn't hear or understand, but because he saw no need to answer. Instead, he raised his sword to the holy fire. The flames leaped onto his blade, igniting it. The fire engulfed the weapon, crackling fiercely. Whether this was the holy fire's essence or a manifestation of the man's own sword aura, Najin couldn't tell. The man saluted with his flaming sword. Najin said no more. He raised his sword vertically, pointing its tip toward the heavens. It was a salute he'd learned from Ivan. Salutes exchanged. No words were necessary. Introductions, names, all were conveyed through their gesture of swords. Najin took his stance. The man mirrored him. The star-like radiance of Najin's sword aura clashed with the fire-like glow of the man's as both prepared for battle atop the fortress. Then, with a single step, they charged at each other. Chapter 142, The Holy Fire Guard Knights. 3. It is often said that a person's sword aura reveals the life they have lived. Najin found himself agreeing with that notion, though only to a certain extent, and only when it involved an opponent at least at the level of a sword seeker. A sword seeker's sword aura contained their imagery. Imagery, after all, was the landscape imprinted upon the heart, the scenes a person considered the most important or striking in their life. For Najin, it was the stars. For Klaus Arten, it had been the green plains where he charged alongside the blue wing cavalry. For the knight of the Arbunia ducal house, it was a field of thorns. For the man standing before him, the answer was clear. His blade burned red-hot, ablaze with fire. Flames, after all, were his sword aura and his imagery. The fiery sword aura, seemingly modeled after the holy fire burning behind the man, radiated even heat like a living flame. Sword aura infused with imagery often shared the traits of the imagery it depicted. A sword aura evoking flames naturally carried the heat of fire. It was much like Najin's star-like sword aura being particularly effective against demons. Whoosh. When their swords clashed, a wave of heat surged toward Najin, making him wince. He instinctively began to step back but halted mid-motion. It was hot, searingly so, but I can handle this. The heat, while intense enough to melt bricks, was bearable for him. As long as the flames didn't physically touch his body, he could endure the heat radiating from their clashing blades. That's because of your star's story. Merlin's whisper reached his mind. You've resisted the flames of the witch of flickering death, leaped into the maw of a dragon as it spewed its breath, and even shattered a dragon's heart while your entire body burned. It was the story his star carried, the feats he had achieved. With all that, this level of fire should be manageable, don't you think? She was right. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward. Flames rippled dangerously close to him, but he didn't flinch. It was not he who would retreat, it was his opponent. If it was to be a contest of strength, he wasn't about to lose. Clang, 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 the sound of their colliding sword auras echoed through the fortress. As the clash intensified, a sense of wrongness pricked at Najin's instincts, narrowing his eyes. He suddenly withdrew the force from his blade, shifting his stance and stepping back. Swoosh! With no resistance to meet it, the man's blade sliced through empty air. Najin sidestepped and lowered his sword, his expression twisted into a scowl of offense and displeasure. "What the hell are you doing?" Najin spat the words like a curse. "Why are you pretending to be a forgotten one when you're not?" He raised his free hand, pointing to the man's eyes. The man's right eye was vacant, lacking focus, but his left eye was clear. Yet the man was looking at the world through his blurry right eye. Despite being capable of conscious movement, he let his instincts guide his actions like a forgotten one. What was he trying to pull? When the man performed the sword salute, he was a rational human, but as soon as their blades crossed, he relinquished control to his instincts, fighting like a forgotten one. Though he could remain human, he chose to act as though he weren't. The realization deeply offended Najin. Wasn't it just the equivalent of running away? He lowered his sword. The man silently stared back and closed his unclouded eye entirely. With only his vacant eye open, he lunged like a wild beast. "So that's how you want to play it?" Najin let out a hollow laugh. He hadn't chosen the grueling, straightforward path to face a mindless, forgotten one. The direct confrontation was a deliberate choice by him and Helmet Knight, a show of respect and honor toward their opponent. Their declaration was clear. "We will fight you not as a forgotten one, but as an equal adversary." Stubborn and foolish as it might seem, there was a sense of romance in the decision. His opponent must have understood that, and yet, if that was how he wanted to respond, Najin had his own thoughts on the matter. Gripping his sword tightly, he adjusted his hold into a completely new stance, one he hadn't used before. Lowering his blade until it scraped the ground, Najin muttered under his breath, "Let's see if you can keep this up after this." Schlain Bagelman, protector of the Holy Fire, captain of the Holy Fire Guard Knights. The world had once regarded Schlain as a pure, honorable knight who valued his pride and integrity, but Schlain himself did not see himself as a particularly proud knight. He simply believed himself to be a man fulfilling his duty. He lived to protect the holy fire and keep the flames burning. That was his obligation. While he wasn't so devoted to chivalry as to sing of honor and pride, neither was he so bereft of it as to shirk his responsibilities. Schlein was an ordinary man who simply did his job to the best of his ability. Why do we protect the holy fire? Schlein had once asked his predecessor. His senior, far from being offended by the blunt inquiry, had laughed as he answered, I don't know either, honestly. The retired captain sipped his drink as he explained. You've heard that this fire has been burning for over 200 years. Right, that's a lie. It went out about 100 years ago, and it even went out once while I was the captain. What? What do you mean? It's not a sacred fire. There's no star within it. It's just an ordinary flame. Then why do we protect it? Because people believe it's holy fire. The former captain set down his glass. For centuries, people have seen that flame as holy fire. They've drawn solace from its light, even in the fiercest blizzards. Even if it's just an ordinary flame, to the people here, it's holy fire. He thumped his chest with his fist. It's also our order's pride. The drunken captain recited the words like a song. As long as the holy fire burns, we will never yield. Just as the eternal flame burns, so too shall our pride endure. Protectors of the holy fire rise. The drunken ramblings lacked weight or solemnity. They were far removed from anything noble or serious, and yet, inexplicably, those words had rooted themselves deeply in Schlein's heart. In time, Schlein came to see them as a curse, an eternal curse binding him. That realization struck him about 10 years after he became captain. Ah! The land once protected by the holy fire guard knights had fallen for a simple reason. The shifting boundary of the outland had swallowed their territory. Trapped within the outland, the inhabitants of their domain either became monsters or were devoured by them. Only the knights, resilient to erosion, survived. The surviving knights' eyes were hollow. Knights who failed to protect their charge could not lay claim to honor or pride. They had failed their duty. Could one even call such individuals knights? The moment doubt crept into their minds, the knights began to erode. One by one, his comrades turned into forgotten ones, and Schlein was forced to make a choice. He was the captain. After all, Schlein's gaze had turned to the brazier of holy fire. Though it should have been brightly burning, it had gone out. Staring at the extinguished flame, he made his choice. He would rekindle it. He ignited the brazier with his own sword aura. The holy fire burned once more. Raising his blazing sword high into the sky for his fallen comrades to see, Schlein shouted, The fire is still burning. Perhaps he was shouting for himself. As long as the holy fire burns, we will never yield. That day, Schlein and his knights became warriors of fire and tragedy. We shall endure, just as the eternal flame endures. Protectors of the holy fire. Rise, the flame's true nature, whether it was the holy fire or merely his own sword aura, no longer mattered. What mattered was how those who saw it interpreted its light. Forward, leading the holy fire, Schlein ventured deep into the outland, his knights following behind. They had no home to return to. If they could not protect their charge, if they failed in their duty, they would at least take responsibility by fighting to the end. They chose to remain knights. Years passed, 10, 50, 100, their journey had no end. Schlein often looked back to see his comrades, transformed into forgotten ones. Time had eroded them. 100 years was far too long to sustain ideals. Honor and pride had long since abandoned them. What drove them forward was neither pride nor honor. Rather, it was duty and obligation. Even as forgotten ones, they could not forget the holy fire. As long as it burned, they followed Schlein's orders. As long as it burned, they remained knights. In the present, even Schlein's mind was fading. His star had eroded entirely, and yet he kept the fire burning. If he too became a forgotten one, if the flame went out entirely, then his comrades, his order, would descend into mere monsters. That was the one thing he could not allow, so he kept the fire burning. He hunted humans, he consumed their hearts, he killed countless innocents. In doing so, he abandoned his pride and honor, but something more important than pride and honor remained. His duty. His duty to protect the flame devoured him. He no longer remembered his name. Even consuming hearts could only stave off erosion temporarily, and his mind grew hazier with time. At some point, he began to wish for an end, to let go of it all. The duty that bound him like a curse refused to release him, so he continued hunting. Over time, he found himself moving like a forgotten one more and more, not out of necessity, but because it was easier to let instinct take over. When he surrendered himself to the forgotten half of his existence, there was no need for guilt or torment. After centuries of hardship, the man began to choose the easier path. Time passed and passed again, and thus, after 200 years, he faced the opponent standing before him. The boy was a formidable foe, and the starlight in his heart burned intensely. Brilliant, dazzling, beautiful, it was a light too radiant for someone like him, a forgotten one, to extinguish. Still, Schlane had to keep the fire burning. Even then, he no longer knew why he had to protect it or why it had to burn. He simply moved because his duty demanded it. Ah, he groaned. The boy's star shone too brightly. It felt as though it questioned him, asking if his path were the right one. That torment made him close his eyes. Surrendering to his instincts, he swung his sword. Clang! The clash of blades scattered sparks. Even as the impact jolted his body, he kept his eyes shut. Like so many humans before him, he turned his gaze away to avoid confronting his ugliness. Clang, clang, clang. The boy wouldn't let him. When he took his stance, Schlane was forced to open his one good eye. Finally looking this way. I see, the boy smiled. At some point, their positions reversed. Standing with the holy fire at his back, the boy raised his sword toward the flame. The fire leaped onto his blade, igniting it. Then, the boy performed a sword salute, the sword salute of the holy fire guard knights. Schlane's eyes widened. It wasn't just the salute. The boy's posture, footwork, grip, and even his breathing mirrored that of the holy fire guard knights. It wasn't mimicry, it was recreation. Whoosh! When the boy swung his sword, the flame left his blade. After all, the boy's sword aura wasn't fire-based, but to Schlane, the boy's blade still seemed ablaze. With his sword, the boy perfectly recreated the knight's techniques. His stance was proper, his approach honest, and he advanced as a true knight. The boy swung his sword, illuminating with his blade all that Schlane had long since lost, and carrying what the holy fire guard knights could no longer hold. Schlane felt as though he would go blind just by watching the radiant sight, and yet, even if it blinded him, he wanted to keep looking. It was a light worth seeing, a sword infused with both the brilliance of starlight and the honor of the holy fire guard knights. Nostalgic. Through the boy, he saw the glory of the past, the days when the holy fire guard knights shone brightly, the days when they all stood tall with honor. Remembering those days, Schlane wasn't a forgotten one, but a man. Ha! He let out a laugh and opened both eyes fully as he received the boy's strike. Sliding backward, he adjusted his grip on his sword. That time, the boy didn't press forward immediately. Instead, he raised his sword and pointed it at Schlane. Najin, the boy said, introducing himself. Schlane understood the meaning. He, too, had once been a knight. For the first time in centuries, he recalled his own name. Schlane, Schlane Bagelman. Schlane's stance changed. No longer driven by instinct, his sword moved with firm intent. His blade struck like fire spreading across a field, steadily narrowing the ground Najin could stand on. Clang! Their swords collided. Sparks flew, and the clash of their sword auras created resounding echoes. Each exchange sent cracks spidering across Schlane's armor. With a sharp tear, he slid back and tore off his tattered armor. Casting it aside, he faced Najin directly. The battle had reached its peak. Their blades had done enough speaking. Though no words were exchanged, both seemed to understand the other's intent as they prepared for one final clash. The light of their sword auras flashed brightly, and two stars shone atop the fortress. Ha! The brilliance even reached Helmet Knight below as he swung his lance against the Forgotten Ones. Glancing up at the fortress's peak, he let out a wry chuckle. Really, they've got to shine so damned brightly. The light was bright enough to blind an observer. Under that light, Helmet Knight muttered, "That's going to be such a pain." He knew from experience that the boy's sword, the starlight he wielded, forced his opponents to face reality. It thrust before them all they had forgotten, lost, or abandoned, leaving them no choice but to confront it. "Don't run away. Don't look away. Face me head on. If you were ever a knight, show me your pride, and if you cannot, I will make you." Helmet Knight shook his head. That damned kid forced his opponents to become knights once more. He made those who'd already given up dream again, and offered them one last chance to sing their pride and honor. Did the boy even realize how merciless that was? Poison. That boy's blade is a potent poison to the Forgotten Ones. At the same time, it was a magnificent drink. Even if the price for indulging was steep, one could not deny the taste. Lifting his lance toward where Schlane stood, Helmet Knight gave a small tilt of his weapon, like raising a glass in a toast. "Drink up, Schlane, even if it was poison." It was impossible not to take a sip. Chapter 143, The Holy Fire Guard Knights. 4. Two stars shone brightly at the top of the fortress. Najin's star was new and had risen not long ago. His star, unblemished by the passage of time, radiated a pure white light. In contrast, Schlane's star was an old and worn relic, a star so eroded that it could no longer shine like a new star. If a celestial body with its own light could be called a star, then what Schlane possessed could no longer be categorized as such. But if one defined a star simply as something that shone, then it was undoubtedly a star. Schlane absorbed the light from Najin's star. If he could no longer shine on his own, then borrowing someone else's brilliance would suffice. After all, even a worn and crumbling star could reflect light. Thus, the two stars illuminated the night. Schlane raised his sword horizontally to the side of his head. He bent his knees, controlling his breath. The technique was what he excelled in most and had cleaved through countless foes. In other words, it was the best that he had to offer. The best had to be met with the best. Najin willingly took his own stance. Schlane couldn't help but laugh. "Atanga, is it?" he shouted. He couldn't resist. Atanga, the name was so nostalgic. A grin crept onto his lips. Could it truly be Atanga? To think his final opponent, the one to mark the end of his life as a ruined knight, would be so worthy. Then Najin stretched his right foot forward. The stance was not that of a blade meant to punish knights, but a pose made with the intent to face a rival. Schlane could no longer bring himself to laugh. Indeed, to that extent, the two locked eyes. No signals or words were needed. Almost simultaneously, the two warriors launched themselves forward, the ground beneath them cracking. In an instant, the gap closed, their gazes fixed solely on the swords they held. Both Najin and Schlane were sword seekers, but their levels were not the same. Schlane's instinct-driven swordsmanship might have been inferior to Najin's, but the willpower with which he wielded his blade was by no means lacking. He had already gone through sprouting, the stage preceding mastery. Sprouting, the bud breaking through. If a sword master used their imagery to color their surroundings and create a domain, then a sword seeker imbued their sword aura with their imagery. What could a warrior who had stepped beyond sprouting achieve? Schlane demonstrated it. His sword aura roared to life. His aura mimicked the holy fire, an eternal flame burning in his imagery. Capturing that vision within his sword aura, Schlane carved a trajectory with his blade, bathing the world red. Though his sword aura was merely an imitation of form, each swing produced the crackling sound of flames igniting. Wherever his sword passed, Stoffer ignited, burning bright. While he could not dye the entire area with his imagery like a sword master, he could plant his imagery in the wake of his sword. Such was the realm of a warrior who had gone through sprouting. Though it had not yet sprouted or fully bloomed, the imagery took root in the world. The flames burning there were a vision he clung to, even as he eroded. I don't know either. Why do I guard it? His voice echoed in his ears. It's not even a sacred flame. There's no star imbued within, it's just ordinary fire. Then why guard it? Still, people believe it to be the holy fire. It was the pride of the holy fire guard knights. Schlein reflected on those words, spoken over drinks long ago, and swung his sword. The fire he had protected for over 200 years swept through the top of the fortress. The blazing fire consumed everything, the corpses littering the area, the stench of decay, and even the altar holding the fire. Through it all, there was one thing the flames could not devour, HSSHH. A glimmering star appeared, cleaving through the oncoming waves of flame, cutting through the fiery tide. It advanced toward Schlein. Yes, that's how it should be. Schlein swung his sword once more, as if he had anticipated the result. Come, he roared, drunk on past glory. He swung his sword, recalling the pride he had forgotten. In that moment, as the holy fire surged along his blade, he could still call himself a knight. Of course, he knew that he was no longer a knight, and that it was nothing more than a fleeting dream, one that would not last the night. Soon the dream would end, and he would awake to a harsh reality, but so what? For the first time in 200 years, he felt liberated. He didn't want this trivial emotion to intrude on that feeling. Ah, Schlein groaned. It was coming. Piercing through the fire, reality was drawing near. Najin burst forth, his body scorched, but his youthful eyes remained clear. Clang! Stars and fire clashed, scattering. Through the dissipating aura, their blades collided. In that instant, Najin's eyes widened in shock. Half of Schlein's body was burning away. It was the first time he had seen imagery harm its creator. Why? He found his answer soon enough. Schlein's vision of the holy fire was one that burned the corrupt, and he himself was no exception. The parts of him that had become a forgotten one were burning away, lightening his body. Though Najin was bewildered, Schlein paid him no mind, pressing his attack with relentless swings. Blades clashed, sword aura collided with violent resistance. They exchanged countless blows. Najin met Schlein's strikes with incredulity, yet instead of simply defending, Najin retaliated. I don't accept victories by default, he commented. Is that so? My blade will strike you faster than your flames will consume you. Before Schlein's body burned completely, Najin would end the fight. Time was on his side, but such a petty victory held no interest for him. He pressed Schlein with greater vigor. Though his control over sword aura was inferior, that alone wasn't enough to put him at a disadvantage. Indeed, shortcomings could be compensated for. With what, though? It's simple. Split-second judgment, technique, and Atanga swordsmanship. With every swing, Najin advanced. Pushing through the flames, he pressed forward. Clang! His sword deflected Schlein's. Breaking the man's technique in a direct clash, he took one more step forward, bringing an end to the relentless exchange. SHHK. Najin's sword cut through his opponent. Clatter. Schlein's sword fell to the ground. He ran his hand over the wound stretching from his shoulder to his heart, and his body began to erode rapidly. However, it wasn't the same as becoming a forgotten one. What approached him was death, an eternal end, with his body crumbling into dust. It was a rest that he could never have claimed without the intervention of another star. Standing before this encroaching death, Schlein exhaled deeply. It was time to wake from the dream. No longer seeing through the eyes of a burning corpse, but as a man, he gazed at the world around him. What he saw was the reality he had long avoided. Though the waves of fire had swept through, the fortress was still filled with bodies not reduced to ash. The stench of corpses with missing hearts lingered thick in the air, all the result of Schlein's own deeds. Awake from his dream, Schlein groaned. Before him lay irrefutable evidence. There was no way to excuse it, no words to justify it. The price of indulging in his fleeting dream was heavy. Confronting the reality he could no longer ignore, he was in anguish, yet for that very reason he could make a choice. He looked at Najin. Najin, in turn, met his gaze. Though racked with pain, Schlane's expression carried unmistakable relief. "Thank you," his voice broke the silence, "for allowing me to make the choice I'd long postponed." He reached for the sword he had dropped and took it in hand. Then he brought the blade to the flames consuming his body. As the holy fire engulfed the sword, Schlane leaped from the top of the fortress. Najin followed him down. Below, the ground was littered with the forgotten ones who had been defeated by Helmet Knight. Many still clawed toward the knight, refusing to relent, but the moment Schlane stood before them, the forgotten ones stopped in their tracks. They turned their attention to the sword in Schlane's hand. When faced with the holy fire burning on Schlane's sword, they were no longer forgotten ones. They were knights. Clank! The rusted armor covering their bodies groaned as they shifted, standing upright to form ranks before Schlane. Helmet Knight, who had been fending them off, lowered his spear. For a brief moment his gaze met Schlane's. Schlane widened his eyes, then let out a bitter laugh. "We are the Holy Fire Guard Knights," he shouted. "We are knights who guard the holy fire, burning together with its flames." Schlane finally made the choice he had deferred for centuries. Unwilling to part with his comrades, he had put off placing a period at the end of their journey, but he was finally ready to write that ending. "Let us go forward together." It was time to release them, and perhaps release himself as well. Schlane mustered the last of his strength, swinging his sword. The holy fire erupted from the blade, consuming the knights. The fire burned through their bodies, growing ever more intense. The holy fire was no longer atop the fortress. It burned right there, before their eyes. Perhaps it had nothing to do with stars at all. It might have been nothing more than an ordinary flame, one that could be extinguished at any moment. It may not have been sacred in the slightest, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that those gathered there regarded it as the holy fire. The knights accepted the flames without hesitation and offered their bodies as fuel to keep the fire burning one last time. As the flames consumed the starlight remaining in their bodies, white platinum sparks erupted from the blaze. The fire they kindled in their final moments was, without a doubt, the holy fire. Najin and Helmet Knight watched silently as the knights turned to ash. Such was the end of the Holy Fire Guard Knights. Though their lives might not have always been noble, the flames they kindled in their last moments were nothing short of beautiful. Schlane's body burned fiercely to the end, crumbling into silence. Among the ashes, only one thing remained, the sword he had held all his life. Helmet Knight stepped forward and retrieved the sword from the ashes. Then he planted it into the ground, blade first, as if marking a grave. With a brief, solemn bow before the makeshift sword grave, Helmet Knight let out a heavy sigh. In the Outland, people consume people. His voice broke the silence in a continuation of the conversation they'd had before reaching the fortress. To survive, people eat the hearts of other people. Some say that honor and pride must come before survival, but in the Outland, you must survive first to protect those things. Helmet Knight turned to Najin. "Here, death offers no rest. To avoid becoming a forgotten one, you must hold your life dear. If losing your heart brings eternal death, isn't that a kind of rest?" Partially. He began to move, searching through the fortress as he continued. The more stars a person has, the higher their level, and the more monstrous they become. Even if their heart and stars are taken, they'll keep moving until all the starlight in their body is extinguished. They'll turn into beasts that seek only starlight, and if they're lucky enough to consume more starlight, their existence is prolonged further. Was that truly life? Devoid of self, they became wandering husks chasing only starlight. Najin recalled seeing forgotten ones who seemed to move even after losing their hearts. So, if you meet one of those creatures, still moving without a heart, you should assume it was once a powerful individual, likely someone who reached great heights in life. Is that so? Indeed, Schlein was no different. That man once possessed 4 stars, though he's weaker now. He was once a formidable knight. That's why he couldn't even choose to end his own life. Schlein could not die by his own hand. Even if he pierced his heart, he would only become a forgotten one. Ultimately, he chose to survive. If he had also turned into a forgotten one, the entirety of the holy fire guard knights would have become forgotten ones too. He couldn't bear to witness that. So yes, he hunted humans. He cast aside his honor and pride to protect the pride of his knights. Foolishness. Really, the moment their captain made that choice, they became little more than a band of forgotten ones. Helmet Knight rummaged through the fortress. Eventually, he found what he was searching for and reached out. What do you think of that choice? Was it right? Wrong? Worthy of condemnation? Was Schlein a sinner? Najin remained silent. To be honest, he wasn't sure. Schlein undoubtedly committed acts deserving of reproach, but dividing everything into black and white felt impossible. At least, that was how he saw it. You don't need to find an answer. Just remember that such people exist in the Outland. Observe as much as you can, experience as much as possible, and wrestle with these dilemmas. That is the path to transcendence. Helmet Knight gave a faint smile, patting Najin on the back. Then he retrieved something from a chest within the fortress. A flag, the banner of the Holy Fire Guard Knights. Unfurling it, Helmet Knight said, "Still, thanks to you, Schlein was able to die. In his final moments, he made a choice as a knight. Because of me. A white star, only an unblemished. Radiant star can gift a tarnished one the grace of death, a glorious death. The reason may be unknown, but that's how it is." Though Helmet Knight claimed ignorance, Najin had someone at his side who understood the truth. Stars symbolize order, Merlin's voice echoed. They resist everything that defies the natural flow, be it mystique, demons, witches, or the forgotten ones who linger against their natural end. Only pure stars can grant true death to the forgotten ones. She added, "Stars take on the color of their bearers, just as demons and witches can wield stars. The stars adapt to their owners. That's when they lose their purity. When their purity faded, stars no longer resisted the unnatural and instead became tools to impose their wielder's will. My star is the same. Most stars are. No matter how pure they start, they erode over time or their bearer's ego grows, distancing them from the star's essence. There was one exception. Arthur had retained the purity of his 13 stars. Whether Najin could do the same was uncertain. For now, as a newly risen star, Najin's light remained pure. It's paradoxical, isn't it? Helmet Knight mused. A star erodes, becomes tarnished, and longs for death. But it's precisely because they've lost their brilliance that they can no longer die on their own. For an untainted death, a pure star's light is required. He turned to Najin. When I first saw you, I wondered if it was possible. Now, I see your star still holds its purity, likely because you've only just acquired it. I hope you can preserve that purity for a long time. In the Outland, there's nothing more valuable. With those words, Helmet Knight knelt before the banner of the Holy Fire Guard Knights. Bowing his head slightly, he spoke with a heavy tone. Holy Fire Guard Knights, protectors of the holy fire and the land of low haste, to the very end. They upheld their duty. It was a eulogy for the Holy Fire Guard Knights. They failed to protect their land, but they never turned away from their responsibilities. They ventured into the Outland, not because they could not retreat, but because they chose to move forward in order to fight eternally, in order to fulfill their duty. Helmet Knight recited the names recorded in the banner's registry. Krenkel, Calliers, Tors, Celes, Schultz, Jubel, Carlson, and Schlein. In their final moments they were knights. May they rest in peace. With that, Helmet Knight draped the Holy Fire Guard Knight's banner over his body. Only then did Najin notice that the tattered cloth the knight wore were not rags at all. What had seemed like scraps were all banners. Countless banners adorned his body, and the holy fire guard knight's banner had joined them. Rising to his feet, the helmet knight adjusted the flags draped over him. He turned to Najin, banners fluttering in the wind. "Let us move on." It was unclear whether he was speaking to Najin or to the banners. Perhaps it was both. The flags, bereft of their original bearers, had found a new purpose. Tied to Helmet Knight's body, they continued their journey. Chapter 144, Questions and Answers. 1. After facing the commander of the Holy Fire Guard Knights, Schlain Bagelman, Najin experienced several changes. One was the sharpening of his sword aura, which hinted at his progression toward the sprouting stage. Already approaching the sprouting stage. That's ridiculous. Considering the trials you've endured since becoming a sword seeker, it's stranger that you haven't advanced until now. True Merlin's words. Since becoming a sword seeker, Najin had faced numerous powerful opponents. After he ascended as a sword seeker, he fought against two individuals of the same caliber, sparred with a sword master, and clashed with the flickering witch. He even fought the enhanced red dragon, a sixth circle dark mage, the crows from the outland, and a knight who was likely once a transcendent. The trials he faced in mere months were equivalent to what the average sword seeker would experience over decades. Therefore, having witnessed the form of sword aura at the sprouting stage through Schlain, Najin felt he was standing on the cusp of being there himself, like it was just within his grasp. That was the first change he experienced. The second was a transformation he found more perplexing. He rarely dreamed, let alone slept deeply. However, after his encounter with Schlain, he found himself dreaming frequently. At first, he dismissed it as fatigue, but the content of the dreams was troubling. Schlain appeared in them, and he witnessed scenes of Schlain clinking glasses with comrades, his protected land engulfed in flames, and moments of decision. Perhaps witnessed wasn't quite the right word. He experienced these moments as if he were Schlain. When Schlain despaired at the sight of his comrades succumbing to death, Najin felt the same hopelessness and despair. When Schlain swung his sword to hunt humans, Najin felt his guilt. There's no reason to mourn, no cause for despair. Life is but a comedy. Dance, laugh, and sing. Does reality weigh heavy? If it's so oppressive you can't laugh, then let me help. Najin saw when Schlain faced a knight. I am Quixote, the knight of carnival. Whether he deserved to be called a knight was uncertain, but he declared himself as one. Laughing like a jester, he attacked the holy fire guard knights. Those pierced or impaled by his lance turned into forgotten ones. Schlain barely survived, but most of his remaining comrades fell and transformed. That was the turning point of Schlain's downfall. I have a question for you. Waking from the dream, Najin questioned Helmet Knight about Quixote. Was the figure real? Was he a product of his imagination, or could it truly be Schlain's memory? Where did you hear that name? Helmet Knight's voice grew heavy in response, and the atmosphere around them turned dense. Najin hesitated. Helmet Knight exhaled sharply before answering. Quixote, the Knight of Carnival, is an apostle of the Carnival King. Yule had warned him about the Carnival King. Nodding slowly, Najin thought, it seems likely that I truly glimpsed into Schlain's memories, since the figure really exists. They say he was once a knight of a kingdom, though it's impossible to verify since his past was erased. As he is now, he's unworthy of being called a knight. Calling him a jester would be more fitting. Helmet Knight sneered as he spoke. He dances for, sings for, and flatters his master. Quixote threw away all his convictions for the mere whim of the Carnival King. You seem to know him well. Yeah, I've met him. I was the one who put a hole in one of his eyes, a useless eye made even more useless with a neat little puncture. Indeed, Quixote's eye in Schlain's memories had a hole in it. Najin felt silent admiration. The Quixote in his dream was overwhelmingly powerful, enough so to leave Schlain helpless. He looked quite formidable. He's a transcendent after all. Najin cast a questioning look at Helmet Knight. The knight shrugged. Hey, I was a transcendent once too. I might be in a pitiful state now, but back then, it seems so. What? The part about being a transcendent, or the part about being pitiful? Both. The knight clicked his tongue and leaned against the wall. While Najin was resting, Helmet Knight had stood guard. It was Najin's turn. As he stoked the fire, Najin asked Merlin about his peculiar dreams. Is that a thing? Never heard of it. She wasn't much help. Najin thought, of course, and turned away. Merlin quickly added, Oh no, I mean. How would I know? It's not my fault. I didn't blame you. You made a face just now, like of course. You think I'm useless, don't you? You heard that, I guessed, but now I know for sure. Unbelievable. It was a joke, Najin clarified. Just joking. But Merlin seemed unconvinced, muttering and pounding her chest in mock frustration. Wait, I have an idea. Something might fit. After a moment of pondering, she snapped her fingers. Excalibur. Could it be related to Excalibur's function? It's a sword that absorbs starlight, and stars are essentially people's stories. Maybe there's a connection. Merlin nodded to herself. Now that I think about it, Arthur was the same. When he fought corrupted knights in the Outland, he'd recite their life stories and achievements during their funerals. Even for knights he couldn't have known. Could Arthur have glimpsed memories just as Najin had? Merlin seemed unsure but thoughtful. Don't look at me like that, she sighed. I didn't share everything with Arthur, so there's a lot I don't know about him. He rarely spoke of his troubles, kept secrets, and left everything to me without warning. That's just how he was. Trusting words were enough for him. Her voice carried a hint of bitterness. Merlin suddenly leaned close to Najin, poking his chest. Don't be like that, got it? Ha! Don't keep secrets from me. Not that you could. I'm always watching. How was he supposed to handle someone who'd boldly declared they'd spy on him? Najin could only smile wryly, poking the fire with a stick. While Merlin brooded, he glanced over at Helmet Knight, who sat silently with his head lowered. Though still awake, he seemed lost in thought. Are you asleep? Najin asked. Not yet. The knight replied. Then may I ask something? Go on. What is the Carnival King? It's infamous. A brief silence followed before the Helmet Knight raised his head. The Carnival King is exactly as the name suggests. The voice that echoed from within the helmet was heavier than usual, laced with profound disdain. It's a demon with a sense of self. The ruler of the demons, the Demon King. That's why the title King is attached to its name. But I bet you're wondering about the carnival part. Yes, Helmet Knight's voice grew sharp, as if spitting venom. It's a clown that turns every tale into a mockery. No matter how noble or sacred a story may be, the moment it's told through the Carnival King's mouth, it becomes nothing but a farce. It was a truly despicable constellation. With that, Helmet Knight fell silent. His refusal to speak further on the subject was clear. Bowing his head again, he drifted into a light slumber. Crackle. The sound of the campfire's embers broke the stillness of the night. Najin's strange journey with Helmet Knight continued for some time. He had no reason to refuse the companionship, and to his surprise he found it enjoyable. How are we handling this ambush? Helmet Knight asked. Ambush? We're simply visiting through the front door. Ambush seems like the wrong term, Najin replied dryly. True, so. What's the plan? Charge through the front, of course. You catch on fast. The knight laughed and bumped fists with Najin, who reciprocated the gesture. Though initially bewildered by the knight's eccentric behavior, Najin had grown to appreciate it. Boom! Lance in hand, Najin and Helmet Knight launched a cavalry charge. The sudden intrusion left the dark mages and demon worshippers screaming in confusion, but their cries were silenced by Najin's sword and the knight's spear. Why are you doing this to us? One cried. Pleading, their appeals held little weight. The gruesome sight of tortured and dismembered victims in their lair left no room for mercy. They can speak, Najin noted. Talking is for people, not beasts. Helmet Knight retorted. That's a good line. I'll have to borrow it. Hear that, beasts? Speaking of which, I've won countless hunting tournaments. A master of beast slaying, you might say. Thus, an impromptu hunting contest began. The wails of their prey echoed through the air as the two carried out their grim work. Another successful day, Helmet Knight declared with satisfaction. Despite his oddities, Najin found their time together surprisingly rewarding. The knight was a reliable ally in battles against dark mages and forgotten ones, and he doubled as a capable teacher. Hold the spear this way, lower your stance a bit more, like this. Ah, yes, how'd you do that? This isn't a skill you just pick up. I'm talented. Annoyingly so, but I can't deny it. Najin learned much from Helmet Knight, techniques, survival tips for the Outland, and even how to wield a weapon against non-human foes. Traveling with the knight was undeniably a stroke of luck. Najin, incoming from your side. I know. If you know, then block it. Not all their adversaries were dark mages or forgotten ones. The Outland was rife with bizarre beasts, transformed over years of adaptation. One such beast, a towering wolf the size of a watchtower, chased them relentlessly. What the hell is this? Najin shouted as he ran. With a swift movement, he unleashed a slice of sword aura, severing the wolf's leg mid-pursuit. As it toppled, the Helmet Knight vaulted onto its back and finished it with a clean strike to the neck. Your tone's gotten casual, the knight noted afterward. Didn't you used to speak more formally? That was just me imitating a knight. This is my usual tone. I like this better. The formal act was too stiff. And yours isn't, Najin quipped. Mine's different. I've got gravitas. Just look at this magnificent helmet and the voice that echoes from it. It's naturally weighty. Aha, as days passed, Najin continued to hone his skills. With Helmet Knight's guidance, he grew adept at handling monstrous foes and enormous enemies. One day, Najin raised a curious question. What do you eat in the Outland? Aside from human hearts. That is, what do you mean? Food, meals. I haven't seen you eat since we met, and I don't feel hungry myself. Helmet Knight paused before letting out a short laugh. It's so obvious I forgot to mention it. In the Outland, you don't need to eat or drink as long as you have a star. He gestured toward the celestial expanse above. Stars are nourishment and sustenance. Just basking in their light sates hunger and quenches thirst. Our bodies have evolved to adapt. Didn't you feel a change when you gained your star? I did, Najin admitted. That's the process of leaving humanity behind. You and I are far from ordinary humans now. Najin found himself fascinated by this revelation. As he pondered, Merlin's voice broke in. But sometimes you just want to eat something. Sometimes, though, you just crave food, Helmet Knight echoed, almost word for word. Startled by the uncanny timing, Merlin glared at him, though he remained oblivious to her presence. We could have a proper feast, he mused. Sounds good. What's on the menu? Nothing yet. We'll have to gather it. Najin's shoulders sagged, but Merlin excitedly nudged him. I know what to eat here. I used to snack on stuff in the Outland. I'll show you. Merlin led Najin into the woods, pointing out various trees and fruits. That one split its trunk into a perfect cross, and you'll get honey. Miss, and it's poison. Though the harvesting process was unconventional, Najin followed Merlin's guidance and returned with a bounty of fruits and honey. When he brought his findings back, the Helmet Knight snorted. That's all. Fruit's just a snack. A proper feast needs meat. He rose decisively. A banquet calls for tearing into meat. Chapter 145 Questions and Answers. 2. Every day after stepping into the Outland was a continuous cycle of learning. Najin gained new insights almost daily, and those moments of realization often came unexpectedly. This moment was no different. Najin realized that giants, despite their massive bodies, could run incredibly fast and were even quicker when their food was stolen. Yuwu, a giant whose food had been taken, let out a sorrowful roar that carried a sense of injustice. Najin empathized with the cry to some extent, but it wasn't in his nature to sit down and cry alongside them. The living must survive. He had to do what needed to be done. He sprinted at full speed, glaring at the culprit behind the chaos. Tack, tack, tack. Helmet Knight ran at full tilt, carrying a jar as large as his own body on his shoulder. He couldn't fathom how the knight could run so fast while carrying such a thing, but he put that thought aside and shouted at him. Damn it! If you were going to run away, you should have warned me first. Oh, come on. How can a knight talk about running away? Tusk, Tusk, you still have much to learn. Then what is this? A knight must always head toward the light. Look there, that's where the light is. Run toward the light. What kind of bullshit? Or you can face the giants head on. Why are you still talking? Run, Najin agreed. Behind them, the earth shook beneath the giants' heavy footsteps. Ignoring the noise, Najin and Helmet Knight sprinted with all their might. Yuwu! The melancholic cries of the giants echoed behind them, but they paid them no heed. After all, they seemed to have plenty of food. Couldn't they share a little? They were being overly greedy. Isn't this theft? Can knights steal? Najin asked. Tusk, theft. It's a donation from the giants. Look, they're even waving us off. Isn't that a proper send-off? Najin glanced back silently. There, the giants were reaching out desperately toward them in sorrow. Yuwu, looking at it again, it did seem like a kind of send-off. Since it was a bit dramatic, he waved back at the giants. The giants pursued them relentlessly, but catching up to Najin and Helmet Knight was beyond their capabilities. Perhaps, during the mythic era, there had been giants who could use movement techniques, but no such giants existed anymore. The difference in movement techniques made it nearly impossible for the giants to keep up. Are you sure it's hard? They were really coming after us, Najin noted. Well, if someone stole your prized food stash, you'd lose your mind too. Stole? Didn't you say they donated the food? Don't sweat the small stuff. It's not worth the headache. Returning to their base, Helmet Knight set down a jar he had looted from the giant's food storage with a heavy thud. Since we worked hard, I'll take care of cooking the meat. Next, the knight went to gather firewood and began building a fire before grabbing a sword lying nearby and using it to skewer the meat. As Helmet Knight grilled the meat over the fire, Najin prepared the tableware. The modest feast was supplemented with fruits and honey he had foraged. It's coming together nicely. Helmet Knight chuckled contentedly as he began plating the well-cooked meat. True to his word, the taste of the meat was extraordinary. Hey, this is actually pretty good, Najin said. Didn't I tell you? Giants are great at seasoning meat. Maybe that's partly why they're called giants instead of giant trolls. Their gourmet instincts must play a role. The seasoning was just right, perfectly balanced between sweet, salty, and rich. Unlike trolls who only ate raw food, giants seem to have a sophisticated palate. Aren't you going to eat? Najin asked. Even he, who had a discerning taste, found the meat quite enjoyable. I haven't eaten food in so long that my body probably wouldn't handle it well. You eat your fill. Helmet Knight focused solely on grilling the meat, refraining from eating any himself. The portion was too large for Najin alone, so the leftovers were stored in the jar and buried in the ground. Don't worry about preserving it too much. This jar itself is a magical artifact. Pretty neat, huh? As he savored some fruit for dessert, Najin found his gaze fixed on Helmet Knight's helm. Despite traveling together for a considerable time, Najin had never seen Helmet Knight's face. Why do you keep wearing that helmet? He asked. Because I'm ugly. Pardon. For a handsome boy like you, walking around without a helmet is an advantage, but for someone like me, who's insecure about his face, a helmet works better. You could say it sparks curiosity. It has its perks. Whether it was a joke or the truth, Najin couldn't tell. Helmet Knight's tone was casual. Think about it. Why do knights wear helmets? Once your opponent knows how to wield sword aura, helmets become useless. They're as good as paper against sword aura. Perhaps high-end artifacts or rare metals could withstand sword aura, but even those defenses would be meaningless against a sword seeker of higher skill. Armor and helmets, it's all meaningless. They're cumbersome and irritating. He tapped his helmet. It makes the head heavy, it narrows the vision, and if you have a crest or emblem on your armor or helmet, you're just advertising your affiliation to your enemy. That's a tactical disadvantage. Worse, if that emblem holds sentimental value, it becomes a vulnerability you'll instinctively try to protect. Caressing the horns on his helmet, he continued, "In the end, that's all they are, useless, inconvenient, bothersome. They're just for show and meant to look impressive. That's it." "Then why do knights wear armor?" Najin asked. "I told you to look impressive." Helmet Knight laughed. "Being a knight isn't easy. You become one after proclaiming honor and pride. But reality hits hard. It's dirty and wretched. The more you face the world, the more you realize how futile your ideals are." He sighed deeply, his tone a mix of bitterness and resignation. "Why am I doing this? Is this necessary? Why did I become a knight in the first place? Do I have to walk this difficult path? Honor, pride, what are they worth? Do they reward me in any way?" Najin remained silent. "You question it over and over, and every time you do, you waver. That's why older knights tend to cling to things like armor and helmets, the outward symbols." Helmet Knight tapped his helmet with his knuckles. "They hide their festering insides and act as if they're still knights. They polish their armor, wear embellishments, and loudly proclaim ideals like romance and chivalry. They might not even understand those ideals anymore, but as long as they act that way, they can convince themselves they're still knights." He exhaled a long breath. "Those who truly see themselves as knights don't need armor or helmets. They can call themselves knights without those things." He pointed at Najin. "That's why people like you, those who find honor and pride beautiful and cherish ideals, don't need to cling to appearances. If your inner self is already a knight, what does it matter what you look like on the outside?" There was a hint of envy and admiration in his gaze. With a wry smile, he lowered his hand. "Take Sir Kirchhoff, for example. He walks around without covering his face. Doesn't he? It's because he's confident. Then again, it's probably because he and you are disgustingly good-looking." "Do we really have to?" "What? Do we really have to do that?" Najin's question interrupted T-Helmet Knight, who had intended to wrap up their conversation with a light-hearted remark. As Najin tossed another log onto the fire, he nonchalantly said, "Do we really have to cling to appearances? As you say, that's because you don't understand the world yet." "Yes, I don't understand." Najin shrugged. "Compared to you, I haven't lived long, lack experience, and know little about the Outland. I don't even fully understand what you've been through, but," he continued, "even someone like me knows one thing. It doesn't matter how you regard honor and pride. It's okay to question them. It's okay to struggle and agonize over them. Those things aren't the most important. Then what is? What you want to be." Najin looked directly at Helmet Knight. His platinum eyes, reminiscent of starlight, met the knight's gaze unflinchingly. "Do you want to be a knight?" The phrase was a passage from the autobiography of King Arthur, the Night King. "Agonize, hesitate, falter, it's all fine. You don't always have to be knightly, but in the final moment I will ask you this. Are you a knight? At the very least, do you want to be a knight?" It was a phrase Najin held close to his heart, a phrase proven through the sacrifice of a certain knight who had once inspired him. He thought of that azure knight, who bore the lowest star yet shone the brightest. Even if you lose honor and fall, even if you're stained with filth and have your pride shattered, even if you question it all, as long as you never fully let go of it, there was nothing to gain from keeping it. No one would blame you for letting it go, yet some couldn't bring themselves to relinquish it. If you continue to dream of being a knight, if you at least strive to be one, Najin knew what such people were called. "Aren't you already a knight?" Helmet Knight remained silent. For a long time, he said nothing. He couldn't break the heavy mood with his usual jokes or dismiss Nadjan's words as youthful naivety, so he simply kept his mouth shut. Crackle, crackle, the sound of the campfire echoed as Helmut Knight finally opened his mouth. Letting out a long breath, he chuckled faintly, even without clinging to helmets, armor, or banners. Yes, even without. What matters is what you think of yourself, ha? Nadjin added more wood to the fire. As the flames reignited and roared, Helmut Knight reflected on his words. Hard to argue, after all. The Night King himself said it. Exactly. Denying those words would require pulling out Excalibur. That's a cheap trick. Quoting the Night King in a discussion about knighthood is like cheating. If you don't like it, why don't you go pull out Excalibur? Ha! You've got a sharp tongue for someone who's never even touched it. For your information, I almost pulled it out once. The blade even sparkled in my hands. Helmut Knight jabbed his finger at Nadjin. A brat who's never laid a finger on Excalibur dares to talk so big. Nadjin simply smiled silently in response. Beside him, Merlin doubled over, clutching her stomach as she burst into laughter. Do you know about fallen stars? To some extent, Nadjin nodded. Fallen stars, descending stars, corrupt constellations. He had heard about them from Merlin and read about them in historical records. I've heard of the 1,000 moons and the corrupted constellations who stood in King Arthur's way. The 1,000 moons. Oh, you mean the infinite moonlit stars. I heard the continent's sword masters exterminated them. Well, they were fallen stars too. Helmut Knight nodded, but then paused. What you're referring to are the inverse stars, the corrupted stars that defied and reversed natural order, turning black. They're also called fallen stars. But what I'm talking about is something more literal. Literal. Yes, I'm talking about constellations that lose all their stars and fall completely. He gestured downward with a sweeping motion. Fallen stars, or forgotten stars. Fallen stars, stars that had forgotten themselves. When a constellation denies itself or has its achievements invalidated, it loses its stars. Each star lost erodes the constellation's mind, leading to extreme wear and tear. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Just like the erosion process for the forgotten ones. Exactly. Constellations aren't immune to erosion. In fact, they need to be even more cautious. Losing all their stars brings about something truly horrific. Merlin groaned beside Nadjin. Her voice carried a note of empathy. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Actually, no. It's really bad. What on earth could it be? Nadjin blinked in confusion. Helmut Knight elaborated. When a fallen star reaches that point, it can no longer maintain a human form. Becoming a constellation already means transcending humanity. What does it mean to no longer be human? It means gaining a rather peculiar appearance. You'll understand when you see it. Helmut Knight rose from his seat. Nadjin, this is my second request. Bringing up the victor's right to make 3 demands of the defeated, Helmut Knight announced his intention to use his second request. We're going to hunt a fallen star now. Cooperate with me. There's one in particular that must be dealt with. Which star? Nadjin asked. The Silent Knight. Crun Bell. Helmut Knight spread his fingers wide. Even after using the 5 fingers on his left hand, he had to borrow one from his right hand to indicate the number 6. A constellation that once had 6 stars, also called the Hornblower. He tapped the horns on his helmet lightly. The same bastard who broke the horns on this cool helmet. Chapter 146, The Star That Blows the Horn. 1. On their way to subdue the fallen star. Nadjin wondered what a constellation really was. He had heard the word many times, but still didn't fully understand its meaning. What is a constellation? What's the difference between someone with a star like myself and a constellation? Thankfully, there was someone beside him who could answer that question. None other than the self-proclaimed Great Constellation, Merlin, a constellation of constellations possessing 11 stars. There's not a huge difference between someone who possesses a star and a constellation. At most, it's the number of stars. Simply possessing a star is one thing, but connecting stars to form a star place is when one truly becomes a constellation. Connecting stars to form a star place. When Najin asked if there was a minimum number of stars required, Merlin shook her head. There's no set rule. Technically, you can create a star place with just 3 stars, but I've only ever seen one person do that, and they were an exception. Generally, you need to gather 4 or 5 stars to become a constellation. She continued. Arthur and I became constellations around that point as well. Flicking her fingers, stars sparkled at her fingertips and connected, forming a star place. There are also the concepts of ascension and authority, but we can save those for later. What you really want to know concerns fallen stars and forgotten stars, right? Najin nodded, and Merlin traced her finger downward. The sparkling stars plummeted. Even constellations are not eternal. There are times when stars are lost. Each time a star is lost, it causes significant mental shock. What do you think happens if that keeps happening? They go mad. No one in their right mind could endure that. Her tone suggested she spoke from experience. Merlin shook her head as if dismissing a memory she did not want to relive. The more stars a constellation has, and the higher their rank, the greater the shock. If they continue to endure such shocks and lose all their stars, they can no longer maintain themselves. What do you mean by no longer maintain themselves? It means they become a forgotten one, a constellation that fell and forgot itself, a fallen or forgotten star. Merlin described them as dead stars. Constellations transcend human flesh. When such beings become forgotten ones, well, they're no longer something that fits within the category of human as you know it. Najin and the Helmet Knight ventured deep into the outland. The farther they went, the more frequent Helmet Knight's warnings became. Do not cross that line. Beyond it lies the realm of the constellations. It was a place filled with numerous starfields, where the domains of constellations truly began. As they continued deeper, Helmet Knight descended a sloped path. They scaled sheer cliffs, going lower and lower, until, after several days of travel, Najin arrived at a vast wasteland. Forests, grasslands, snowy mountains, plains. The outland was a patchwork of diverse terrains. However, where he found himself showed no such mixture. Instead, only a single landscape stretched endlessly beyond the horizon. The massive wasteland before them looked desolate and devoid of life. All that existed in that barren land were countless weapons lodged chaotically into the ground and enormous stones. They were no ordinary stones. Either starlight seeped from them, trailing up into the sky. The stones trailing light from the sky truly evoked the image of fallen stars. Najin, overwhelmed by the scenery, fell silent for a moment. Helmet Knight, staring at the expanse, broke the silence with a sneer. Outlanders call this place the battlefield of stars. He had more to say. The stars who live here have another name for it. Gesturing to the vast wasteland and the fallen stars, he continued, "It's the graveyard of stars. This is where stars fall. Once heroes, once shining stars. They all fell here in the end." Helmet Knight shrugged and gave Najin a knowing look. "Do you know any heroes, ones who are said to have died honorably on the continent? There are quite a few. Name some, from roughly 300–400 years ago. Arta Trigadian, protector of the sacred tree. She was a war hero and the creator of the swordsmanship used by the Duke of Arbinia's knights." Hearing the name, the Helmet Knight paused before replying. "The protector of thorns. They fell 170 years ago and became a forgotten star. Kirchhoff put them down." "What? Didn't hear about that on the continent. Figures, got another name. Kimberger Zen. Guardian Kimberger. Fell 200 years ago, eaten by demons, probably still in their stomachs. Saphir. Saphir of the 100 Blossoms. The Carnival King caused her fall. Relatively recent. About 100 years ago. Richter. Conqueror Richter. Also fell to the Carnival King. He's now their jester. Both arms and legs are severed, displayed in the Carnival King's palace. Every time Najin called a name, Helmet Knight responded with a similar story. It wasn't until Najin named over 10, then 20 names that he finally heard, "Ah, that one did die honorably. On the continent, at least." Well, that's how it is. The continent would have wrapped it up nicely. They died honorably, they were martyred. Outland deaths. They're anything but honorable. Helmet Knight gestured to the wasteland. All buried here, in the graveyard of stars. Or they've become forgotten stars, still wandering around. Maybe they're jesters of the Carnival King, or perhaps they've been eaten by demons or beasts that covet stars. He continued, "Call it the land of heroes, the battlefield of stars, the birthplace of new stars. No matter how grand it sounds, strip away the facade, and you won't find a more dreadful place. This is the afterlife prepared for the stars who transcended humanity and fled from death." There was a moment's pause. "Well then, shall we hunt the forgotten ones roaming this hell?" Helmet Knight took the lead, and Najin followed. After a while of silence, Najin hesitantly spoke. "The Silent Knight, Crunbell, that's his name." "Right, yes, that's the name of the one we're hunting. Never heard of him." "Figures," Helmet Knight calmly said. He was struck by the fog of forgetting. Nothing in this land is worse than the authority of forgetting. Whether others forget you or you forget yourself, either way, you're worn away rapidly. Isn't that the constellation who erased Londonal? Yes, that constellation. The mention of that constellation clearly irritated Helmet Knight. Najin changed the subject. There was something he needed to confirm. The Silent Knight. Crunbell had 6 stars, right? Yeah, 6. Why getting nervous? Denying it would have been a lie. 6 stars. On the continent, Najin had encountered both Sword Saint Karen and Executioner Yul Razian, who each wielded 6 stars. Reflecting on their abilities, he couldn't imagine himself being able to match them. "I think I know what you're worried about, but he's not that strong anymore. Losing a star weakens you. It strips away transcendence too." Stars and transcendence aren't directly related, are they? While many transcendents do have multiple stars, they're not necessarily linked. They're not directly tied, true, but what's the foundation of being a transcendent? It's confidence in oneself. Losing a star is like losing that self-confidence. Without that, transcendence is taken from you. Helmet Knight pointed to himself. That's why Crunbell is probably about as strong as me now. "Well, then it seems doable," Najin said. Helmet Knight stiffened, his pride clearly bruised. He stopped walking and turned to face Najin. "You don't seriously think I went all out when we fought, do you? I didn't use my full strength either. Listen, I'm not even a lance specialist. My main weapon is the sword, and you still lost to me when I wasn't using my preferred weapon. I wasn't using my main weapon either." "What? Got some secret weapon hidden somewhere?" A knight shouldn't rely on their tools. You know, their strange, tension-filled exchange was broken when Helmet Knight clicked his tongue. "You wouldn't be talking like that if you saw me wield a sword." "Then why don't you use it?" Najin gestured at the sword strapped to Helmet Knight's waist. It was bound with thick chains. "Because I can't." "Why not?" "There's a reason. Using it means, never mind. I just can't." Their conversation stretched on as they walked, until finally Helmet Knight stopped and held out a hand to halt Najin. "Stop!" He pointed ahead, motioning with his chin. Najin followed his gaze and saw numerous spikes stuck in the ground. Or were they spears? They looked more like crude stakes, branches roughly hewn to serve as weapons. Some were blunt poles, their purpose seemingly just to impale something. Each was unique, yet they all had one thing in common. At the end of every spear was a body. A flagless lance held a corpse as its banner. A bladeless pike replaced its tip with a human hand. A hammer without a head had a human skull to complete it. There were dozens, no, hundreds of such grotesque creations in a field of bodies impaled on weapons. They had entered the domain of the constellation they were about to face. Najin couldn't see the owner of the domain anywhere. There were only corpses. So, where's the Silent Knight? He asked. Right there. Helmet Knight pointed. Najin blinked. He couldn't see anything but a corpse standing among the spears. It's odd, he thought, for a corpse to be standing, but it's still just a corpse. There's no head or anything above the neck. As he stared at the headless body, it moved, clatter. He almost took a step back out of instinct. Was he imagining things? Did he see it wrong? Clatter. He hadn't. The headless body was moving. Each step caused its armor to rattle and groan. It turned to face them. He couldn't explain it, but he felt its gaze. A headless body shouldn't have been able to look at him, yet he felt it. It was an unshakable certainty. His instincts, usually correct, screamed it was true. Ah-rah rumble. The Silent Knight's body trembled. Najin focused on the armor the knight wore. While it had no head to wear a helmet, its shoulders and chest were draped with helmets, dozens of them, as if the knight were wearing the helmets instead of just carrying them. The tremors suddenly stopped. With a sharp click, all the helmets opened simultaneously, like jaws unhinging. Black sludge dripped from their openings like drool. The helmets quivered, their vibrations causing the hornpipes scattered among them to tremble as well. Be-woom. The sound of a horn echoed across the wasteland. Deprived of its own head, the knight used the heads of others to blow its horn. The haunting note reverberated, filling the wasteland. Well, isn't that lovely? Helmet Knight muttered. He grabbed Najin by the collar without warning and flung him into the air. At the same time, the horn's sound abruptly ceased, replaced by something far worse. Ah! The wail of the Forgotten Ones surged over the field. The monstrous, unearthly cry sent sharp pain through Najin's ears. Blood trickled down as the sound pierced his mind. Floating midair, he watched as the Silent Knight trembled. Dark light erupted from its body, coalescing where its head should have been. The light, pitch black as the void of space, shimmered like a dark star. It's a forgotten star. A star turned that black after forgetting itself. It was the mark of a constellation that had become a forgotten one. Najin quickly realized why Helmet Knight had thrown him. The Silent Knight grabbed one of the spears embedded in the ground, pulling it free. It then hurled the spear toward Helmet Knight with incredible force. Whoosh! The spear tore through the air, leaving a massive furrow in its wake. Helmet Knight deflected it, but the impact sent him flying. The ground cracked, and the corpse impaled on the spear shattered from the force. Just my luck, Helmet Knight groaned, waving at Najin with his dangling arm. I'll need a moment. Took that spear wrong, wrists broken. I think, what? See you later. There's a nice rock back there I can hide behind. Wait, what? Good luck. With perfect form, Helmet Knight sprinted away, just as he had when raiding the giant's food storeroom. You've got to be kidding me, Najin cursed, landing and taking off after him. Behind them, the Silent Knight howled, throwing spear after spear. Fortunately, it didn't leave its domain, though it made for a fierce farewell. Knights don't retreat, Najin thought. It wasn't a retreat, it was a strategic withdrawal. I thought you said he was weaker than you. How is that anything weaker? Najin asked. Well, I am strong, Helmet Knight replied smugly. You ran away. That was a strategic withdrawal. Helmet Knight cracked his dislocated wrist back into place with a wince. Seems like he's in a foul mood today. Back in the day, at least, he would have acknowledged a greeting. A greeting, that thing. He used to. Najin found that difficult to imagine. He was still trying to process what he'd seen. A headless body, and it still moves, and fights better than most living knights. Helmet Knight added. It's his old habit of going overboard. I suppose. Najin furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Didn't I mention it? Helmet Knight flashed a sly grin. He was my subordinate. What? Vice Captain of the Golden Horn Knights, the strongest after me. The Silent Knight. Crunbell was the former Vice Captain of the Golden Horn Knights. Helmet Knight continued. Remember that technique I used before? I told you there was someone who used it better. I was talking about him. Najin glanced at the silent night, wandering the wasteland, its lance gleaming ominously. He mastered the lance to the highest degree, and Helmet Knight gestured to the star-shaped lance on his back. The weapon, it's his. Najin's eyes narrowed. You stole it, didn't you? Hey, he entrusted it to me when he became a Forgotten One. You definitely stole it. I didn't. Helmet Knight avoided Najin's gaze, but his shifty demeanor betrayed him. Najin sighed. Helmet Knight had clearly stolen it. Chapter 147, The Star That Blows the Horn Too. Did you say that person over there is your companion? Najin pointed at the headless knight, wandering aimlessly among the stakes. Whether it could still be called a person was debatable, but since it was said to have been a companion of Helmet Knight, he decided to maintain a minimum level of respect. Yes, he was the vice-captain of the Golden Horn Knights. That horn on the helmet. You said he broke it. I thought they must have been bitter enemies. If you call it a grudge, it was indeed a grudge. But breaking the horn happened after he turned into that. Helmet Knight leaned his head against the rock. The sound of the helmet clinking against the stone echoed faintly. I tried to stop him once. After all, he was my vice-captain. What kind of knight commander can't rein in a subordinate who goes astray? I tried to stop him, but, well, to my shame, I failed. Didn't I mention it already? To kill a Forgotten One who reached a high level in life, you need pure starlight. You did mention that. My star is already tainted. No matter what I tried, I couldn't kill him, cut off an arm, sever a leg, pierce his body. He always rose again, charging at me like a wild beast. Eventually, I realized it wasn't something I could do, so I gave up. Tainted starlight could not grant rest to the Forgotten Ones. While overwhelming physical force could perhaps immobilize them, true peace was out of reach. Even the tiniest fragment of their being retained a part of their soul, which would regenerate over decades or centuries. Immortality, undeath, regeneration. The Outland offered no solace to those who fled from death. Choose eternal life, then endure eternity. Those who stepped into the Outland had to be prepared to withstand eternity, to shine forever, or to lose their light and fall. No other choice existed, especially since that one is a constellation. A constellation who once held 6 stars, the Hornblower. When a constellation falls and becomes a Forgotten One, they can no longer be called human, flesh rotting away, arms severed, body shredded. Such physical means can neither kill nor even stop a fallen star. Helmet Knight gestured toward the Hornblower. Black veins pulsated on its armor. The closer someone is to a constellation, the less their soul is bound to their body. Any part of them that's destroyed can simply be replaced with starlight. Unlike other Forgotten Ones, not even their heart holds significance. Najin stared at the Hornblower, whose body contained 6 hearts. They were the stars he had carried in life. After falling and losing his essence, the blackened stars, no longer shining, were embedded in his armor. Fallen stars do not experience physical death. As their body sustains repeated damage, they transform into shapes closer to monsters. Even without a heart or a head, they continue to move. The only ones who can grant such beings rest. Helmet Knight raised a finger and pointed at Najin. Are new stars like you, those who are pure. The problem is that a freshly risen morning star facing constellation who once carried multiple stars is nearly impossible. Helmet Knight pointed to himself. With my help, the story changes, he shrugged. Who am I, once a sword master, once a transcendent, and the commander of the greatest order in the Empire, the Golden Horn Knights? All of that is in the past. Isn't it? The experience remains. I wouldn't falter against just any sword master. That's not very reassuring. Grumbling, Najin stood up. Do you have a plan? Of course. I was just about to explain. Helmet Knight added. Can I ask you something? What is it? What is the name of your star? I realized I hadn't asked until now. The Star of Dawn, Najin replied. The star that heralds the end of the night. Najin walked through the graveyard of the stars, the desolate wasteland. As always, a sword was strapped to his waist, but it remained sheathed. The time to draw it had not yet come. Tap. He continued forward, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Before him loomed a forgotten one, someone who had missed their chance to die. The forgotten star no longer shone, having lost its identity. It wandered aimlessly among the spears planted in the ground, not even registering Najin's approach. He had yet to step into its domain. The hornblower guarded its territory fiercely and indiscriminately attacked any who dared enter its domain. Conversely, as long as one stayed outside, it did not strike first. Step. Najin stopped at the boundary. Beyond that line lay the hornblower's domain. The hornblower, too, halted and turned toward him, as if daring him to take a single step farther. Sking. Najin drew his sword. Holding it aloft toward the sky, he closed his eyes. It was a brief sword salute, a posture taught by Ivan, one he used whenever he drew deeply upon his own imagery. Sword aura radiated from his blade in the shape of a constellation. In that graveyard of buried stars, where their light no longer reached, his sword shone brilliantly, its aura forming a constellation. Holding the radiant sword, he stepped forward and crossed the boundary, entering the hornblower's domain. The hornblower moved. The blackened stars embedded in its armor pulsed like hearts, and atop its headless body, a black star began to rise. It was as if the hornblower, true to its name, was preparing to blow its horn. Bee-woo, the sound of a horn echoed. The hornblower's body froze momentarily before it turned toward the sound. There, standing with a horn in hand, was Helmut Knight. "Hey, Crun Bell," he waved the horn. "Did you forget? Blowing the horn first is the privilege of the commander. Even when drinking water, the hierarchy must be respected. You insolent bastard." Boom. Helmut Knight planted his spear into the ground. "Blow the horn, golden horns." He tossed the horn into the air as he shouted. 150 years prior, when he had done the same, 12 tones had followed in unison. The entire Golden Horn Knights had blown their horns together, and the battlefield had resonated with their sound. When the horns echoed across the battlefield, the Empire's enemies were struck with fear, and its soldiers were filled with confidence. Blowing their horns, the Golden Horn Knights had charged forward in glory. That was all in the past. No one stood behind Helmut Knight any longer. The 12 knights had all become forgotten ones. The man who had once blown his horn most fervently was aiming his lance at Helmut Knight from the other side. Yet, even so, the battlefield was not silent. Bee-woo, just as it had been 150 years ago, the battlefield filled with the sound of horns. In response to Helmut Knight, the hornblower blew his horn. The horns embedded in his body vibrated in unison. It wasn't because he understood Helmut Knight's words. As a forgotten one, Crun Bell had no reasoning left, only instincts. His instincts screamed for him to blow the horn and respond to that sound. Even if he had lost his mind, Crun Bell was still a star built on the horn. That essence, at least, he had not forgotten. When the horn's sound echoed, Helmut Knight couldn't help but laugh. "Even after ending up like that, you still haven't forgotten." Step. Helmut Knight stood beside Najin. "Ready? Is there much to prepare for?" "Honestly, you arrogant kids." Helmut Knight adjusted his stance. Najin also bent his knees and pulled his sword back. The hornblower pulled out his lance and let out a ferocious roar. "That's one hell of a racket. Looks like he's angry about the lance you stole." "I didn't steal it. Damn it, I borrowed it. Borrowed it. Didn't you say he gave it to you?" Minor details. Even as they exchanged pointless banter, their stances remained firm. Against the charging hornblower, the two of them sprang forward. A knight never turned their back on an enemy. Blow the horn, golden horns, pierce the Empire's enemies, raise the banner of the Empire and charge forward, claim victory with glory, and march on with pride. The sound of horns rang in his ears. The image of galloping across the plains while blowing his horn flashed before his eyes. He no longer had ears, nor eyes, nor even a head to recall such memories. Yet those scenes remained. Crunbell blew his horn because there was nothing else he could remember. He could no longer comprehend the meaning of his actions. He had no understanding of what he was doing. Like a beast that acted without assigning meaning to its movements, so too did he act. His actions had no meaning, no value. That was simply all that remained to him, and so Crunbell blew his horn. Blowing his horn, he thrust his lance. With each thrust, there was a sickening thud as something burst. The bodies impaled on his lance couldn't withstand the impact and exploded, scattering flesh and blood. Crunch! The ground shattered and fissured beneath a lance that hadn't even touched it, dust rising in its wake. With every motion of his body, a crater was left in the ground. Though he had lost himself, the techniques engraved in his body remained intact. Crunbell had once ascended to transcendence as a knight. He had reached the pinnacle of mastery with his lance, one weapon against countless stars. Even after his body deteriorated and his stars fell, the skills honed during his lifetime endured. Dr. 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 A slight movement of his lance split and overturned several meters of ground. The crude lance he held shattered under the force of his skill, but that didn't matter. Thud. He simply pulled out another spear. This was his domain, filled with countless lances, all weapons at his disposal. Each time one broke, he merely grabbed another. Clang! When Najin intercepted one of Crunbell's strikes, his knees nearly buckled from the sheer force. Just receiving a single technique was grueling. Sliding backward from the impact, he steadied his breath. It was clear. Transcendence was transcendence. Even weakened after his fall, Crunbell's skill remained extraordinary. Each lance thrust carved into the earth and whipped up storms. It was easy to imagine just how formidable Crunbell must have been in life, a knight whose mastery pierced the heavens. Even a knight such as that had fallen. Helmut Knight once said that countless heroes had fallen in that land. Their fates were worse than death. The Outland was not where stars were born, but where stars went to die, a graveyard of stars. Najin understood the reasoning behind that description, but he couldn't bring himself to like it. In truth, he disliked everything about the Outland. The way it mocked human virtue, pushed people to their limits, corrupted them, and even denied them the peace of death. It all felt like a mockery of the heroes who tread this land. Wasn't it an insult to the legacy of those heroes? A hero deserved an ending befitting their greatness. At the very least, their final moments should shine. Perhaps it was because of the knight who had once shown him the stars, or perhaps it was because Najin had grown up reading tales of heroism, admiring those heroes, or maybe it was just who he was at his core. There was no single explanation. He simply wished for their final moments to shine. They deserved that much. Najin adjusted his grip on his sword, while Helmut Knight charged forward to buy time. He steadied his breathing. You deserve no less. As if speaking to Crunbell, the silent knight, Najin steeled himself. He still didn't know much about the hornblower, about the star that had turned into a beast, nor did he fully understand the deeds of Helmut Knight, Crunbell, or the journey that led them there. He was there to figure out precisely that. Only a pure star could cleanse a fallen one. Closing his eyes, he delved deep into his own imagery. Flashes of the underground city Artman filled his mind. A low-hanging star, a high-hanging star, a blue star and a platinum-colored star. Perched amidst them, Merlin smiled faintly. See, didn't I tell you get the hang of it in no time? With his sword lowered, Najin sprinted forward. Constellations shimmered faintly on the blade's edge, and in the heavens above, two stars shone brightly, Najin's stars. Within the boy's imagery, the seeds planted long ago were on the verge of sprouting. Chapter 148. The Star That Blows the Horn 3. Najin felt the turbulence within him. The seed buried underground sought the surface and wanted to pierce through the dense earth and blossom into the world. Cracks formed in the soil where the seed was planted, allowing light to seep through the tiny crevices. Flash. Najin's sword aura deepened. With one step, just one more step, he charged forward. Kang, Helmet Knight, wielding his lance, fended off the incoming attack and turned his gaze toward Najin. The moment he caught sight of Najin's starlight, he briefly froze. The stillness was fleeting, followed by a resounding roar from the hornblower. A constellation that had lost its star instinctively desired a new one. A radiant white star, something it could never possess again, was the object of its yearning. The hornblower leaped forward like a wild beast, clawing at the ground. Its movements could only be described as beast-like. Boom! Using not just its legs, but also its arms and the lance in its grip, the hornblower charged toward Najin. Slamming the lance into the ground, the creature propelled itself forward, closing the distance in a single bound before swinging its clawed hand. The hornblower had fallen as a forgotten star decades prior. Its body, which had endured cycles of injury and recovery over the years, had long since been replaced in large part by starlight. It was difficult to find any semblance of humanity in its form. That lack of human elements, however, meant its inefficiencies were also erased. Even its clawed hands were no different from the talons of a beast. When its claws lashed out, the sound of blades slicing through the air whished by. The moment Najin's sword aura clashed with the beast's sweeping claws, a deafening sound echoed through the air. Ka-ga-ga-ga-ga-gang, sparks scattered like embers. Simultaneously, the hornblower swung the lance in its remaining hand. Seeing the oncoming strike ripping through the air, Najin made no attempt to block. Slash! His sword sliced through the lance. No matter how much aura coated it, gaps existed. The worn, aged lance couldn't endure even a second against Najin's sword. Thud! Yet the hornblower was no stranger to reality. As soon as the lance was severed, it stomped on the ground with the foot it had lifted to advance. The impact sent tremors through the ground, causing another embedded lance to shoot upward. With a sharp motion, the hornblower seized the rising lance and immediately thrust it forward. There was no distinction between the two movements. Just as a master of Iaido seamlessly draws and strikes, so too did the hornblower attack without pause. As a martial artist who had transcended with a single lance, its skill was beyond mortal comprehension. Thwack! The speed of the thrust was so great that the air in front of the lance spiraled into a vortex, converging at a single point before detonating. Najin was astounded by the technique, even as he witnessed it with his own eyes. That aura, how sharp it was! The moment Najin parried the aura-laden lance, the recoil traveled not just to his palm, but up his arm, through his shoulder, and into his entire body. Crack! His joints screamed in protest, and blood vessels bulged in his strained eyes as he tracked the hornblower's movements. Unable to perfectly evade the attack, his flesh tore. He bit down hard on the blood filling his mouth and swung his sword. Kang! If not for Helmet Knight distracting the hornblower and covering Najin's openings, he would have already collapsed. A hole punched clean through his body. The opponent was powerful, a foe Najin could never defeat alone. Still, Najin thought, but it's not overwhelming. When he had faced Yul Razian Karen and Gerd Isabalt, the three-sword masters of the continent, he had felt an oppressive sense of futility. It had been as though, no matter what he did, he could never win. Against the hornblower, he saw clear gaps, once a transcendent, now a fallen star. Unlike the sword masters who could unleash sword energy across hundreds of meters or manifest their will into reality to suppress him, this fallen star lacked such abilities. That was to be expected. A being who had lost themselves could no longer imbue their aura with their essence. The hornblower's aura was incomplete. Its sharpness and weight were formidable, but it lacked the unshakable foundation, the mystique that true transcendence possessed. Kang. Even so, it was still powerful, but it wasn't to the extent that victory was impossible. Lowering his blade, Najin feigned retreat. creating the illusion of widening the distance before swinging his sword in a grand arc. SSSHH. The compressed sword aura stretched out like a whip, sweeping through the surroundings. Though the hornblower easily deflected the dispersed attack, it wasn't Najin's true aim. The scattered debris from shattered lances filled the area. Closing the gap in an instant, Najin severed the hornblower's lance. If it wished to seize a new weapon, it would have to retreat just as Najin had earlier. The moment the hornblower roared and turned to reach for another lance, Najin's sword aura finally struck its body. Clang! Of course, it wasn't a significant blow. The tip of Najin's sword merely scraped against the hornblower's armor. The creature hadn't even bothered to block the attack, finding it unthreatening. To the hornblower, it was a meaningless strike, but to Najin, it was not. How unbecoming of a knight to scream so disgracefully. Najin's blade had sliced through the helmets attached to the hornblower's armor, those open-faced visors from which it had bellowed like a beast. When one of the helmets shattered and fell, the creature's roars grew quieter. Lifting the tip of his sword, Najin smirked. "If you insist on behaving like a beast, so be it." Starlight glimmered at the tip of his blade. "I will treat you as a knight." A star shone brightly. The eroded star gazed upon the blindingly radiant new star. The light emanating from the new star was something the old star had lost long ago. Watching this sight, the ancient star involuntarily let out a laugh. What a lunatic, truly. Helmet Knight, who was pressuring the hornblower in tandem with Najin, couldn't help but think. The hornblower was an overwhelmingly strong opponent. For Najin, it was an uphill battle, even with Helmet Knight's assistance. One wrong move, and he would be killed or gravely injured. That boy, as if he had multiple lives, moved even more aggressively. What was even more astonishing was that his speed gradually increased. Despite accumulating wounds, bleeding profusely, and being knocked to the ground repeatedly, Najin picked himself up each time, charged forward, and attacked again. At that point, it was hard to tell who the true, unrelenting monster was. Ka-ga-ga-ga-gak. Helmet Knight thrust his lance at the hornblower, and a bitter taste filled his mouth. The hornblower wasn't paying attention to him. Its focus was entirely on Najin, despite the fact that Helmet Knight had inflicted far more injuries and posed a greater threat. Cold-hearted bastard. Even so, Helmet Knight couldn't deny the exhilaration of the moment. Najin's relentless attacks were forcing the hornblower to adjust its movements. Just a little more. Helmet Knight swung his lance and dashed forward, slamming his weapon into the ground to disrupt the hornblower's footing and halt its wild movements. Whenever its arms and joints twisted unnaturally, like those of a beast, Helmet Knight struck, breaking its rhythm. "Push yourself a little further, kid." Interfering with the hornblower, Helmet Knight guided Najin's movements. As if understanding his intent, Najin immediately followed suit. Flash. Najin's sword aura shone even more intensely. Helmet Knight recognized the change at once. That kid, he was about to sprout. He was stepping into the sprouting stage, the threshold to becoming a sword master. Having passed through that stage long ago, Helmet Knight understood what Najin was attempting. "All right, I can't just stand around." Though gaps were beginning to appear in the hornblower's defenses, the injuries Najin sustained were piling up as well. Dragging things out further would only upset the precarious balance. "It's time." Helmet Knight made his decision. He forcefully swung his lance, driving the hornblower back before planting his feet firmly into the ground. Gripping his lance with both hands, he shouted, "Najin!" At the same time, Najin hurled his sword high into the air. Then, like the hornblower had done earlier, he stomped on the ground. Thud! A lance embedded in the ground shot into the air. Catching it mid-flight, Najin assumed a stance identical to Helmet Knight's. The form was sharp enough to impress even the veteran knight. Well, it seems my efforts to teach him weren't wasted. Though he hadn't expected Najin to master it so quickly. Nadjin and Helmet Knight thrust their lances toward the hornblower simultaneously. As the air spiraled into whirlwinds around the lance heads, violent storms surged forward in unison. Lance of the Crossed Star. The technique was the pride and symbol of the Golden Horn Knights, and one the hornblower had once taken great confidence in. Now, that same technique erupted from Nadjin and Helmet Knight. Kargagagagagag. Naturally, Nadjin's storm was weaker than Helmet Knight's. He hadn't yet fully mastered the skill, but it was enough to momentarily disrupt the hornblower's movements. The opening created by Nadjin's strike allowed Helmet Knight's lance to pierce through, penetrating the hornblower's side, shattering its armor and sending black blood spraying into the air. The lance the hornblower had been holding was torn apart by the storm. Blood spattered, shattered lances littered the ground, and embedded deep in its side was the lance. The hornblower had plenty of other lances to grab. The starfield surrounding it was littered with countless embedded lances, but it did not reach for another. Grip. Instead, the hornblower grasped the lance lodged in its side with both hands. Its gaze met Helmet Knight's, or rather, what could be called its gaze. The dark star serving as its head met Helmet Knight's eyes. The hornblower twisted the lance embedded in its body. Even the most skilled lancers prepared for scenarios in which their weapon was grabbed. They had answers for how to disarm their opponent or retrieve their weapon, and as a former sword master, the hornblower was no exception. It twisted its grip, rotating the lance within its palm. Caught off guard, Helmet Knight lost his hold on the weapon. Who could have expected such a maneuver at that moment? It was unthinkable. The skill was meant to be used when the lance was aimed at an enemy, not when it was buried in its own flesh. Thwack! The lance twisted within the hornblower's side, ripping open the wound even further. Blood sprayed like a fountain from the gash, and chunks of torn flesh fell to the ground. Yet, as if unfazed, the hornblower pulled the lance from its side. Crunch! It slowly straightened its body and swung the bloodied lance to cast away the entrails clinging to it. Then, gripping the weapon firmly, it stood tall. The hornblower, which had previously roared like a beast, was silent. For the first time, it fully extended its posture. With both feet planted firmly on the ground, it grasped the lance with both hands. The lance of the Crossed Star, once again in the hands of its original wielder, glowed faintly. Radiant starlight beat down upon its body and washed over the blackened star and its corpse-like form. Of course, that did not mean that a miracle would occur, such as the hornblower regaining its sanity. The hornblower remained a forgotten one, a fallen star, and yet, who said a fallen star could not shine? The blackened star reflected the radiant light of the new star, taking on a pale glow. Though it could no longer produce light of its own, it became luminous by reflecting the light of another. The hornblower began to shine. Its light was not dazzling and was neither warm nor brilliant. Instead, it was murky, dull, and far removed from the typical radiance of starlight. Did that truly matter? What mattered was that the star shone at all. The hornblower planted its feet on the ground and straightened its hunched back. From beneath the shattered remains of its gauntlet, its human fingers emerged, gripping the lance tightly. It still had no rational mind. What remained in its body was pure instinct. Still, its instincts roared, a memory buried deep within its being urged it forward. Take your stance, grip your lance, show your utmost. Such was the etiquette owed to one's opponent. Thus, the beast, while still a beast, became a knight. The dark star that had replaced its head began to sink. As the star faded, the night sky became visible in the void left behind. Stars twinkled in the blackened void, taking the place of the hornblower's eyes. The hornblower did not sound its horn, nor did it let out a battle cry. Instead, it fell silent. The silent knight, Crunbell, gripped his lance. Tip pointed toward Nadjin, the star that had reignited his light. Crunbell would present his ultimate display. What would he show? He would show the strongest strike he could muster. The battle ram. A storm swirled around Crunbell. Chapter 149 The Silent Night. Crunbell 4. Crunbell thrust his lance. Though it was a simple sentence, the weight carried by Crunbell's name made it anything but light. Crunbell was a warrior who transcended mortality with a single lance, just as the phrase, "a sword master swung their sword," carried a certain gravitas, so too did Crunbell thrust his lance. When he stomped his foot, a storm roared. When he extended his arm, the storm coiled around the shaft of his lance, and the moment the lance pierced the air, a storm erupted from its tip. The battle ram was Crunbell's most powerful strike. Even if no imagery imbued the blade of his lance, even if he was no longer a transcendent, the technique remained undiminished. He had simply refrained from using it because no weapon could endure its force. At that moment, things were different. He held the lance of the crossed star in his hands. Forged by the Empire's master craftsman and embodying the pinnacle of Crunbell's feats, that lance was his symbol. Held in its rightful wielder's hands, it withstood the full force of his technique as its cross-shaped blade gleamed, shining for its master. Thus, the perfected technique defied comprehension. As transcendent beings rejected the understanding of mortals, so too did Crunbell's strike. Slicing through split seconds, the lightning-quick thrust surpassed Helmet Knight's reaction speed. Ka-ga-ga-ga-ga-ga-ga-ga-gag. The storm churned, tearing the ground asunder and grinding obstacles into dust in its relentless advance. Helmet Knight reacted belatedly, but it was too late. Gripping his lance, he swung it toward the oncoming storm. The shaft shattered, swept away. He was flung to the side as if by the storm's command. Even so, the storm's true target was not Helmet Knight. It was Najin, who stood behind him. Even though Helmet Knight mitigated its power slightly, Crunbell's battle ram possessed strength comparable to a transcendent strike. It was a force Najin could not withstand. Crack. Najin's eyes, his gaze and reflexes were not inferior to those of a transcendent. Moreover, he had witnessed the technique, battle ram, several times through Helmet Knight. Though dodging or deflecting it was impossible, blocking it, just barely, could be within reach. Ah! The moment his sword aura clashed with the storm, Najin realized how arrogant that thought had been. It was a delusion. Blocking it was never an option. Thud. His feet left the ground. The moment the storm touched his sword aura, it unraveled like threads, scattering into the air. His fingers on the sword fractured. His arm, braced against the impact, twisted with a sickening crack. Ah-rah-rah-rah-rah-rip. Everything in the storm's path, Najin's sword aura, his body, and the surroundings was ground down. Hurled backward by the tempest, Najin glimpsed the aftermath, fine dust swirling where the storm had passed. He knew with chilling certainty that if he faltered he would end up the same. Gritting his teeth, he refused to let go of his sword. His heart pounded furiously as he channeled sword aura into his blade without pause. If his sword aura dissipated entirely, the sword would shatter, and his body would be impaled. Endure, endure, endure. In the seemingly endless tug-of-war, his sword aura ultimately prevailed, and the storm dispersed, pushing him one last time. With a resounding crash, he was thrown into a boulder. Thud, thud, thud. Debris tumbled down, striking his head. His arm was broken, and blood poured from his eyes and nose. He coughed violently. Black blood spewed forth. His insides were a wreck. Even breathing felt like torment. One strike, just one strike, and his body was reduced to tatters. Blinking against his blurry vision, blue hair came into view. Swaying in front of him, Merlin, his guide. Crack. She gnawed on her thumb, her eyes trembling fiercely. Raising and lowering her hand repeatedly, she seemed lost in contemplation. Najin let out a bitter chuckle. Merlin. Ah! Their eyes met, and Merlin's gaze finally steadied. I'm not dead yet, I'm fine. You really. What will you do if you start panicking already? You're driving me insane, you know that. Absolutely insane, Merlin groaned. running a trembling hand down her face as she struggled to catch her breath. Though she respected Najin's decisions and refrained from intervening, the anxiety was unbearable. Unlike when she had faced death alongside Arthur, she could only watch as Najin teetered on the edge of life and death. Still, I think I'm starting to understand, Najin silently said. What? I think I understand what I need to do. Closing his eyes for a moment, Najin recalled what he had just witnessed. In his mind, Crunbell's every movement disassembled and reassembled. The lance of the crossed stars Helmet Knight had used, Crunbell's battle ram. He suddenly grasped the difference between the two. Drawing on the principles and motions he had learned from Helmet Knight, he pieced together how Crunbell had modified and executed the technique. No matter how transcendent a skill may be, if one observed it enough times and even attempted to mimic it with their body, understanding became possible. Opening his eyes, Najin smiled. He finally understood. Helmet Knight deflected Crunbell's lance and widened the distance between them before starting to run. Damn it! I should have reacted faster. He sprinted toward Najin's location. It has to be that boulder. Arg Ka Najin was there, coughing up blood. As expected, he was in shambles, unable to continue fighting. Groaning, Helmet Knight reached out to him, intending to take him and flee. However, Najin did not grab his hand. Move, was all the boy said. T, spitting out blood. He slowly pushed himself up. Each movement was accompanied by sickening cracks and grating sounds, but he paid no mind to his injuries. Walking forward, he stomped his foot to set his bones in place, adjusted his shoulder, and began resetting his fingers. No, calling it setting his bones was an understatement. It was more like he was assembling himself piece by piece. Relying on his terrifying regenerative abilities, Najin reassembled his body. Move, don't block my view. What? I can't see the enemy. Blood rushing to his head, Najin abandoned all decorum and gestured impatiently at Helmet Knight. It was a clear signal to get out of his way. You're seriously going to fight again in that condition? Why not? That one over there is still fighting, even without a head. This is reckless. A razor's edge separates recklessness and valor. You're insane. Helmet Knight's words were cut short when Najin let his sword hang by his side. Though he might not have realized it, his sword aura had taken on a completely different form. Now I get it. Najin swept his hair back with a hand. Step aside. His platinum-hued eyes locked onto Helmet Knight's. In those entrancing eyes, flames of determination burned. Through his gaze, Najin made his intent clear. Don't interfere. The duel wasn't over, and he had a duty to respond to his opponent's best efforts. Heh! Helmet Knight let out a hollow laugh. You're a madman. Took you long enough to notice. With a crooked smile, Najin strode past Helmet Knight. The older warrior couldn't stop him, though the boy had yet to experience transcendence. The aura he exuded was enough to force Helmet Knight to admit his power. Tap. Planting both feet firmly on the ground, Najin stared at Crunbell. The silent knight remained as he was, gazing back at him. His lance was aimed not at Helmet Knight, but directly at Najin. It was clear that Crunbell, too, sought a decisive conclusion to their battle. Yes, that's how it should be. Whether you are a forgotten one, a forgotten star, or a fallen star, it doesn't matter to me. So long as our swords clash, you are a knight. Even if you don't see yourself as one, I will make it so. Najin inhaled deeply. Then he shouted, Crunbell! He raised his sword. The tip of the blade pointed directly at Crunbell's heart. Come! With bloodshot eyes and a smile pulling at the corners of his mouth, he declared, This time, I'll crush you head on. Whether Crunbell understood the words was unclear. He probably didn't. However, the meaning behind Najin's stance and the fervor in his voice reached him. Slowly, Crunbell adjusted his stance with a flawless posture, overwhelming momentum, and a sheer pressure that subdued the surroundings. Despite the suffocating intensity, Najin stood his ground. He raised his head high, maintaining his composure. Challenging a stronger opponent head-on was a reckless and foolish choice. As he'd said, the line between recklessness and valor is razor-thin. Only those who refuse to yield at the brink of life and death could transcend. Najin did not falter as he faced the formidable foe before him. The first star Najin possessed, the star of challenge, shone brightly. To challenge an enemy was to face the opponent head-on. The star scattered its light for its master, who sought to carve out a new feat. Najin's sword aura shimmered with the radiance of the star. The lance of the crossed stars, the signature technique of the Golden Horn Knights. Its origin lay with their ancestors, who had sailed the seas long ago. They traversed vast oceans with the wind as their companion. On the prows of their ships had been affixed sharp golden horns, symbols of their lineage and the genesis of the golden horns. Advance, advance, advance. They crossed oceans, pierced glaciers, and rammed through obstacles with their horns, breaking everything in their path. The golden horns mounted on their prows were their first lances, their first weapons, and their means of piercing through barriers. They named the brutish yet effective attack the battle ram. Thus began the tale of the golden horns and the technique known as the battle ram. As centuries passed, the tale and origins of the Golden Horns faded into obscurity. Even the Golden Horn Knights, who inherited their will, were erased from history. Boom. Standing there was a living relic of that history, Crunbell. He was the silent knight, his star was the hornblower, and his allegiance was to the Golden Horn Knights. Crunbell gripped the lance of the crossed star. From a young age, he had idolized the Golden Horn Knights, enchanted by their battle cries as they charged under the Empire's banner. He had been captivated by the lance of the crossed star the captain carried. He trained himself, became a knight, and joined the Golden Horn Knights. After achieving countless feats, he earned the captain's recognition and was named his adjutant. Though the lance of the crossed star was traditionally reserved for the captain willingly bestowed it upon Crunbell, claiming he preferred swords over lances. But Crunbell understood the true meaning behind the gesture. "You are the next captain, Crunbell." Truly, those were glorious days. Crunbell had blown his horn and charged forward. Following his captain, he advanced endlessly. Forward, always forward, all things eventually came to an end. A moment from his past, why must death be noble? The woman smiled. Life is a comedy. From birth to death, it's all nothing more than a farce. And I, this humble one, know. I cannot understand why death should be noble and solemn. She gave a maniacal laugh. Why don't you laugh? Why don't you dance? Finally, she gestured. Laugh, sing, dance, make noise, play instruments, loudly. Life is a comedy, and even death is no more than a jest. In this hell, revelry is the only value worth pursuing. The jesters danced. Laughter, songs, grotesque movements, and the sounds of instruments filled the air. Thunk. Crunbell's head had fallen, but he never stopped. He'd refused to succumb to the circus of fools. Holding his severed head to his neck, he charged on. The Golden Horn Knights never stop. March forward, advance, pierce the enemy. We do not yield. His head had fallen countless times. It was crushed, his body burned, and his flesh reduced to ash. Yet he'd continued his march. Cutting the threads that sought to bind him, he'd roared. To drown out the jesters' laughter and the sounds of their instruments, the hornblower had blown his horn. Blow the horn, march forward, pierce the enemy. What meaning did it have? He had forgotten, thus forgetting himself and becoming a forgotten one. The 6 brilliant stars he once possessed fell and turned black. Even so, he continued to shout. Blow the horn, march forward, pierce the enemy. The hornblower, the silent knight. Crunbell blew his horn, stomped the ground, and thrust his lance. The battle ram. In that fleeting moment, he was a knight. The one facing his lance wished for it to be so, and therefore Crunbell could be as such. After all, a duel's meaning is defined by the opposing combatants. Najin charged straight into the surging storm. Reading the storm's trajectory, he propelled himself forward, his raised sword gleaming and illuminating the way to Crunbell's lance. "Let us settle this. Will my blade cleave your storm, or will your storm pierce me?" Chapter 150, The Silent Night, Crunbell 5. Battle Ram was, at its essence, a piercing technique, a thrust that extended forward while rotating the lance shaft. The principle behind the technique was simple, but the process of mastering it was anything but straightforward, because the technique demanded far more than a single skill. Instantaneous strength and perfect posture, a profound understanding of the lance, and the form of the aura enveloping the lance head. In order to wrap wind around the lance shaft and release it explosively at the head, many factors had to align without the slightest error. That was what astonished Helmut Knight when he taught Battle Ram to Najin. Even among the elite geniuses of the Empire, the Golden Horn Knights, those who wished to learn Battle Ram needed a full year to train just one technique. That was true even for those who used the lance as their primary weapon. Najin was different. He understood Battle Ram after seeing it performed just a few times. Though unfamiliar with the lance as a weapon, and thus lacking polish in execution, he comprehended the principles of the technique, how it worked, how to channel force into specific movements, and the precise angle at which to thrust the lance. Understanding naturally led to deconstruction. In Najin's mind, the movements of Battle Ram disassembled into parts. Dozens, even hundreds, of fragments flashed through his mind at high speed. Ah, Najin looked ahead. There he saw a flawless execution of Battle Ram, a technique even more refined than what Helmut Knight had demonstrated. Witnessing Crunbell's second display of Battle Ram, Najin knew exactly what he needed to do. With bloodshot eyes, he focused. In the eye of the raging storm, he found an opening, a thread-thin gap. It was so small and narrow that even a needle might fail to pass through. If it had been the old Najin, he would have failed to exploit that gap. Even if he could see it, his body wouldn't have been able to respond. Things had changed. The moment Najin swung his sword, the blade extended one handspan farther than usual. A mere handspan, yet in battle. Such a small difference often determined the outcome. Najin's sword penetrated the storm's flow. Tick, 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 tick. Something snagged at the tip of his sword. The storm began splitting along the path of his blade. As the divided storm lashed at Najin's body, he endured. Step by step, he advanced while swinging his sword. One step, then another. Though he felt as if his movements were infinitely slow, that was merely his perception. From an outside perspective, his actions were so rapid they defied the eye. He felt as though he was walking, but to others he was sprinting. His sword cleaved through the storm, forging a path. Blood vessels burst in his eyes, dyeing one side of his vision red. But he didn't care. Colors held no significance. In the moment his sword carved through the storm, he even felt as though sparks were igniting in his mind. His senses expanded, the world seeming to grow broader. It was not just a feeling, his imagery truly expanded. A sprout broke through the soil of a planted seed, pushing toward the surface. Sprouting, the first of 3 steps toward becoming a sword master. Najin had taken his initial step toward transcendence. His sword aura shone brilliantly white, its golden hues bleached into pure light. He envisioned the night who shone even without stars. He stomped the ground powerfully and felt it. He was sprinting forward. He charged through the storm. The trajectory of his swords cut through the air was without question his finest technique, the Knight of Atanga, Ivan's sword. Of course, the technique Ivan had perfected was not flawless. While Ivan had approached the level of a sword seeker, he had been a sword expert at the time. The technique he had developed contained gaps. It fell to Ivan's disciple, Najin, to close those gaps. Advancing beyond the sword seeker level toward becoming a sword master and higher, Najin used his experience to refine Ivan's sword and complete it. "I will defeat you head-on, because you are worthy." That was the meaning behind the technique. Coincidentally, it aligned with the story imbued in Najin's first star, Challenge. Unconsciously, he drew upon the narrative of his star. Head on, the star pushed Najin forward. He took what would be his final step. As he stepped, he swung his sword. The moment the blade's trajectory completed, he stood directly in front of Crunbell. The storm split apart. Crunbell swung his lance, initially thrusting forward, but then he swept it sideways as if to push Najin away. Najin's sword, raised upward, swung downward to meet it. Though Crunbell moved faster, Najin's technique had been designed with a second strike in mind. A first strike to break the enemy's technique, a second strike to cut down the opponent. From the moment Najin's sword rose, it had been poised to descend. He swung downward, his blade moving faster than Crunbell's lance. A mere handspan, but that was enough to decide the outcome. Slash. The sword sliced diagonally downward, splitting Crunbell's body in two. The blade, entering at the shoulder, emerged through his side. No blood spurted. Instead, a pure white light spilled from the deep wound, untainted, immaculate light. Brilliant starlight consumed Crunbell's body. Heaven acknowledged the boy's achievement, and a new star appeared in the night sky. The 6 stars engraved on Crunbell's armor began to change. The blackened stars turned white, like sludge being washed away or soot flaking off. Crunbell's stars returned to their original color. At the same time, Crunbell's body began to crumble. The first to disintegrate were the horns attached to his helmet. Then his flesh, fused with his armor, turned to dust and scattered. The more the black stars turned white, the faster Crunbell's body collapsed. Gasping for the breath he had been holding, Najin watched Crunbell. Crunbell, too, looked at Najin. He took a slow step back. Half of his body was already gone. With his remaining arm, he grasped his lance shaft, not to wield it, not to threaten Najin. Thud. Crunbell drove the lance into the ground. He spoke no words. He was the silent knight, after all, believing that there were things better conveyed without words, that a single moment of silence could communicate more than 100 words. He cherished his silence. The silent knight saluted. Though headless and with half his body gone, the salute radiated respect. It was not a gesture directed solely at Najin. It was also for Helmet Knight, who had quietly approached his side. For decades, he had wandered the graveyard of stars, forgotten. He had screamed like a beast, blown his horn, and lived days far removed from silence. In his final moment, Crunbell was the silent knight. His end was serene. SHH, the white stars that adorned him crumbled along with his body. All that remained was a single lance. 87 years late for discharge, but it's finally over. Crunbell, Helmet Knight smiled bitterly. Well done. He lightly patted Najin's shoulder. Those words were meant for both Najin and Crunbell. Helmet Knight approached the lone lance left behind, kneeling on one knee before it. He spoke. His name was Crunbell. His title was Silent Knight, and the name of his star was the Hornblower. He served in the Golden Horn Knights. Still kneeling, Helmet Knight continued. He was the next commander of the Golden Horn Knights, a vice-captain, a knight more valiant than any other. Even when the commander who should have led him faltered, he advanced alone. He challenged endlessly, blowing his horn and marching onward. His journey was noble. It was an elegy for Crunbell. You understood the value of silence. You knew courage. You knew honor and pride. In your final moments, you were a knight. So, Helmet Knight gripped the lance shaft tightly. Rest in peace, Crunbell. There was no need to adorn himself with a new flag. The innermost, most securely bound flag was that of the Golden Horn Knights. Thank you, Helmet Knight said by the campfire. His voice was lower than usual. Hearing the deep resonance in his tone, Najin looked up. You sound like a man about to die. Do I? You also seem relieved. Well, sending off the last knight of the Golden Horn Knights does bring some peace. Helmet Knight shrugged. Crunbell was the last of the 13 knights of the Golden Horn Knights. Now that I've sent him off, I feel like I've done what I needed to. The last. Najin tilted his head in confusion, pointing at Helmet Knight. But you're still here. Calling me a knight feels wrong. What are you saying? You told me to call you Helmet Knight. It's not Helmet Knight, as in an actual knight. It's just a nickname to Helmet Knight. Even being called a knight by nickname seemed sufficient. Hearing this, Najin spoke in disbelief. You live more like a knight than anyone else. Yet you say you're not a knight. It's not something so simple and straightforward. Don't sweat the small stuff. Najin smirked. Life gets exhausting if you do. It was a phrase Helmet Knight often said. Realizing his own words had come back to him, Helmet Knight laughed. You're right, he exhaled deeply. Crunbell was meant to be my successor. He would have taken my place as the commander of the Golden Horn Knights. An honest and steadfast man, I thought I could trust him with the position. I never imagined he'd leave before me. Helmet Knight ran his hand along the lance he held. Najin, yes. Would you like to use this lance? Me. Yes, you're the one who defeated Crunbell and won the duel. The victor deserves a reward. It's too large for me, and my main weapon is a sword. It's always good to have a secondary weapon, and this lance is special. It will adjust to your hand. Helmet Knight handed the lance to Najin. When Najin grasped it, the lance didn't change. It's not changing. Try channeling starlight into it. Najin did as instructed, and the lance vibrated before shrinking slightly. It adjusted to a size more suited to Najin's grip and movements. Not bad, right? It's fine. But what about you? What will you use? Najin cast a doubtful glance at Helmet Knight. It felt as if the man were preparing for his death. Sensing this, Helmet Knight chuckled. Don't look at me like that. I'm not planning to die, not until I put a hole in the head of the woman who ruined the Golden Horn Knights. Is that so? That's right. Najin studied the lance in his hands before looking at Helmet Knight again. You said thank you earlier. I did. That means you think I did better than you expected. To be honest, I think I did pretty well too. Annoying as it is, I can't deny that. Yes, you exceeded my expectations. What I asked of you wasn't just a challenge, it was also half a favor. Helmet Knight felt gratitude toward Najin. Despite severe injuries, Najin had not backed down and had gifted Crunbell the peace he deserved while completing what Helmet Knight could not. Najin, aware of this gratitude, grinned mischievously and said, Then I'll cash in that extra favor now. What is it? I'll grant one wish. Teach me the sword. Najin pointed to the sword strapped to Helmet Knight's waist. You're a sword master, aren't you? Technically, I was a sword master. You still remember the techniques, don't you? I can't say I've forgotten. Then teach me. Helmet Knight hesitated. Najin knew the weight drawing that sword held for Helmet Knight. He could guess the deep meaning it held for him. That was precisely why he made the request. Can't you ask for something else? No. Tusk, fine. Scratching his helmet. Helmet Knight let out a sigh. All right, I'll do it. Chapter 151, The Essence of 300 Years. 1. Najin sat before the campfire, inspecting his injuries. He had apparently suffered severe wounds during the battle against Crunbell. Back then, his head had been burning with adrenaline, so he had hastily performed emergency treatment. It had been a crude and absurdly reckless treatment where he forcibly realigned broken bones with his hands. It was so extreme that it barely qualified as first aid. Surprisingly, it had been somewhat effective. Najin clenched and unclenched his hands several times. His fingers moved without issue. The fingers, once misshapen from being forcibly set, were smooth. It was the same with the rest of his injuries. Only his completely shattered right arm hung limp, but even that was rapidly recovering. Najin tilted his head. He had always known he had excellent regenerative abilities, but this was on another level. Have I unknowingly turned into some kind of zombie instead of a human, or maybe a homunculus with super regeneration? The Outland is a place where starlight grows stronger. It was neither of those. Merlin had explained that, in the Outland, concepts related to stars were heightened. Thus, the functions of Excalibur, the Sword of Stars, were similarly enhanced. Impressive. At this rate, I might actually be able to fight without worrying about losing an arm. If you're dying to see me go crazy, then go ahead and try. Just kidding. While Merlin glared at him, Najin thought, even at his current level, it didn't seem likely his body could regenerate a completely severed limb. Broken bones and severed parts healed quickly, but fully regrowing lost flesh took much longer. Well, that aside, congratulations. Pardon on what? Beating the Silent Night. That and acquiring a new star. Najin blinked. A new star. What? You didn't notice. Concentrating on the starlight, Najin spread his hand. One, two, three stars shimmered above his palm. His eyes widened. Wait, that counts as a feat. Of course it does. The silent knight you fought was a constellation who had 6 stars. Even though he had fallen, he wielded power close to that of a transcendent. For you, still just a sword seeker, to defeat such an opponent, if that's not a feat, then what is? But I had Helmet Knight's help. Merlin looked at Najin incredulously. Even considering that, you played a major role in the battle. In the end, you charged head-on and even broke his technique. Defeating a higher-ranked entity in direct combat was enough to be considered a feat. Furthermore, Najin had destroyed the Transcendence technique. Evidently, the heavens recognized that as an achievement. Najin silently stared at his 3rd star. He instinctively understood what it symbolized. Breakthrough. It meant overcoming a crisis or surpassing a previous record. The concept wasn't tied solely to breaking through Crunbell's technique. A star didn't embody a single accomplishment. It encapsulated the bearer's entire life journey. He had always faced his enemies head-on, overcoming trials without retreating. He had even shattered previously established records. Both meanings of the word breakthrough were fitting for his life. Challenge, dragon slaying, breakthrough, gazing at his 3 stars. Najin smirked. It seems I've earned myself another star. As he stood there, Helmet Knight exhaled a long breath and pointed at the stars shimmering on Najin's palm. You're 18, right? I think I'm about 19 now. 19, with 3 stars and already at the sprouting stage. Ha! Najin blinked again. Sprouting stage. Oh, now that it was mentioned, he noticed his sword aura had shifted during the battle. Raising his sword, he drew upon the aura. It had indeed become denser. Be honest with me, you're not 19, you're 29, right? Even then, this still doesn't make sense. This is ridiculous. I am pretty ridiculous. You admitting it just makes me angrier. While Helmet Knight rubbed the back of his neck, Najin asked, how old are you? Anyway, you don't ask old men their age. You don't even age, so why does it matter? By that logic, I know someone who's... Najin glanced slyly at Merlin. Merlin blinked, tilting her head in confusion, but she soon realized the meaning behind his gaze and was outraged. She strongly claimed that she was young, beautiful, and had ascended at 19, locking her physical age there. Therefore, she insisted she was effectively still 19. So, in a way, we're the same age. Najin let her shameless claims go in one ear and out the other. Well, in any case, it's only fair if you tell me your age. I stopped keeping track after I passed 150. When did the Dawn War happen again? Around 150 years ago. I think, then I must be somewhere between 300 and 330 years old. 3 centuries, Najin nodded. Then I'll be learning from the essence of 300 years. Helmet Knight's expression went grim. He seemed reluctant to pass on his swordsmanship. I'm not sure if someone like me, who can no longer wield the sword, has the right to teach it. Why can't you use it? The sword I wielded was a symbol. Now that it's lost its symbolism, I'm not sure it holds any value. Without conviction, wielding it is meaningless. Even so, Helmet Knight rose to his feet. A promise is a promise. He set aside the sword bound to his waist and retrieved a different one. It was a plain, worn blade. Taking a stance, he prepared to teach. I can't remember how long it's been since I last taught someone the sword. When was the last time? Over 170 years ago, perhaps. Did you have a disciple? I wouldn't call them a disciple, but there was someone I helped train a little. Imperial knights would occasionally come, asking me to evaluate their swordsmanship. Each time I turned them away, claiming I wasn't gifted at teaching. Still, a few of them managed to pick up a thing or two by watching me. Helmet Knight raised his sword. The moment the blade was lifted, Najin felt his senses heighten. The very act of holding the sword had changed Helmet Knight's presence entirely. It's been a long time since I've held a sword. The tip of the blade moved lightly. The sword in his hand was a weathered, rusty weapon, long abandoned and seemingly incapable of cutting anything. Sheeing, yet even a dull blade became an unparalleled weapon in the hands of a sword master. The sound of cutting filled the air, even though the blade moved through empty space. Helmet Knight adjusted his stance and swung the sword downward. It was a simple motion, an overhead slash, the basic move of imperial swordsmanship. But of course, a sword master's basics were always extraordinary. Crunch. The earth split in a straight line, rocks along its path silently cracked in two. Najin's eyes widened. What did I just witness? Sure, splitting the ground and slicing through rocks was within Najin's ability as well, but that was only possible when using sword aura. What Helmet Knight had just demonstrated had been done without any aura at all. Najin stared at him with wide eyes. Helmet Knight clicked his tongue and muttered, "That's not quite right. Ah, this is how it feels." He raised the sword above his head once more. That time, a faint, ash-gray aura began to flow along the blade. The aura wasn't flamboyant and clung thinly to the worn blade, almost as if it were merely coating the dulled edges. He couldn't, not because the actions were fast or intricate, but because they were too simple. Since it was a mere overhead slash, raising the sword up and bringing it down, it was something anyone could mimic. The results were beyond comprehension. The moment the blade moved, a louder crack echoed, and the earth split again, farther and more intensely. Najin closed his eyes and pressed his fingers against his temple. What was that? The sensation was entirely new. He had seen sword masters in action before. When witnessing the techniques of Karen or Yule Razian, he had thought their movements were too fast and complex to replicate. Helmet Knight was different. It was the complete opposite, and neither fast nor complex. Any swordsman could mimic the stance and motion if instructed. How was it possible? You're wondering how I did it, aren't you? That's exactly right. My swordsmanship is a bit unique. Unique. It wasn't unique. It was basic. It felt oddly familiar. Where had Najin seen it before? After a moment of contemplation, he sighed softly. This feels a lot like imperial swordsmanship. Imperial swordsmanship. Najin stood and began demonstrating the techniques of imperial swordsmanship one by one. It was the most fundamental style taught to knights in the Empire, and naturally he had learned it from facing numerous imperial knights. Doesn't it feel similar? Helmet Knight remained silent. His face was hidden beneath his helmet, but Najin thought he detected a hint of surprise in his demeanor. You're telling me this is imperial swordsmanship? That's not the imperial swordsmanship I remember. Haven't you been in the Outland for over 150 years? That's long enough for things to change. The imperial swordsmanship I knew had gone unchanged for nearly 800 years. It wouldn't transform so easily. This is strange. Are you sure that's what it is? Najin nodded firmly. Helmet Knight fell silent for a while, before letting out a laugh, a mix of disbelief and realization. So that's how it turned out, huh? His hand moved to the sword bound to his waist. The scabbard, chained to him, bore the emblem of the Empire. Though old and tarnished, the imperial insignia was unmistakable. Not everything has been forgotten, it seems, he muttered quietly, a hint of joy in his voice. What do you think is the most important thing when learning the sword? The correct stances. Wrong. Stances can be corrected later. The most important thing is practical experience. as much experience as possible. By facing various situations and striving to make the best choices, you'll naturally learn how to wield your sword effectively. Helmet Knight continued, "My swordsmanship is no different. After rolling through countless battlefields, hunting demons, and dealing with bastards trying to sell out the nation, I gradually pieced together my technique through experience." He gestured towards the edge of the cliff, pointing to the creatures below. "Start with experience." Below them, a group of golems roamed. These weren't ordinary golems powered by mana. They were constructs formed from fragments of fallen stars, animated by starlight itself. Go down there and cut them down. That's simple enough. Without using sword aura, Najin blinked. "Wait, how am I supposed to?" Before he could finish, Helmet Knight kicked him off the cliff. "Ah, good luck." As Najin fell, he glimpsed Helmet Knight waving casually from above. "WUAA," a roar interrupted his thoughts. A starlight-powered golem below bellowed, rushing toward him as he fell. Chapter 152, The Essence of 300 Years, 2, Falling Off the Cliff, Najin thought to himself. Fighting that thing without using sword aura, with nothing but this longsword in hand. He glanced at the golem roaring below. It looked absurdly tough. Of course, a longsword was not designed for breaking hard objects. Many swordsmen, including sword experts, mistakenly believed otherwise because they could slice through stone and steel with sword aura. Originally, longswords were meant to pierce through gaps in armor or slash flesh, and not for splitting stone. Sure, with Najin's transcendent strength and a sword made of rare metal, he might manage to break regular stone, even without sword aura. But the rocks that made up the golem's bodies were far from ordinary. Infused with starlight, they were extremely durable. He felt it was unreasonable to demand he defeat a golem without using sword aura. Glancing over at Helmet Knight, he thought, if it were him, he might manage. Helmet Knight's strike was so powerful it could split the earth and cut cleanly through stone, even without sword aura. If anyone could defeat a golem in such a manner, it would be him. The same could be said for Karen, Yule, and Gerd. They had all easily countered Najin's attacks with their swords, even when he used sword aura. Obviously, what sword masters could do, Najin could not. Taking a short breath, he adjusted his grip on his sword. He had no choice but to try. Gwoo! The charging golem let out a monstrous roar as Najin raised his sword. Drawing sword aura was as natural to him as breathing, so he had to consciously suppress it while swinging his blade. Swish! The blade's cut through the air wasn't as sharp as usual, but it was still enough to take off a human head. Unfortunately, what stood before him wasn't human. It was a golem made of meteoric stone. Clang! The golem's outstretched rocky hand collided with the sword. If he had been using sword aura, he could have cleanly sliced through the stone or at least deflected the golem's hand with the pushback, but without it, ting! Neither happened. Najin's sword was deflected, leaving him staring at the golem's advancing fist with a sinking heart. Is it even possible to cut this? Twisting his body to dodge the punch, he ran along the golem's arm and readjusted his grip. There's a saying, if at first you don't succeed, try again. If one strike wasn't enough, he'd strike 10 times. Holding the hilt with both hands, he swung the blade like a pickaxe. Drawing on the lessons he'd heard from miners in the underground city, he continued swinging. Any miner who'd worked in the mines for decades would have applauded his flawless pickaxe technique. 10 minutes passed like that. During those 10 minutes, Najin realized something. The saying, "No tree can withstand 10 strikes," only applied to trees. Stones that didn't crack after 10 strikes were surprisingly common, and there was one such stone right in front of him. Damn it! Swallowing his frustration, Najin massaged his aching palms. The golem roared and struggled to shake him off, but he shifted his position each time and continued pounding on its body with his sword. Another 10 minutes passed. By the time Najin's swings numbered in the hundreds, he was ready to give up. Damn it all, he cursed. Fortunately, Najin's sword was made of rare metal, so it wasn't dulled by a mere beating. The blade wasn't called a masterpiece by the order of the sword for nothing. After all, the sword saint himself had awarded it to him. Still, he couldn't help but lament that even such a masterpiece couldn't cut through starlight-infused stone. Of course, it was unfair to blame the sword. Who would expect someone to break stone without sword aura? Task! Clicking his tongue, Najin continued running around on the golem's body, experimenting with different strikes. He swung his sword like a pickaxe, hammered with it like a mallet, and more. Did these efforts yield any enlightenment? Not really, but they weren't entirely meaningless either. After about an hour of striking stone, he began to get a feel for it. Crack! When he struck the stone again, a small piece chipped off. Though it was a tiny crack compared to the golem's massive body, the fact that his sword had penetrated the stone was a meaningful achievement. Reflecting on the strike, he resumed swinging with renewed vigor. Maybe this is actually helping. Really, doesn't look like it to me. Najin glared at Merlin, who yawned dismissively. What would a wizard know? Naturally, Merlin heard the thought and screeched in indignation. Using her protests as background music, Najin continued swinging his sword and realized how heavily he had been relying on sword aura. Sword aura was incredibly convenient. Even the sword aura of a mere sword expert could surpass the sharpness of most master-crafted blades, and the sword aura of a sword seeker or higher was practically unparalleled. It could effortlessly cut steel, generate heat capable of melting rock, repel monstrous beasts with its sheer force, and even carry the wielder's imagery. With such versatile power at his disposal, Najin had grown too dependent on it. Every movement I make is optimized for when I'm using sword aura. From the way he applied force to the angle of his strikes and the path of his blade, everything was designed around sword aura. Najin began to adjust each action, step by step. 10 minutes turned into 20, then into an hour. By then, the golem's entire body was covered in small cracks, and its movements had noticeably slowed from exhaustion. Najin, on the other hand, showed no signs of fatigue. Despite swinging his sword non-stop, he only moved faster as time passed. Standing on the golem's shoulder, he raised his sword high. Taking a deep breath, he focused all his energy on the next swing. It was as if he was back to his first lesson, focusing on every tiny movement. As the sword cut through the air, the sound reached his ears. It was the foundational movement of imperial swordsmanship, the same motion Helmut Knight had demonstrated. When the blade struck, it sounded just like Helmut Knight's strike. The result was also similar. Instead of lodging into the stone, Najin's sword cleaved through it. The golem's arm, cleanly severed, fell to the ground. Boom, boom, the rocks crashed with a loud noise. Having jumped down and watching from below, Helmut Knight spoke. That's it. Sword aura is convenient, but relying on it hinders growth. What is a sword master? Someone who has mastered the sword as a weapon. If all you can do is use aura, you're not a sword master, you're an aura master, he shrugged. Don't rely on sword aura, wield the sword, not the aura. Never forget what it means to use a sword as a weapon. Helmut Knight swung a dull blade. Najin watched closely. Earlier, he couldn't understand how such movements could produce such results, but he was beginning to grasp it. Stay steady. Believe in yourself. A sword master can split anything with just a sword. If you aspire to be a sword master, shouldn't you at least be able to break stone without sword aura? The simplicity of the swing belied its essence. Helmut Knight's strike perfectly exploited a non-existent gap in the golem's body. Like water flowing through a narrow channel, or light seeping through a crack, the blade found its way in. Crack! Helmut Knight's sword severed the golem's leg. The clean cut was almost unbelievable without sword aura. Gesturing at the staggering golem, he smiled. Now you try. He wasn't the type to teach through long speeches. He believed in showing and letting others experience it firsthand. This time, use your sword aura. Najin complied, concentrating on every movement. Sweat dripped from his brow. The meticulous focus made his actions painfully slow. Against a moving opponent, the technique would have been useless. Light gleamed at the tip of his sword. Though he wielded sword aura, he swung as if that weren't the case. Raising his sword high, he brought it down like a guillotine aimed at the golem's head. Crack! A single line appeared from the golem's head to its feet. The golem split along the line, falling apart. Even Najin's eyes widened at how effortlessly it happened. "That's it," Helmet Knight said. "Remember that feeling. For now, you have to consciously focus on every movement to achieve such a strike." But he pointed at himself. "A sword master can do it as naturally as breathing. If you want to be one, shouldn't you aim for that? Do you feel like you're learning?" "Yes, at first. I didn't understand what you were saying, but this method really does help." "Doesn't it?" Helmet Knight grinned mischievously. "All right then, let's have you cut down 10 more golems today, without using sword aura. Of course." Taking out a horn, he blew it enthusiastically before running up the cliff. Najin soon realized why. Boom, boom. Drawn by the horn's sound, a swarm of golems approached. More than 10 of them. Easily, looking at the approaching army, Najin chuckled bitterly. "Fine, let's do this." He adjusted his grip on his sword. By the time he finally collapsed, his hands were so numb he couldn't feel them anymore. He wasn't sure how long he'd been swinging his sword, but it felt like an entire day without rest. "I'll take watch," Helmet Knight offered. For once, he seemed to show consideration for Najin. "Rest well. Tomorrow, we'll start proper sword training. Didn't you dislike teaching me?" "I did, but now you seem to enjoy it." "Do I?" "Yeah," Helmet Knight chuckled. "Maybe it's because you pick things up so quickly, give you a hint, and you find the answer on your own. Teaching someone like that is quite enjoyable. I've always been a fast learner. It's less learning and more stealing with those abnormal eyes of yours." He gestured at Najin's eyes. "When we first fought, and again when you fought Crunbell, your eyes never missed a single movement. You didn't just observe, you understood and made it your own. That's why your sword carries the weight of decades of experience from seasoned swordsmen." He was right. Najin remained silent, and Helmet Knight caressed the hilt of his sword. "Take whatever you can, steal as much as possible. I'll show you everything I can." "Sounds good. Now, get some rest. Tomorrow will be even harder." Najin leaned against a rock and closed his eyes. Having once slept soundly in the trash-filled alleys, he fell asleep quickly. Despite Helmet Knight's offer to take watch, he awoke within a few hours. Rubbing his neck, Najin's expression stiffened. His heart pounded in his chest, echoing loudly. "What's wrong? Nightmare?" "Something like that." "What kind of dream?" "A dream where I was beheaded." He rubbed his neck as he spoke, like the time he had experienced the memories of Schlain, the leader of the Holy Fire Guard Knights. He had just relived the memories of the Silent Knight, Crunbell. The experience was so intense that it left Najin's heart racing. In the dream, Najin had been beheaded 317 times by a woman known as the Carnival King. Chapter 153. The Essence of 300 Years. 3. Crunbell was an exceptional knight. He was worthy of being called a paragon of knighthood, earning not only the respect of his comrades, but also a solid reputation within the imperial court. He understood pride, he understood honor, and he understood the value of silence. Cromwell believed that every word he spoke had to be upheld. He did not speak lightly, nor did he speak excessively. He only uttered what was necessary, always in brief and concise terms. For that reason, he was the Silent Knight. Being a knight means never faltering. One day, a knight commander asked, "What does it mean to be a knight?" Cromwell answered, "To not falter and to steadfastly proceed, to walk the righteous path without retreat. Even if that path leads to hell, if it is the right way, a knight must tread it willingly, even in the face of unbearable trials and adversity." Yes, overcoming such things is what defines a knight. His words weren't empty. Crunbell was a man who upheld every word he spoke. The ideals of knighthood he described before the commander were ideals he lived out with dedication. He hunted fallen stars that threatened humanity. He hunted infamous dark mages. He brought death to crazed transcendence. He slaughtered the Empire's enemies at the borders of the Outland. He defended the Emperor from rebellious members of the Empire's 5 pillars, reclaimed the capital from the hands of traitors, and led the Dawn War to victory. Through countless accomplishments, he pressed forward, wielding a banner lance with the imperial flag as he advanced. He was the Empire's lance, its protector, and its hero. Do not grieve because I am leaving. I am not truly leaving. Beyond this land, I will face the Empire's enemies and ever remain the Empire's knight. To the weeping, aged emperor, who, in Crunbell's memory, was still young and full of vigor, he knelt and swore an oath. Glory to the Empire! I will go further, your majesty. For 150 years on the continent, he lived as a knight. No one could tarnish his legacy. His deeds were inscribed on the deepest monuments within the empire, destined to be remembered forever. That was how it should have been. That was how it must have been. The Outland denied Crunbell's entire life. He endlessly marched forward, cutting down countless demons and granting rest to fallen heroes. Yet he could not march forever. The ruler of the Outland, the Carnival King and her knight, Quixote, blocked the Golden Horn Knights in their path before a myriad of demons and constellations under the Carnival King's banner attacked them. Crunbell fought valiantly. The proud Golden Horn Knights never faltered. Look, is the Knight Commander not swinging his sword? Whenever he swings his sword, we always win gloriously. March forward, Golden Horns! Crunbell shouted as he blew his horn. They won the battle, but they lost the war. They managed to slay the stars under the Carnival King's command and massacred the demons, advancing to the Carnival King herself. But in that moment, they realized they had fallen into a trap. Oblivion and annihilation, their lives were denied. The accomplishments they wrote disappeared as people forgot them. The stars engraved in the night sky lost their light and began to fall. Some, including the commander and Crunbell, endured, but not all. Their comrades became forgotten ones and turned into the Carnival King's clowns. Crunbell raged at this. He despised those who stripped his comrades of their nobility and blew his horn with furious force. Letting the enemy know he had arrived, Crunbell pressed forward and marched on without stopping. Even as he faded from memory, even as his records were erased, even as a future as a forgotten one awaited him, he continued. Even if the path led to destruction, to march forward willingly was the knighthood he spoke of. Ah, how ridiculous this is! The carnival night mocked him and prepared an endless stage for Crunbell. As the laughter of clowns and their absurd songs echoed eternally across the wilderness, Crunbell charged on, silencing their laughter with his horn. Eventually, he was beheaded, and his body was burned, pierced, and hacked apart into hundreds of pieces. As a constellation, Crunbell replaced the severed parts of his body with starlight and continued his journey. The commander who once led him vanished. The comrades who once followed him disappeared, but Crunbell did not stop. If even he were to kneel, it would mean the Golden Horn Knights had surrendered to the Carnival King. That was unacceptable. The Golden Horn Knights were the Empire. As long as he carried the Empire's flag, he could not kneel until no human part of him remained, until his severed head could no longer regenerate. After walking through endless hells, he finally stopped. Crunbell looked back and realized something. For decades, he thought he had moved forward, but in truth, he had not taken a single step. He had merely been an actor on the Carnival King's stage all along. He had stood in place all those years, not advancing even a single step. The hell he thought he crossed was nothing more than an illusion, but the wounds he received in that hell remained. His severed neck did not reattach. Then, what is real? And what is illusion? Were my memories truly forgotten? Was the Golden Horn Knight's existence just an illusion all along? What? What is real? Crumble no longer had confidence, as he could no longer discern reality from illusion. He screamed. Even though 317 executions could not break his will, the realization that his entire journey had been meaningless shattered him. 6 stars fell from the sky, buried in the graveyard of stars. Silent night, Crunbell died, leaving behind only the hornblower. Was it the Carnival King who defeated you? What? I mean you and the Golden Horn Knights. Was it because of the Carnival King that you were ruined? Najin rubbed his neck. Frowning, was it because the dream he had just seen felt so overwhelmingly real? He kept touching his neck to confirm it was still attached. Well, yes. How did it happen? You're poking at a sore spot. To be honest, I don't quite understand. Starting with you, weren't you a sword master, and wasn't Crunbell also a transcendent? Not to mention, he had 6 stars. I don't know how many stars you have, but it's probably no fewer than that. That's true. So why? Even knowing the question was disrespectful, Najin still asked. The vividness of the dream had fueled his curiosity. Eventually, Helmet Knight sighed deeply and responded, "The Carnival King is a demon that embodies the concept of merriment. Merriment itself isn't much, a mere trifle, really just something that makes you act ridiculously. The problem lies in the fact that it holds 10 stars, and with that, it has encompassed far more than just merriment." What do you mean by far more? Things like theater, stages, acting, mockery, deception, masks, clowns, hallucinations, dreams, comedy, tragedy, and amusement, he mentioned over a dozen terms. The Carnival King has tied all those things together under the umbrella of merriment. Its authority now extends far beyond merely making people dance ridiculously. It goes as far as to deny an entire lifetime. He gave an example. It creates a stage and turns you into an actor upon it. The stage may be made of illusions, but it's no illusion. It's a tangible stage where death on it means death in reality. It blurs the boundary between reality and illusion, leaving you unsure of what's real and what's fake. It's deception. That means, yes, it plants doubt. It makes you unable to trust yourself. And on top of that, Helmet Knight's voice was thick with disdain. The Carnival King formed an alliance with a star that possesses the authorities of oblivion and annihilation. That unknown star's powers are something the Carnival King can also wield. Helmet Knight tapped his head with his hand. It makes others forget, or makes them be forgotten. Both are incredibly effective weapons in the Outland. The stories tied to a star are denied, and even the person themselves comes to deny those stories. What happens then? They become forgotten ones. Exactly. The Carnival King manipulates its opponents into becoming forgotten ones. Once they become forgotten ones, the ones it favors are turned into its clowns. That's how it's been expanding its forces for centuries, long before I set foot in this land, and even after I did. Najin swallowed hard. That's a disaster, isn't it? It is. Then why doesn't the Empire do something, or the stars in the night sky? And what about the round table? The last example was a question Najin had wanted to ask Merlin. However, it was Helmet Knight who answered in her stead. The Empire must have attempted to subdue the Carnival King, but no one remembers it. Not even me. All I remember is the Golden Horn Knights. Surely, countless attempts have been made before, all of which were simply forgotten. He shrugged. The stars in the night sky probably fear the Carnival King. How could they stand up to a constellation with 10 stars? They're too busy protecting their own safety. That leaves the round table stars, but even that isn't possible. Why not? They're preoccupied with defending against the malevolent stars. They're too busy holding the line to deal with internal issues within the Outland. Najin fell silent, seeing the complex expression on Najin's face. Helmet Knight smirked bitterly. Is it very different from what you imagined? The Outland? To be honest, yes. Najin looked up at the sky. He could no longer look at the stars twinkling up there with pure admiration. They seemed selfish, as Merlin had said, too concerned with their own safety. At least, they didn't seem anything like heroes. Perhaps noticing something in Nadjan's expression, Helmut Knight softly said, "Not all the stars in the night sky were like that. They weren't always like that." Helmut Knight gazed up at the sky. "We came here believing we could become anything. We dreamed of being heroes in this land. After all, weren't we all individuals of renown from the continent? Everyone must have come here with great aspirations. Even those pushed to the outland because their lives were at their end. There must have been many such people. Yet, even they went there with dreams." Helmut Knight explained, "Long ago, King Arthur pushed the outland's boundary beyond its previous limits and even reached Camlan. There, he sealed the Witch of the Abyss, who sought to bring about the world's end. Who doesn't know the heroic tale of King Arthur? We all know it. We all came here hoping to become heroes like him. Everyone looked up to Arthur after all. We kept accomplishing feats, engraving stars in the sky and moving forward, advancing farther and farther to the battlefield where King Arthur once stood. On the stage the hero king prepared for us. We imagined ourselves achieving feats like his. That's what everyone dreamed of when they came to the Outland." He sighed. "Reality wasn't so kind. Everyone thought they would be different. The Outland, however, presented them with harsh reality. They faced catastrophes that had brought countless heroes to their knees. They encountered walls they could not overcome. All they came to realize was how great King Arthur had been and the immense gap between themselves and that legendary hero. Faced with that gap, many heroes sighed and gave up. In a land where even death could not provide solace, they chose to ascend to the night sky. They each made their own choices in response. Not all the stars in the night sky were selfish from the start. Once had been heroes. This place confronts you with reality. It's not only here. The world will confront you with reality time and time again." Helmut Knight drew a line at Nadjan's feet. "Stop here. Don't go further. Beyond this point lies nothing but more hell. Have you experienced much on the continent before coming here? Then know this land holds even more hell. More dreadful things await." He said it was the path of a hero. "Do not cross the line. Stop here. Abandon ideals and accept reality. You've seen what happens to those who live by their ideals. Do you still wish to walk that path? The Outland will keep asking you that question. Are you telling me to give up? If it were that simple, would I still be standing here?" Helmut Knight shrugged. "Well, the answer to that question is yours to find. No one else can answer it for you." Finally, he said, "Ponder it. What is right and wrong? How will you move forward? How much of your ideals will you hold on to? And how much will you compromise? Think it over endlessly." Nadjan looked down at the line drawn at his feet. "A line, don't cross it. Stop here." Nadjan had heard similar words so many times that they were ingrained in his mind. "Don't cross the line. Live as you're told." Ivan had said such words. "You think you'll be different. You're the same as everyone else. Even those who ended up here had dreams. You think we were like this from the start?" We, too, once. Drugmaker Hacken had shouted something similar. Not just them, countless people in the underground city had told Nadjan the same thing. They didn't want to end up like this. Ideals were lofty, but reality was heavy. To reach for the high skies, the weight of reality chained to their ankles pulled them down. Eventually, they said, he would end up like them. Nadjan looked at the ground of the Outland. It gave him a sense of déjà vu, a place where discarded and abandoned things accumulated, a landfill of sorts. It resembled his starting point. Even there, in a place of abandonment, there were those who dreamed. As for the line drawn before him, let me correct that, Nadjan. As Nadjan stared at the line, he inadvertently smiled. Cross the line. Reach for the unreachable. Punch those muttering. Know your place, right in the face. Only you know how far you can go. Nadjan stood up. Aim high and run. Go higher than anyone else. Believe in your talent, for you have it. And when you stand at the highest point, shout it out loud, that at your starting point there was me, Ivan. Najin crossed the line Helmet Knight had drawn and took a step forward. With a light chuckle, he said, "There's no need for me to think about it." "Is that so?" "Yes. I already found my answer long ago." Najin tapped the sword tied to his waist. "You said you lost to the Carnival King." "Well, I wouldn't say we lost completely. We did poke out the Carnival Knight's eye and punched a neat hole in her heart. But you still lost, didn't you, Tusk?" "I will win." Helmet Knight fell silent. "The more I hear about that Carnival King, the more I realize I can't coexist with it. It should have held back on its wickedness. Do you realize the Carnival King is a constellation with 10 stars?" "So what?" Najin shrugged. "I'm 19 years old and already have 3 stars. A demon who's lived for centuries and only has 10. I don't see myself losing to that." Hearing that, Helmet Knight burst out laughing. Ignoring his laughter, Najin continued, "So, to increase my chances, even slightly," he drew his sword. "Teach me the rest of your swordsmanship." "All right, I'll work you until you're on the brink of death." Helmet Knight raised his sword and gestured. "Today will be even harder." Chapter 154, The Essence of 300 Years. 4. Helmet Knight taught Najin swordsmanship as he promised, perhaps even more diligently than promised, contrary to the lukewarm attitude he had shown when first proposed the idea. "Your swordsmanship is specialized for fighting humans. That's not a bad thing. In fact, you can build on that as a strength. On the continent, that would have been enough. You wouldn't have had to deal with undead, monsters, or beasts much." He pointed at Najin's sword and continued, "But it's different in the Outland. Here, most beings possess immortality. Creatures here don't die simply from having their throats slit or their chests pierced. That being the case, what should you do?" "Cut them harder," Najin asked. "Well, to put it simply, yes, cut harder. That is, I'll teach you how to cut them." "How do you deal with those that don't die?" "Sever their spine. Even if they regenerate without use of their spine, they'll be incapacitated. That applies for both monsters and humans. After incapacitating them, butchering them is the most effective method." Helmet Knight taught Najin how to neutralize their healing abilities. He didn't stop at just teaching. He took Najin to where the demonic beasts of the Outland dwelled and demonstrated it. "Try it. Like this. No, strike deeper than that. Not like cutting down a tree, but like digging out its roots." "Ah, like this. Well, that's correct. But do you really understand just from a few words? It took me over a month to grasp this. I've always been a bit of a prodigy." "Ha! Show, imitate, correct for a while." Helmet Knight taught Najin the basics of swordsmanship. When the foundation was sufficiently solid, he began to talk about sword techniques. "The swordsmanship I use seems to have become the prototype of your imperial swordsmanship. Show me your imperial swordsmanship again." Najin demonstrated imperial swordsmanship. Whoever did it has remarkable skill. Do you know who created it? It's not exactly written, but someone has taught imperial knights for the past 100 years or so. "Who is it?" "Sir Gerd." "That guy." He sounded slightly surprised. Helmet Knight let out a hollow laugh and said, "Yeah, I taught him swordsmanship once. I didn't expect him to still be using it, though." "Were you his teacher?" "Not a teacher. He was using strange swordsmanship that didn't suit him, so I just taught him a bit, saying it's better to use this than that garbage." "Well, that aside," muttering to himself, Helmet Knight raised his sword. "It seems you've learned the basics. From today, I'll teach you true imperial swordsmanship, including the techniques that Gerd didn't include. I'm looking forward to it. It won't be easy to learn. This sword contains the essence of my 300 years." It was the sword he had perfected over his lifetime. To pass on the swordsmanship to Najin, he swung his sword. Najin quietly watched him. Then he thought, "I've seen that swordsmanship somewhere before." He couldn't remember exactly where or who it was. Considering his good memory, it was strange. It felt as if something were preventing him from connecting the dots. "What's that ring? Did you get married or something?" During a break after training, Helmet Knight pointed at the ring Najin held. "Normally, Najin kept it on a necklace tucked inside his clothes. But before sleeping, he took it out and held it in his hand for a few minutes. Holding it made him feel warmth. No, it's a gift. A ring as a gift. Do you have a fiancé? I did receive a confession. Helmet Knight's voice instantly turned sour. Young brat's got it made. Exactly. Merlin nodded vigorously in agreement. Najin shrugged. Aren't 19-year-olds adults? I'm 300 years old. Have you never been in love? Hey, are you underestimating me? In my prime, a single glance was all it took to make noble ladies faint at balls. If I danced with someone even once, they'd be the star of the ball that night. Wow, really, you don't seem to believe me. He let out a sigh. I did have one. A love story. Helmet Knight poked at the campfire. Do you know about Serena Pendragon? Serena Pendragon, the traitor. Right, the one who tried to overthrow the empire by seducing its pillars. Yeah, that arrogant princess was my first love. We were in love, quite seriously. Were you a traitor too? If I had been, I wouldn't be here like this. He let out a long sigh. I weighed the empire on one side and her on the other. The result was clear. I was the empire's hero. I had to be. So what could I do? I had to give up on something. Helmet Knight calmly said, I killed Serena with my own hands. That was my first and last love. That's quite a passionate love story. Right, you know what's surprising? That damn princess, right before she died, whispered in my ear that she loved me. She really was a nasty person. I thought she had been using me, that it was all a deception, but apparently it wasn't. He chuckled. Well, it's good to have at least one love story. I hope things work out between you and the lady who gave you that ring. We're not dating. What? You got a ring and a confession, but you're not dating. Hey, kid, do you know what happens if you play with a lady's heart? It's not that. I just haven't given an answer yet. Ha, you little brat. Najin made a disgusted face at Helmet Knight's lecture on love. I just haven't made a decision. I don't even know what it means to like someone, so accepting a confession would be disrespectful. Wouldn't it? Aren't you 19? Yes. Isn't that the age when you know everything? I lived in a rather unique place for a long time, so I'm a bit awkward with relationships. Where did you live? Do you know about the underground city, Artman? The moment those words came out, Helmet Knight tilted his head. That still exists. Ha! That's strange. It shouldn't still be there. It was perfectly fine when I left it 2 years ago. Isn't that where the Hapen River flows? Yes, where the Starlight Order's main church is. That city was quite talked about in our time. If they wanted to kill it, then why go through all that trouble? People said they had to be hiding something, so we checked it out. And guess what? They really were hiding something. Hiding something, Najin narrowed his eyes. What was it? Helmet Knight poked at the campfire. A corpse. Ha! They buried the corpse of a star there. I don't know whose corpse it was. Seeing that there were 8 stars, it was definitely a constellation, but we couldn't figure out exactly which one. Still, it seemed like they were trying to do something with it, so the city was supposed to be destroyed. He tapped his helmet. From what I remember, that was about 200 years ago. I thought the city had been wiped out, so it's strange that it's still there. If there was a star's corpse, where was it? A landfill, an underground section? I don't know that much. I wasn't part of that operation. It was the first time Najin had heard the story. Even though he had looked into the underground city in detail after leaving, he hadn't heard of any such thing. He thought he might need to look into it when he returned to the continent. Well, if you lived there, you must have had a tough life. Isn't that a place without sky? The sky is blocked by the ceiling. If you were born and raised in such a place, I can understand your longing for the stars. Helmet Knight smiled bitterly. It's ironic. Born in a place where you couldn't see the stars, you long for them more than anyone. They say people desire what they cannot have. I must have longed for the stars because it seemed like I could never have them. Desiring what you cannot have. Those words left quite an impression. Helmet Knight muttered them for a while, then let out a laugh as if he couldn't hold it back. Yeah, that's true. what you cannot have, or what you can no longer have. As he pondered those words, he touched the sword at his waist. While learning swordsmanship from Helmut Knight, Najin traveled around the Outland. Helmut Knight encouraged Najin to see, experience, and learn as much as possible, and Najin followed that guidance. Indeed, all that learning was beneficial to him. New knowledge from experience and techniques derived from that knowledge piled up in his body. Then, one day while traveling through the Outland, who's this? Isn't this the cowardly deserter? While learning swordsmanship from Helmut Knight, Najin encountered a shabby-looking man. His unkempt beard was scruffy, and his clothes were little more than rags. The only thing that stood out was the sword at his waist. As he touched the hilt, he looked at Helmut Knight. A half-wit who can't even hold a sword dares to teach someone else. The stars in the sky must be laughing. Bernstein. Don't utter my name with that filthy mouth, you monster. Bernstein, the man, glared. My name is not so cheap as to be uttered by a monster, a wandering dead man who can't die. Bernstein gnashed his teeth, flames flickered in his eyes, and deep anger could be heard in his cracked voice. Why are you alive? Why is a dead man still breathing? Was life that precious? Couldn't you give up even after all that? After losing your entire night order, being defeated, kneeling to a demon, and then running away to survive. The Empire's name has fallen. If it were me, I would have ended my life long ago. Are you too afraid to do that? Helmut Knight remained silent. Bernstein's insults continued for a while, and Helmut Knight let them go on, as if he felt Bernstein had the right to do so. A monster who abandoned his knighthood dares to wear a helmet and act like a knight. It's laughable. You talk too much. Of course, it wasn't Najin's place to say that. What? Bernstein's head snapped around. Facing those glaring eyes, Najin said, Are you deaf? I said you talk too much. Instead of the silent Helmut Knight, he spoke up. Helmut Knight raised his arm as if to stop him, but Najin ignored him and took a step forward. Since you speak lightly of knights, you must know a lot about them. I know more than that, monster. I'm also a knight. Then you must know the knight's code. Najin slipped his finger between his wrist and glove. Then, with a flick, he took off his glove and held it in his hand. Insults are washed away with duels. Honor and pride are proven with a sword. Since I feel insulted, I think I need to wash it away. My ears feel dirty. Who do you think you are? I'm this knight's disciple, a squire, I suppose. Helmut Knight choked on his breath. He had taught Najin many things, including swordsmanship, but he had never called himself a teacher. Najin knew why he reacted that way. He must have thought it didn't suit him. He must have thought he wasn't qualified to teach anyone. Still, he considered Helmut Knight his teacher. He had learned much from him and had sought his teachings and received them. Therefore, Helmut Knight was already his teacher, and when a teacher is insulted, it is not the disciple's place to remain silent. Clang, the glove Najin threw made a loud noise. Najin, what are you doing? What else would throwing a glove mean? It's a challenge. Clang, after announcing his name, Najin roughly drew his sword. Thinking the boy would charge immediately, Bernstein reflexively drew his sword. Najin didn't charge. Instead, he stood still and sneered. Don't you know the code? If I've given my name, you must give yours, drawing your sword without announcing your name. Are you even a knight? Grind. Bernstein gnashed his teeth. You're quite the talker, kid. So, your name? Bernstein. Royal Guard Bernstein. Najin and Bernstein pointed their swords at each other. I'll break that arrogant nose of yours. Words won't get you anywhere. Twirl. Najin adjusted his grip on the sword. I'll tear out that mouth of yours. Words alone wouldn't do. Najin didn't just speak. He intended to act on his words and swung his sword straight at Bernstein's jaw. It was a clean strike, enough to make the watching Helmut Knight unconsciously admire it. Chapter 155. The Essence of 300 Years. 5. Bernstein was a royal guard. Though he could no longer attach the surname bestowed by the royal family to his name, and though everyone had forgotten him, he still considered himself one. That was all he had left. As the blade approached his jaw, Bernstein brought his sword to meet it. Clang, the blades collided. He parried Najin's sword, defense and counterattack flowed naturally. Grind. He gnashed his teeth, irritated by the situation. In his mind, he'd merely listed facts and not spat insults. Who would call that monster a knight? Insults only held weight when the target has honor and pride to be stripped away. An empty monster, a deserter who was no longer a knight. He had the right to insult that coward. His right being infringed upon. Bernstein felt displeasure. His sword swung nervously. The sword aura radiating from the blade burned like the sun. The swordsmanship of the royal guard, a technique only granted to the most exceptional knights, unfolded from Bernstein's blade. It was a solar sword, modeled after the swordsmanship of Sir Gawain of the Round Table. In the dark lands of the Outland, the blade shone like the sun. What do you know? His eyes wide. Bernstein's blazing sun struck Najin's sword. You said I insulted you. I was merely exercising my rightful privilege. What do you even know about that monster? Don't meddle in things you don't understand. Ah, fuck. Najin furrowed his brows and cursed. What? Bernstein's eyes widened. He was shocked not only by the insulting remark, but also by how easily the boy had blocked his sword. Why do you talk so much? Kang, Najin forcefully pushed Bernstein's sword away. Bernstein, startled, stepped back but couldn't create distance. Najin immediately closed the gap. This is a duel. It's not a debate to argue right and wrong. It's a duel. Their swords locked in a contest of strength. He leaned in close to Bernstein. His platinum eyes bore into the other man's. I didn't draw my sword to chat with you. Do you think you can beat me while being so relaxed? As the techniques that followed the contest of strength intertwined, Najin gained the upper hand and pushed Bernstein's sword away as he surged forward. Feel free to keep talking. I'll shut that mouth of yours. Najin didn't voice the last part. Instead, he swung his sword. The fierce onslaught of strikes was troublesome even for Bernstein. Grind. Bernstein gnashed his teeth again. In the end, he had to shut his mouth. In silence, he parried Najin's sword and counterattacked. Only the sound of clashing swords echoed in the silence. Najin had recently reached the stage of sprouting. Now that he had ascended one of the 3 steps toward becoming a sword master, it wasn't just a change in sword aura. His senses had become sharper and more refined. On top of that, he was learning swordsmanship from a sword master. He had learned a bit from the sword saint, but it was the first time he was being taught so thoroughly and for so long. Helmet Knight often muttered, I'm not confident in teaching others, but he didn't see it that way. He was an excellent teacher, not just because Najin was a good learner, but because his teachings were intuitive and easy to understand. It was time to show the results of that teaching to himself and to his watching teacher. Though Najin didn't know it, Helmet Knight's eyes behind his helmet were wide open as he watched Najin's swings with wide eyes. Really? Helmet Knight groaned. That damn brat. Najin's sword carried Helmet Knight's swordsmanship. As he watched his own sword techniques reflected in the boy's movements, Helmet Knight couldn't help but sigh. Kang, the sword swung straight, symbolizing knighthood. It reminded him of days filled with victories and glorious returns. It was a glory Helmet Knight could no longer possess. Humans desire what they cannot reach, just as the boy had said. Helmet Knight desired glory in the brilliant past. The more he couldn't have it, the more he desired it. Watching Najin swing his sword like he once did, Helmet Knight groaned. Kah! It wasn't just Helmet Knight who groaned. Bernstein, recognizing Najin's sword, did the same. It wasn't because the sword was sharp and powerful, but it was because he knew whose sword it was. Perhaps it was a groan of lament. Why did you pass on your swordsmanship to someone else? This sword was meant for one person only. It was a swordsmanship only granted to the Empire's hero. Didn't you know the meaning of this swordsmanship better than anyone, after rejecting so many with those words? After never passing on your swordsmanship to anyone, do you now have regrets? Bernstein's mind boiled with anger. The sun at the tip of his sword burned as if it would swallow Najin whole. He wanted to raise his voice and shout, but he didn't have the luxury. The onslaught of Najin's sword blocked his words. The anger he couldn't voice was channeled into his sword. Kang! Parrying Najin's sword, Bernstein slammed his shoulder into Najin and pushed the boy back, intending to create distance for a proper swing. The solar sword was most powerful when there was distance. Bernstein had reached the stage of blossoming and was on the verge of full bloom. In other words, he was a man close to becoming a sword master. At least, that was the case 150 years prior. For 150 years, his mind had not fully bloomed because it had been tainted, and the man who had tainted his mind was none other than the boy before him. To Bernstein, Najin was an obstacle. He decided to remove that obstacle. Grip. He tightly grasped his sword. Since he didn't intend to kill the boy, he didn't unleash his sword aura, but he was determined to take an arm. In the Outland, such an injury would be enough to teach a lesson. Bernstein raised his sword vertically, his sword embodying noon. Though there was no sun in the sky, the sun rested at the tip of his blade. As he swung his sword down, a ray of solar sword aura shot straight toward Najin. Chark! Facing the incoming sword aura, Najin tilted his blade. Sword aura compressed to its limit, replaced the blade. Just as Helmut Knight's sword aura had done, Najin's sword aura coated the blade, turning the longsword into a mix of white and gold. A golden star embedded itself in the white blade. It resembled Excalibur. The cutting power of the compressed sword aura didn't falter against Bernstein's sword aura. Najin swung not the sword aura but the sword itself. SSSK. With a splitting sound, the solar sword aura was cleaved in two. As heat spread from the split sword aura, Najin charged at Bernstein. Breaking through the heat, he closed the distance and hurled his sword. Caught off guard by the sudden action, Bernstein tried to deflect the thrown longsword with his own. In that moment, Najin, within striking distance, swung his fist. Thud! The sharp punch struck Bernstein's jaw. His head snapped to the side, and he staggered. "What the hell are you doing?" Barely regaining his balance, he glared at Najin with wide eyes. "I told you I'd tear that mouth of yours." Najin pointed at Bernstein's jaw. It was indeed torn. "I considered doing it with my sword, but since you seem like an acquaintance of my teacher, I thought it best to stop here." Najin raised his hand. The sword that had been knocked away and was spinning in the air fell precisely into his raised hand, not a single inch off. "If you want to continue, we can." Najin's nose was unharmed, and Bernstein's mouth was torn. The outcome was clear. It was a humiliating defeat. Bernstein could have made excuses like, "I went easy on you. If I had fought seriously, your head would be gone, not just your nose." But that would only make him look worse, and he wasn't even sure he could have won. Grind. The sound of teeth grinding grew louder. Bernstein's jaw muscles bulged as he clenched his teeth. He trembled in place, then let out a long sigh. "Why?" He glared at Helmut Knight. Why?" He muttered as if groaning. Najin seriously considered scolding him with, "The loser shouldn't speak." But he didn't. Helmut Knight stepped forward. "Bernstein, if you have something to say, say it." In this humiliating defeat, where even mercy was shown, Bernstein couldn't bring himself to raise his voice and berate his opponent. "Why did it come to this?" In the end, he spoke as if groaning. "Why did you end up like this?" Royal Guard Bernstein once admired a certain knight. That knight was the Empire's hero, a pillar of the Empire, the captain of the knight order that represented the Empire. Not just Bernstein, but countless knights admired him because he was a hero, the savior who brought peace to the chaotic empire. Those who lived in the same era as that hero, Bernstein and countless other knights, as well as aspiring knights, admired him even more than King Arthur. While King Arthur was a hero of the distant past, this knight was a living hero before their eyes. When that hero left for the Outland, Bernstein willingly joined the expedition. He still had time to spare, but he wanted to stand alongside the hero. The emperor himself gladly permitted Bernstein's journey to the Outland, urging him to aid the empire's hero. Assist the empire's hero in subduing the carnival. Show the demons of the Outland the greatness of the empire. Only victory, glorious victory. There was no victory, no glory. Yet, that was fine. What Bernstein couldn't bear was something else. Why did it come to this? He looked at the knight before him. You were a hero, I tell you. I, the knights who fought alongside me, the soldiers of the empire, we all idolized you. He groaned as he looked at the worn-out idol. I can't even remember your name. I can't remember what feats you accomplished, which knight order you belonged to, or the name of the sword you wielded. I've forgotten it all. You were a shining hero in the past, a savior of the empire, a knight who always returned victorious. But now, what are you? In Bernstein's mind, there was a hero. That hero was the symbol of the empire, and the weight of the empire rested on the sword he wielded. A hero who seemed destined to shine forever. What was the reality? Bernstein looked not at the hero in his mind, but at the hero in reality. Rusted and broken armor, clothes that were little more than rags. How could anyone call that a hero? I've forgotten all your feats, but I remember clearly the sight of you kneeling and bowing your head before the carnival. That damn demon. I remember the Empire's hero surrendering, crumbling, begging. You shouldn't have done that. You of all people shouldn't have. Beyond groaning, he screamed. Covering his face, he shouted at Helmut Knight. We could have all lost. If it was with the hero, even that death would have had meaning. Even if the hero had lost, that battlefield would have had meaning. For my fallen comrades, for your subordinates, it would have had meaning. Then why couldn't you remain a hero until the end? Why did you kneel? You were the Empire. Why did you show us the Empire bowing before a mere demon? In the end, Bernstein dropped his sword. Why? He said weakly. Why did you become the carnival's clown? Chapter 156, The Essence of 300 Years 6. Why did you become the carnival's clown? Bernstein's voice lacked strength. Unlike before, even his anger had vanished. Anger, like fire, requires fuel to burn, and he had none left. A full 150 years, the time he had spent in anger surpassed the years he had lived normally. He was exhausted and no longer felt genuine rage, but instead squeezed out emotions out of obligation, rage against his former idol. Why? Bernstein tried to reignite the ashes, but the embers could not last and flickered briefly before leaving only emptiness. Did you want to live that badly? Was life so unbearable? I had to live, no matter what. Helmut Knight finally responded. I had no other choice. Why? Their exchange was not new. For 150 years in the Outland, Bernstein had hurled the same questions in anger, and Helmut Knight's answers had always been evasive. I had to. There was a reason. That time, Bernstein expected the same. Contrary to his assumptions, Helmut Knight seemed ready to answer. The knight gestured to Najin, who silently nodded and stepped aside. Bernstein's eyes widened. Was he finally going to answer? Truly. After 150 years of silence, why suddenly? Out of pity for Bernstein's pitiful state. The humiliation stung, but he desperately wanted to hear the answer, even if born from sympathy. Somehow, it seemed unrelated to him. Bernstein guessed that Najin, the boy, had stirred a change in Helmut Knight's heart. That was likely the case. Helmut Knight remained silent until Najin was completely out of sight, until the distance ensured their voices would not carry. Najin's senses were sharp. Even at such a distance, he could have enhanced his hearing to eavesdrop, but he chose not to. Everyone had secrets they wished to keep. He saw no need to pry into words unwillingly shared. Sitting on a nearby rock, he pondered Bernstein's earlier remark. Helmut Knight, a clown. He understood what a clown was, those defeated by the carnival king. Reduced to puppets, Helmut Knight had explained it himself. He absent-mindedly stroked his chin. In the past, he might have pressed for answers or stubbornly stayed to eavesdrop. Traveling with Helmut Knight had shifted his convictions. The rigid walls of his beliefs had cracked, allowing room for new perspectives. The newfound flexibility troubled him. Bernstein had accused Helmut Knight of abandoning honor and pride and of choosing survival over dying a hero. Once, Nagin would have struggled to accept it, but he reconsidered. He recalled those he'd met in the Outland, Sir Schlane, who chose duty over glory, hunters who clung to life out of fear of hell after death, and those like the Hornblower, who became beasts after refusing to relinquish pride. As for Helmut Knight, what did he guard? What drove his choices? Reflecting on their first meeting, Nagin muttered, "A hunter." Had Nagin not challenged him to a duel that day, he might have truly been hunted. Back then, Helmut Knight had genuinely hesitated to steal Nagin's star. Why? In the Outland, stars were stolen for one reason: survival. Helmut Knight desired survival, not mere existence, but a purpose achievable only through living. His goal was heavy enough to discard honor and pride. Task! Nagin clicked his tongue. He could speculate, but he refused to judge the knight on assumptions. Shaking off his thoughts, he glanced sideways, where a familiar blue-haired figure lingered at the edge of his vision. Merlin, the great constellation, clung to him more lately, as if emphasizing her role as guide, usurped by Helmut Knight. Merlin's eyes sparkled under Nagin's gaze, as if she'd been waiting. What? Something you want to ask? Nagin hadn't planned to, but her expectant look demanded a response. No, nothing important. Come on, even small things. After a pause, Nagin spoke, or rather thought, as his lips remained sealed in reality. Demons existed in your era, Merlin. Even long before that, there were beings born with the world, like dragons and giants. As I recall, demons feed on the souls of sentient beings to grow stronger. Ancient demons aren't powerful due to their concepts, but because they've fattened themselves on souls over millennia. Well versed. Aren't you? Demons can never be independent. They parasitize concepts, others' lives, the world itself. Nagin continued, "Does this logic apply to the Carnival King, a demon king who transcended her race's limits, like humans surpassing their own?" She was a demon king, a transcendent with self-awareness. Unlike mindless demons bound by their concepts, was even such a king is bound by this? No, a demon king is independent, but it's still the easiest path. Despite no longer needing to, they crave souls. It's their essence. So their method remains the same. Merlin nodded. Demons are demons. Even transcendent constellations can't fully shed their nature. So it's a contract. A pact with a demon. Time passed indistinctly. When Helmut Knight called, Nagin rose and returned. Bernstein sat slumped on a rock, eyes vacant. What's wrong with him? My tale must have shocked him. Helmut Knight shrugged. Nagin observed Bernstein, muttering incoherently. He seemed to need time. Yet, contrary to expectations, Bernstein soon lifted his head. The fervor in his eyes had dimmed but not extinguished, a smoldering flame ready to reignite. "What you just told me," he addressed Helmut Knight. "Is it all true? If you doubt it, that's on your end. I can't prove it now." "I see." Bernstein clenched his jaw. "Then I retract nothing. To me, you remain a coward, a deserter who tarnished the Empire's name and abandoned your duty." He paused. "But if your words are true, and your goal is achieved, I'll retract everything and kneel and apologize, willingly." "That is unnecessary. Your anger is justified. I am a cowardly deserter." "No," Bernstein shook his head. "Don't demean yourself. That attitude angers me more. Don't seek my understanding or pity. I refuse to sink further into wretchedness." With that, he stood, retrieved his fallen sword, and turned to Nagin. "Anything else to say?" Nagin asked. Pride made it difficult, but a knight's courtesy prevailed. "Nagin, was it? Yes. I can't apologize to him yet, but I owe you one." Nadjan's eyes widened as Bernstein bowed. Insulting a master before his student was uncalled for. I acted rashly. My apologies. I apologize for my arrogance. Nadjan replied, bowing. You were arrogant, but you had the skill to back it up. Bernstein chuckled, clapping his shoulder. Impressive, even at my full strength. Victory wouldn't have come easily. Seeing that swordsmanship again, he trailed off. When Nadjan wielded Helmet Knight's style, Bernstein had felt rage born of inferiority and betrayal. Yet another emotion surfaced. It was nostalgic. The swordsmanship reminded him of glorious days. Master it well. That man was once called the Empire's greatest sword, though few remember now. Bernstein pointed to the chain sword at Helmet Knight's waist. That blade brought the Empire endless victories. It's worth learning. He glanced at Helmet Knight, whose visor hid his gaze. Bernstein smirked, as if seeing through him. Your destination remains unchanged, the same as 150 years ago. Then I'll see you there. Can't promise how long it'll take. After 150 years of wandering, a few more won't matter. Bernstein departed, walking with purpose. Nadjan watched his retreating figure before speaking. You were quite famous. I had my moments. An imperial hero, it seems. Circumstances made it so. Nadjan eyed the chained sword. It's an honor to learn from an imperial hero's blade. You don't even know my name. Does it matter? If I proclaim it as the hero's sword, it'll become so. What nonsense is that? A hero's sword is defined by its wielder. What's special about it otherwise? Helmet Knight laughed. That only works if you become the hero. Trust me, it's exhausting. But there's glory. No, glory is all there is. That's enough. Helmet Knight laughed, but Nadjan did not. He shrugged and exhaled sharply before abruptly asking, Did you make a contract with a demon? The casual conversation shattered, and Helmet Knight's breath hitched. Silence lingered, brief to others, eternal to warriors. His silence was answer enough. With the Carnival King, Nadjan pressed. Helmet Knight smiled bitterly. Your intuition is viciously sharp. Chapter 157, The Essence of 300 Years, 7, A Deal with a Demon, the idiom, solidified into a common expression, carried the following meaning. An act that avoids immediate danger to invite greater destruction. It became an idiom for a simple reason. Deals with demons truly were like that. Every single person to make a pact with a demon met ruin. Humanity's long history proved it, and even before written records, humans bargained with demons and perished. Still, humans continued to make deals with them. Even if outlawed, even if countless stars warn against it, even if demon pact makers were brutally executed, and even if their horrific ends were widely publicized, someone, somewhere, would inevitably strike a deal. The cycle never ended. The reason is equally simple. Humans lived in the present, not the future. Escaping imminent danger outweighed the fear of future ruin. For the sake of the present, they would discard tomorrow without hesitation. Nadjan gazed at Helmet Knight. His expression remained unreadable. Even if it were otherwise, Nadjan wouldn't have bothered. He lightly asked, If you made a deal with the Demon King, the price couldn't have been trivial. It wasn't. Have you paid it already? Half of it. The remaining half is being paid now. Have you gained anything? Not yet. A cryptic exchange ensued. Nadjan didn't press further. Disappointed? No. Making a deal with a demon, doesn't that disqualify you as a knight? Knight King Arthur once said knights should slay demons, never compromise with them, but he also emphasized that the final sentence holds greater weight than all others. Nadjan recited, Are you a knight? No, sadly I am not. Do you, at least, strive to be one? I am trying. Then that's enough. Nadjan smiled. It was a smile that could cleanse one's soul. At a glance it seemed carefree, but Helmet Knight knew better. The boy wasn't thoughtless. Quite the opposite. He had pondered, agonized, and arrived at an answer. That answer, then that's enough. The rest doesn't matter. The details, how he bargained with the demon, knelt before it. begged for his life were irrelevant. Why? Because you strive to be a knight. The person I've observed is exactly that. For some reason, Helmet Knight felt his armor grow lighter. The helm that always weighed heavily on his head felt airy. Even his laughter spilled out effortlessly. Well, I'll be, Helmet Knight scratched his helm. I thought you were lucky to meet me first in this damned land. Turns out I was wrong, completely wrong. He let out a hollow chuckle. It was the opposite, muttering to himself. He exhaled deeply, as if finding resolve. Can't let a stroke of luck after 150 years slip away. Fine, it's late, but I've made up my mind. What is it? I've decided to take you as my disciple. Didn't you declare me your master in front of Bernstein? A knight must never lie. Let's make that declaration true. Helmet Knight gestured, understanding. Najin knelt on one knee and bowed. Helmet Knight drew the sword at his waist, still bound by chains, but that hardly. The blade lightly tapped Najin's shoulder. From today, you are my disciple, my squire and apprentice. Regrettably, you're my fourth master and second lord. Is that acceptable? Najin asked. That happened on the continent. No, this is the outland. Don't they describe it as the underworld or the far shore? It's a wholly different world. We start fresh here. Najin laughed incredulously. That's a fair point. Good, then. As your master, he flexed his hand repeatedly, as if confirming something. Finally, he spoke. 30 days. Grant me 30 days. I'll teach you everything from my 3 centuries within that time. 30 days. Helmet Knight promised Najin 30 days to impart 3 centuries of knowledge. Even geniuses who condense a lifetime into moments only do so against ordinary foes. Helmet Knight was far from ordinary. He stood closer to Najin's realm. The Empire's hero. First sword of the Empire. A sword master who became transcendent. He was the originator of imperial swordsmanship. Fragmented as the details were, they left no doubt about his prowess. The title First Sword wasn't bestowed lightly. Among those called geniuses, only a rare few became a transcendent. The experience of such a genius, accumulated over 300 years, even Najin couldn't absorb it easily. Cug. Wrong. Harder. Don't waver. Preparing to retreat for the next strike is usually wise. But not here. Aim to end it in one blow. After accepting Najin as his disciple, Helmet Knight's teaching shifted. He sparred directly, harshly correcting Najin's posture, sometimes striking him with the flat of his blade. Shattering the enemy's technique means nothing if your next move lacks force. Stop relying on sword aura. Watch where your blade swings. Helmet Knight fixed flaws, filled gaps, and pointed toward better paths, using the very sword he carried. No longer a rusted scrap, but the chained blade at his hip. You've learned many styles. Good. Versatility means adaptability. Knowing and applying are different. I'll teach you to wield them. The chained sword remained sheathed, yet Helmet Knight began swinging it. Yes, that's the foundation of my swordsmanship. Not bad, eh? Doesn't this require the wielder to be monstrously strong? It feels off. Najin noted. It's not for the monstrous, it makes you monstrous. I split a 6-star demon in half with this. I stormed the Heavenly Whale's palace and stole their wine. Why steal? They brew it well. Days passed, 1, 2. A week, Najin's blade sharpened. Helmet Knight's critiques dwindled. He alternated between marveling at Najin's swings and bursting into laughter. Madman, this isn't supposed to be learned so easily. If you strip away my 300 years, what's left of me? Still, he showed no displeasure. If anything, he reveled in it. The faster Najin learned, the more he taught. Why do transcendent and mortal swordsmanship differ? The same swing yields different results. Sword aura bridges that gap. Helmet Knight swung his blade. How you manifest sword aura transforms a single technique into hundreds. My style compresses it to the limit, like what you did to Bernstein. The chains binding his sword began to rattle, though still sheathed. The blade quivered as if eager to unsheath. Watch closely, then mimic. I won't understand, even if I do. Then watch harder. This is driving me crazy. Seriously. Since when was learning a sword master's art easy? Another week passed. By the 14th day, changes began in Helmet Knight. 14th day, mid-lesson. Helmet Knight stared blankly into space. He didn't react to Najin's calls. Only after a pause did he resume, muttering, "Where was I?" At first, Najin ignored it. But as these lapses grew frequent, multiple times daily, he couldn't. Helmet Knight noticed his own oddity but stayed silent. Najin didn't pry. 20 days passed. Najin spent more time applying lessons than learning and wielded Helmet Knight's techniques against a powerful corpse, a former four-star bearer. After a grueling fight, he prevailed. Before the fallen corpse, he turned to Helmet Knight, questioning his form and adjustments. Mid-answer, Helmet Knight froze and walked past Najin, no, through him. He knelt before the crumbling corpse. Reaching out, Najin called out but received no reply, as if Helmet Knight were entranced. Ah, he shuddered belatedly. Clutching his right hand with his left, he gulped air and turned to Najin, checking if he'd seen. Though Helmet's Knight face remained hidden, and Najin sensed his fear of his own unconscious act or his disciples' scorn, likely both. Najin hid his surprise, maintaining his usual gaze. "Was my swordplay so flawless that you have nothing to critique?" he quipped slyly. HMPH. Helmet Knight forced a laugh and stood. "Good, splendid. When do you plan to learn my secret technique? It's the last one." "I told you I don't get it, even when I see it." The incidents repeated. Before corpses Najin felled or star-imbued beasts, Helmet Knight would halt. Each time he gripped his surcoat, regaining composure. Silences lengthened. He often stared vacantly before snapping back. 26th day, with 4 days left. Najin had mastered most of Helmet Knight's swordsmanship except one technique, the essence of 300 years. It eluded him. Najin, 27th day, Helmet Knight suddenly pointed at Najin's lance. That peculiar lane. The cross-star lance. Yes, its former owner, what was his name? Pardon, that time. Najin couldn't mask his confusion. He deflected past oddities with jokes, but not now, Silent Knight Crunbell. Ah, right, that's it. The Golden Horn Knights. This horned helm, and he trailed off, staring blankly. What was I? Chapter 158, Clown or Knight. 1. Who am I? Who was I? I can't remember my name. In truth, it didn't happen suddenly. I already forgot it decades ago, so it's not particularly surprising. But still, it's not just my name that I can't remember now. I can't recall where I belonged, what weapon I wielded, what beliefs I held, how I acted, in short, how I lived my life. Everything is hazy, like a fog settled over it. Helmet Knight's eyes turned hollow, his self was fading, the inside of the helmet itched, and a creaking sound came from the body hidden beneath the armor. Helmet Knight desperately tried to clear the fog in his mind. No matter how much he tried to push it away, the fog kept rolling in, and within it, he found a single helmet lying there. Thud. Helmet Knight grabbed his helmet, the horned helm. It was proof that he was the leader of the Golden Horn Knights. Ah, yes, I remember now. He groaned as he clutched the helmet with both hands. Ah, as the memories returned, he realized the situation he had been in. It was easy to guess what would have happened if he hadn't remembered. Too easy. The knight shuddered as he thought of the end that would have met him if he had taken even one wrong step. He was afraid. All those grand titles, hero of the empire, transcendent, constellation, sword master, were useless. What remained was just a single human, a pitiful, wretched human. That single human was trembling in fear. He gripped his helmet tightly, making it creak under the pressure of his fingers. Snap out of it. Creak. The knight's body shook. Someone had grabbed him by the collar and shaken him. Helmet Knight raised his head and looked ahead. There, a shining star awaited him, a truly tempting star, a star that could sustain his life. Star, starlight, life. As if entranced, he reached out toward the star. but then he choked on his breath. He grabbed the military flag draped over his body. Get a grip. How far do you plan to fall? I was just lost in thought for a moment. Why are you looking at me like that? I remember now. I remember. At this age. It's normal for memories to get a bit hazy. It's nothing. He tried to brush it off with a joke, but Najin's expression didn't change. Najin clenched his teeth. Helmut Knight thought to himself, he's sharp. So he must have noticed already. He's feigning ignorance. Yes, let's stop making excuses. Letting out a long sigh, he spoke. Is today the 27th day? Yes. We promised 30 days. But I never thought you'd learn everything so quickly. Now, there's only one technique left to teach. How about it? Are you starting to get the hang of it? I'll try. Good, I'll be watching. Najin swung his sword and performed the swordsmanship techniques Helmut Knight had taught him one by one. His posture was perfect, and the trajectory of his sword was beautiful. Even to the eyes of the sword master, Najin's movements were worthy of a passing grade. Creak. But there was one, just one, technique that couldn't be replicated. The sword wavered, and so did his posture. Naturally, a slash performed with a shaky blade was sloppy. Najin himself knew as much. His expression stiffened with guilt as he swung his sword. In Helmut Knight's opinion, Najin had no reason to feel guilty. It wasn't the boy's fault. The boy was an excellent student. He learned quickly and understood everything with ease. He was the kind of squire that many knights would covet, the kind who could grasp 10 things after being taught just one. The fact that such an outstanding student couldn't even grasp the basics of a single technique after over a month wasn't the student's fault but the teacher's. Helmut Knight knew this. He let out a bitter laugh. Of course, it was difficult to learn. It was a sword master's technique, infused with the essence of his life. He could have used those as excuses, but he didn't want to. Stop! Helmut Knight stopped Najin's sword. Stop! There's no point in continuing like this. No, if I just keep trying. Don't rush. This isn't something you can learn by just trying. How can you swing a sword that even I can't wield? I was teaching you something I couldn't do myself. The example itself was flawed. So how could you possibly learn? Helmut Knight let out a long sigh. I can't remember how I performed that technique, how I drew out the sword aura. All I remember are the sensations. I can't visualize the exact form, so I'm just relying on those sensations to explain it to you. It's only natural that you can't imitate it. If the answer sheet is wrong, what's the point of copying the wrong answers? Grip. Najin clenched his sword. Helmut Knight lowered his head. Looking at his rusted armor, he muttered, Memory, memory. The technique that was like his very symbol had brought him glorious victories and made him a sword master. Recalling that technique wasn't easy. It was his symbol, essentially himself. It was a memory he had lost the moment he lost himself and was stripped of his transcendence. Recalling it again was like ascending to become a transcendent once more. He was a human who had even forgotten his own name, a lost soul wandering in a hazy fog who could no longer trust himself. How could he ascend? It's impossible. Helmut Knight looked at Najin. But even so, in the days when he was called a hero, he had achieved the impossible many times. As he traced back his glorious past, Helmut Knight's gaze turned to a distant place. Ah, yes, that place exists, he muttered. If I go there, maybe it'll come back to me. Yes, perhaps there. A fallen star struggled to shine one last time. The Outland resembles the underground city of Otman, Najin suddenly thought. Of course, if you analyzed it piece by piece, that thought might be wrong. The Outland wasn't a city where insignificant sinners fell, but a place where powerful warriors and heroes gathered. Comparing the two might be an insult to the heroes. Even so, Najin felt that the Outland and the underground city were similar. The atmosphere and nature of the two places were alike. The Outland was a place where those pushed out of the world accumulated and settled, a sort of landfill. They were similar in that both were filled with people who had their dreams stolen and were slowly dying under the weight of reality. Was that why the image of Ivan came to mind when he looked at Helmut Knight's back? Where are we going? To the place where I achieved a glorious victory. Helmut Knight answered. He pointed somewhere and walked on aimlessly. Najin followed silently behind him. I think I might remember if I go there. There should be traces of where I swung my sword. So maybe something will come back to me. Is it far from here? Not too far. We should arrive in a day or two. Helmut Knight's voice was light as he spoke. As the days passed, his voice had grown lighter. His footsteps were the same. You know, Najin, when I said I pierced the Carnival King's heart, it wasn't just a metaphor. I really pierced her heart and made her star fall. Is that so? Yes, I achieved such a feat against a constellation with 10 stars. Guess how many stars I made fall at the time? 2 or 3. I wouldn't have boasted if it was just that. Helmut Knight laughed heartily and spread his hand wide. 5. I made 5 stars fall. Even Najin was surprised by that. Losing 5 out of 10 stars means losing half. Isn't that enough to become a forgotten one? That's right. Normally, losing more than half of your stars at once would make you a forgotten one. But the Carnival King's stars are a bit special, so that didn't happen. Ha! The Carnival King wears masks and plays many roles. It's like multiple personalities. When she loses a star, she discards the personality corresponding to that star. It's like a lizard cutting off its tail. What the? The moment I made 5 stars fall, 5 new stars tried to rise. The Carnival King has dozens, even hundreds of masks. It's just that she can only handle 10 at a time. Do you know what those masks are? Helmut Knight didn't wait for an answer. He answered his own question. They're the stars of the constellations she has devoured. She dyes those stars in her own color and uses them as if they were hers. She can only handle 10 at a time, but she has collected over 100 stars. Some of those stars might even be mine. Then how on earth do you fight her? Right, it seems impossible, doesn't it? Helmut Knight shrugged. You kill her over and over until she dies. That's the simplest method, but it's not easy. To do that, you'd need to bring the stars of the round table. The other method is to deny the very existence of the Carnival King. Deny? Yeah, ultimately, the one controlling the stars is the Carnival King. You cut down the stage she set, deny the concept of her carnival, and pierce the true self hidden behind the masks. I tried it once, and it did some meaningful damage. He touched the sword at his waist. When she lost a star to me, the Carnival King screamed, unlike when her other masks were destroyed. She glared at me while bleeding and quickly pulled out a new mask, but I clearly saw the crack in her soul. The constellation connecting the 5 newly risen stars was also unstable. Then you really... Yes, if I hadn't lost all my stars there, I could have finished her off. Thud. Najin stopped walking. Helmut Knight smiled bitterly as if he had misspoken. Anyway, the place we're going to now is where I made 5 of the Carnival King's stars fall, he added. It's also the last place I performed that swordsmanship technique. Originally, it was the Carnival King's territory, but Helmut Knight and the Golden Horn Knights had managed to reclaim it. It's also where the Golden Horn Knights are buried. I should bury Crunbell's horn there too. It wouldn't be right to leave him out, would it? It took a while, but I should bury him with them now. And Helmut Knight trailed off. Najin understood what he was trying to say. You want to be buried there too. You want that place to be your final destination. He didn't point it out. He had guessed as much from the moment Helmut Knight set the 30-day time limit, or perhaps even earlier. Knowing that didn't make his steps any lighter. As Helmut Knight's steps grew lighter, Najin's steps grew heavier. It was as if the weight had shifted. Najin walked while thinking of the past. Ivan. Ivan's final moments kept flashing before Najin's eyes. The sound of his voice echoed in his ears, him shouting, "Go on," as he showed his back. Those who sense their impending end often exhibit certain characteristics. Having worked as a collector and executioner in the underground city for a long time, Najin was well aware of those characteristics. They started to tidy up their surroundings and began to pass on or dispose of their possessions. Some tried to avoid or deny the situation, resorting to desperate measures. But when he blocked all of those attempts, they often resigned themselves and burst into laughter, a truly light laughter. He had seen and heard that laughter many times. That's why he could tell that Helmet Knight's laughter resembled theirs. It was a uniquely detached laughter of someone trying to tidy up their life. Helmet Knight hadn't completely lightened up yet. He still had regrets. Is it because I haven't fully mastered the swordsmanship technique yet? No, it doesn't seem to be just that. Najin couldn't pinpoint exactly what those regrets were, but he could guess that those regrets would be resolved the moment they reached their destination. That thought made his steps heavier. I want to stop him. I want him to not do it. The journey with Helmet Knight had been enjoyable, and during that time, Najin had felt as if he were with Ivan, a mentor, a senior, and a friend who understood him well. When talking with Helmet Knight, Najin naturally smiled and chatted lightly, without any weight, just like in the past when he had chatted freely with Ivan. He couldn't deny that those times had been enjoyable and precious. He clenched his fist. Looking at his mentor preparing for his end, he felt a complex mix of emotions, but he couldn't stop Helmet Knight. Helmet Knight wanted to be a knight, preparing for his end as a knight. Najin couldn't stop him. It would go against his own beliefs. Reason and emotion were pulling him in different directions. His beliefs told him this was the right thing, but his emotions wished that the knight wouldn't do it. He wanted him to live a little longer. You look like you're deep in thought. Helmet Knight smiled. It was still a light smile, one that seemed like it could scatter at any moment. Don't pity me. Don't sympathize with me. I don't want my final moments to be wrapped in such cheap emotions. I understand. Yes, you're smart. So you'd understand. Even if you understand, it's not something you can control, is it? That's just how life is. It's easy to judge what's the right thing to do, but you can't always choose the right answer. He continued with, a life where you can live romantically and die beautifully is wonderful, but it's hard for reality to be beautiful. It's dirty, sticky, nothing goes as planned, and even if you try to stay beautiful, life slaps mud on you from all sides. Finally, he said, still, because of that, isn't the flower that blooms at the end all the more beautiful? He wanted his end to be beautiful, like so many heroes before him. Like the endings of countless heroic tales, he wanted his final moments to have meaning. Heh heh, heh heh heh, ha ha ha, huff, hick, ah ha ha ha. A beautiful life in reality is impossible. That's just how the world was. The world wasn't a work of fiction, and heroic tales were even less so. Nothing went according to plan, and far more people met a miserable and insignificant end than a beautiful one. Laughter echoed from somewhere and grew louder. Crazed laughter, mocking laughter, bitter laughter, roaring laughter, all kinds of laughter echoed in a symphony that reverberated across the barren wasteland. Applause! The sound of applause erupted, loud enough to shake the ground, echoing along with cheers. In the midst of those cheers stood someone dressed in armor that made him look like a ridiculous clown. Red, blue, yellow, green, garish colors adorned his armor as he mounted a horse. No, it wasn't a horse. It wasn't a horse at all. It was a shabby, pitiful, and grotesque beast resembling a donkey. Mounted on the beast, he raised a spear. Give applause, cheers, adoration, and even greater, the one-eyed knight. A human stripped of all emotions except laughter, the clown's only way of expression. Mockery. A constellation with 7 stars, the star that marks nights, the star of scorn, the carnival knight, Quixote, charged forward. Chapter 159, Clown or Knight. 2. The star that marks nights, the star of scorn, carnival knight Quixote. That knight, who didn't just seek power through a contract with a demon but truly swore loyalty to the demon, was given a name by the world. Clown. A clown who dances for the devil. As a word that contrasted with knight, it was used to mock Quixote, but Quixote himself liked the derogatory term. He saw himself as a clown who danced ridiculously for the sake of one woman. To him, clown wasn't an insult but a compliment. Laugh, dance, sing. For her. For my one and only master. The clown knight dyed his armor in vibrant colors of yellow, green, red, blue. The armor, reminiscent of a child's scribbles, was garish and absurdly ridiculous. But it wasn't just the armor that was ridiculous. Peacock feathers adorned his helmet, a military flag patched together with rags hung over his shoulders, and a mount resembling a donkey mask split in half rested below him. Every element of Quixote was absurd. Was he a clown imitating a knight, or a knight imitating a clown? It was impossible to tell, but Quixote used everything about himself to mark the very concept of knighthood. Charge forward, Rocinante! With exaggerated gestures, he spurred mount. The beast, resembling a donkey but twice the size of a horse, galloped forward. It was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, Quixote closed the distance of dozens of meters and charged forward. Mounted on the donkey, he thrust his lance. Despite the exaggerated and ridiculous movements, the power of his lance charge far exceeded Nagin's imagination. Quang! The moment the lance struck Helmet Knight, a shockwave erupted, the air exploded, and the ground split apart. Helmet Knight was sent flying into the air, and even Nagin, who wasn't directly hit by the lance, was thrown to the ground by the shockwave. The result was as if a bomb had gone off, not a lance strike. A high-pitched ringing filled Nagin's ears, blood trickled from them, his eardrums had burst. He barely lifted his head and saw Quixote looking down at him. "Oh, Sancho, Sancho, why are you here?" With an unnervingly friendly smile, he reached out his hand to Nagin. "Let's go. Sancho, don't you see the monster over there? There's a giant, a giant. A knight must fight giants and sing for his lady. Sing with me." Nagin immediately drew his sword aura and swung his sword to deflect Quixote's hand. But Quixote effortlessly parried the sword as if he were swatting away a child's wrist. "Come on!" Just as Quixote's hand was about to grab Nagin, "Get lost, you filthy clown!" A fierce sword aura surged from afar, splitting the ground as it struck Quixote's body. Helmet Knight, having been pushed back, walked toward Quixote with his sword raised. "That boy is my squire. Didn't you kill your squire, Sancho, with your own hands? What? Do you regret it now? What are you talking about? Sancho is right here." Quixote lovingly caressed his star lance, forged from the stars of a constellation, as he curled his lips into a smile. Once, Sancho was the name of a squire who served him. To him, Sancho was no longer a squire but a representation. A young star that had not yet lost its purity. Raising the lance forged from Sancho's star, Quixote gave a mad, roaring, mocking laugh. A clown who could only express his emotions through laughter laughed as if the world were ending. "My lady wants you," he said. "My master wants you," pointing his lance at Helmet Knight. The clown sneered. Helmet Knight answered with silence. The sound he wanted to hear wasn't the clown's sneer. Thud, he stood beside Nagin. "Nagin." There was no response. He looked at Nagin. Nagin stood with his sword raised, his eyes wide open, his shoulders and arms tense with excessive force, and the veins in his eyes bulging. He seemed so tense that he couldn't hear anything around himself. Helmet Knight tapped Nagin's head. "Relax. If you swing with too much force, you won't be able to cut anything." Nagin turned to look at Helmet Knight. Though he couldn't see the knight's eyes through the helmet, he could feel his gaze. He could even sense the meaning behind that gaze. "Nagin, don't do it. I said don't do it." Nagin cut off the knight's words. "Twice is enough. Do you understand? Twice is enough." Helmet Knight knew what that twice referred to. He had heard Nagin's story about Ivan and knew how Nagin's first mentor had met his end and what his final moments were like. The situation overlapped with that past. "So," Nagin spat out, "instead of talking nonsense about using your third request, just get ready to fight." "What are you talking about? I wasn't planning to use it yet." Ha! 3 times. I'll block him 3 times. In that time, aim for his left side. Strike from his blind spot. That's the only way to create an opening. Just as he finished speaking, Quixote charged again. It was less of a charge and more like teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of them. If you understand, then move. Quickly. Najin leaped to the side. Helmet Knight blocked Quixote's lance as it came within inches of his face. The joints in his body creaked, but he held on. First strike, second strike. With each strike of Quixote's lance, shockwaves erupted, tearing apart the ground and shattering Helmet Knight's armor. Meanwhile, Najin slipped to Quixote's side. The sword aura gathered on his blade shone brightly. Third strike. Helmet Knight didn't block the third strike with his sword. He caught it with his hand. The gauntlet shattered into pieces from the shockwave. His fingers broke, and flesh was torn away. Using one arm as the price of blocking the lance, Helmet Knight reached out with his other hand. Thud. Helmet Knight grabbed Najin by the back of his neck and lifted him, then slammed his foot into the ground. With a swing of his arm, he threw the boy toward their original destination, the place where Helmet Knight had defeated the Carnival King and taken her sacred ground. It was a forbidden zone for the Carnival King. Any stars related to the Carnival King would rapidly erode just by stepping into that forbidden zone. The same applied to Quixote. Helmet Knight knew that. It's impossible for both of us to escape. So, who should be saved? The answer to that question was easy, too easy. Throwing Najin toward the forbidden zone, Helmet Knight smiled. Go ahead. He was sent flying in the opposite direction by the shockwave. Najin glared at him with wide eyes, but Helmet Knight didn't respond. At least one of us should survive. A star facing death had made its choice. It was time to pay the price. Helmet Knight, rolling and sliding across the ground, struggled to get up. Najin, having been thrown by Helmet Knight, passed through a translucent barrier and tumbled down a slope. He stabbed his sword into the ground to slow his momentum and came to a stop, gritting his teeth. That bastard lied to me. What was all that about aiming for the side on the third strike? Was he planning this from the beginning? Grinding his teeth, Najin climbed back up the slope. He had no intention of following Helmet Knight's plan. His head was boiling, and he acted on impulse. Thud. He stood at the boundary line and tried to pass through the translucent barrier he had just crossed to return to Helmet Knight. But the boundary wouldn't let him out. Thud. He frowned as he collided with the barrier. Even when he pushed with his hands, the barrier didn't budge. Why? There was no resistance when I entered earlier, right? Najin drew his sword, gathered sword aura and struck the barrier, but it simply bounced off. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and struck the barrier again. Quang! A loud noise echoed, but the barrier remained unscathed. His eyes burned with frustration as he stared at the barrier. He looked around. What is this? Why? It's a forbidden zone. What does that mean? It's a type of sacred ground. Najin shouted in frustration. What are the rules? Tell me how to get out of here right now. I don't know. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Najin's eyes widened. What are you talking about? Calm down. Do I look calm to you? I told you to calm down. Merlin shoved her face in front of Najin's. Her bluish eyes glared into his bloodshot ones. Do you really think going out there will change anything? Seriously. This isn't like you. You're too worked up. The situation is like this. How can I? Najin groaned, as his face twisted in frustration. His intense emotions reached Merlin. She knew exactly what he was feeling and thinking. This is the second time. The second time. The situation was traumatic for Najin. Ivan, who had been a mentor, a father figure, and a friend to him, had sacrificed himself to save him. Knowing this, Najin had been powerless to do anything. He was weak. He lacked strength. There was no way for that version of himself to save Ivan. A lot of time had passed since then. Najin had become a sword seeker, surpassing the level of a sword expert, and had reached the stage of budding. He had even obtained 3 stars, being much stronger than before. He thought he wouldn't have to face a situation like that again. But he was wrong, absolutely wrong. He was still weak, even with 3 stars. Nothing had changed. What do you mean it's not like me? What am I supposed to do? Merlin also gritted her teeth. She didn't want to say this either. She, too, felt anger at the situation. She felt emotions similar to Nadjan's. But a guide isn't someone who sympathizes and shares anger. A guide is someone who shows the way. The Carnival Knight is a constellation with 7 stars. He's on par with, or even stronger than, the sword masters you met on the continent. What can you do against him? Merlin pressed reality onto him. If you go out there now, you'll only be a hindrance. Helmet Knight will try to protect you while fighting. But, I know, Merlin spread her hand out to Nadjan. Then what? Should I descend there and destroy him, if that's what you want? Say it, I'll do as you wish. In her hand, 11 blue stars shone. Nadjan could tell she wasn't joking. If he wished for it, she would truly do it. She had the power to do so. Descending in her true form to kill Quixote and save Helmet Knight would be an easy task for her. What would come after? Even if she saved Helmet Knight, he didn't have much time left. At most, a day or two, and the price for buying those 2 days. The destruction of the outland and the continent. The moment Merlin moved, the boundary would shake, and a gap would form in the seal of Camlan. The cursed beings of Camlan would burst through the gap, and the Witch of the Abyss would seize the opportunity to intervene and gift humanity with the apocalypse that had been delayed for 1,000 years. Countless people would die and suffer fates worse than death. In the end, Nadjan couldn't make the choice. The price was too heavy to choose based on a moment of impulse. At the same time, he felt disgust toward himself who could do nothing, toward himself who was weighing Helmet Knight's life against the fate of the world, toward himself who couldn't make the choice to save Helmet Knight even though there was a way. He felt anger. Grip. His hand, holding his sword, trembled. He thought he had changed, but nothing had changed. Just like the day he fled, leaving Ivan behind, he felt powerless. A way. There must be a way. Nadjan was desperately trying to think of a way. Tap. Someone touched his shoulder. Helmet Knight thought, the world really never goes as you want it to. It's utterly miserable. At the very least, he wanted to choose his own end, but the world wouldn't even grant him that. The world whispered in his ear that there's no such thing as a heroic ending, that death is always miserable and pitiful. Quixote's lance pierced his body, his armor shattered, and blood flowed from his withered skin. He was surprised to find that he still had that much blood left in his body. Ah! Groaning as he struggled against Quixote, Helmet Knight hated how pathetic he had become. He hated it so much. In the past, he could have easily defeated the clown, torn his mouth apart, and claimed a glorious victory, but now, he couldn't. He had weakened. He had eroded. He had broken. Helmet Knight could no longer swing his sword as he once did, and could no longer achieve victory. Yet, in his mind, he was still glorious and shining. The gap between reality and imagination tormented him. Damn it! Damn it! He gritted his teeth. He felt fear. The miserable end awaiting him was right in front of him. He shuddered at the thought of that end. He sensed his defeat. It was an opponent he could never defeat. Desperately, he tried to give meaning to his defeat. He had saved his disciple, hadn't he? A mentor who sacrificed his life for his disciple. That wasn't a bad end. Was it? That much? No. He couldn't be satisfied with such an end. He wanted to close his eyes with satisfaction, but he still had regrets. Those regrets made him struggle pathetically. He rolled on the ground in an undignified manner. He kicked up dust to obscure Quixote's vision and create an opening, acting in ways unbecoming of a knight, repeating the despicable acts he hated the most. He struggled to survive. I can't die like this. This kind of end is unacceptable. I still have unfinished dreams. I can't die here. The world wasn't so kind as to grant wishes just because he wanted them. Quixote's lance pierced Helmet Knight's body. Blood poured out as Helmet Knight staggered back. His unsteady steps looked as if he would collapse at any moment. He no longer had the strength to stand. Just as he was about to kneel. "You're about to kneel again. You damn fool. A knight's knees aren't so light as to kneel so easily." Thud. Someone supported Helmet Knight's body. Helmet Knight turned to look. Bernstein stood there. "Bernstein, how are you here? You said your destination hadn't changed. So I waited." Bernstein helped Helmet Knight to his feet. "We all came running for you. Your end can't be like this. It just can't." Bernstein smiled bitterly. He didn't bother to say that he had spent the past month investigating what he'd been doing in the Outlands, that he had wandered around to verify his words, that he had finally come to realize the truth he had ignored for 150 years. Instead of saying all that, he simply said, "Isn't that right, hero of the Empire? Monster, coward, traitor, deserter, not those derogatory terms, but hero." Calling Helmet Knight a hero, Bernstein raised his sword. "A hero deserves an end befitting the title. This isn't your final destination. I can't let you close your eyes in a place like this. I wouldn't be able to face my comrades who stood by your side back then." Bernstein raised his sword. "So, go." A star rose above the blade of the sword. 5 old, eroded stars shone above Bernstein's head. Stars that could no longer shine, answering their master's will. "Shone one last time. Go where you must go." Bernstein's sword aura burned the stars as brightly as the sun, using them as fuel. Chapter 160, Clown or Knight. 3. They lived happily ever after. That single line, adorning the end of fairy tales and heroic epics, is a lie. The protagonists of such tales, having achieved great feats, may live a long life, but if asked whether that life was happy, Bernstein would shake his head. "No, it cannot be happy. Absolutely not." From the moment he was exiled to the Outland at over 150 years old, his life could no longer be beautiful or joyful. That place was hell. Had those 150 years on the continent been happy, had that happiness felt eternal? Look at the ground beneath your feet in the Outland. Buried there are stars who once shared your hopes upon arriving, only to plummet in the end. Do you think you're any different? You're the same, and the same wretched fate awaits you. "I know, I know." Despite this, Bernstein, like countless other heroes, dreamed of a beautiful end, a meaningful final act, a glorious fall, even if it led to ruin. He knew what such a wish was, but he could not let it go. "Human greed knows no bounds," Bernstein scoffed, directing his mockery inward. As his laughter faded, he made a decision, one he had delayed for 150 years. Thud. He swung his sword and carved out his own heart. As Helmet Knight stared wide-eyed, Bernstein incinerated the extracted heart with his sword aura, and the flames devoured the star embedded within. "Even now, I'm consumed by greed, the greed to have my name etched into the final chapter of your story. A greed I've harbored for over 200 years. Like any knight who idolizes heroes, I wanted to appear in those tales." Bernstein then plunged his sword into Helmet Knight's heart, not to kill, but to save. He shared his dwindling flames with Helmet Knight's fading embers. At that moment, Helmet Knight felt an ancient thirst quenched. Starlight flooded his body, wounds healed, and his withered arms regained flesh. Bernstein chuckled as Helmet Knight gaped at him. A mentor must always appear dignified before their student. That is a mentor's duty. How unsightly would it be to stumble like a cripple? He transferred all but a handful of his starlight to Helmet Knight. His body rapidly eroded, yet his eyes remained vivid. "Is this how you endured 150 years? Remarkable. Truly, you are the Empire's hero. Yes, you should be at least this formidable. Bernstein, you. Well, my star is nearly spent, so this won't help much, but it's enough for a final farewell." Bernstein shoved Helmet Knight aside. Blocking Quixote's lance in his stead, he declared, "Go, now." He did not look back. Instead, he fixed his gaze ahead, to where the clown charged, a jester intent on turning his tale into farce. He raised his sword, and brandishing the blade as radiant as sunlight, roared, "Come at me, clown!" 150 years prior, in days of glory, recalling those illustrious times, Bernstein proclaimed his name. I, Bernstein Vanmore, Knight of the Empire and Sword of the Royal Family, shall face you. Helmet Knight stepped into the forbidden zone. Beyond the opaque barrier lay a graveyard of his comrades and the battlefield where he once claimed glorious victory. There his student awaited. Najin, perched on a rock, glared at him. Though countless words lingered unspoken, the boy remained silent. His gaze alone conveyed what he wanted to say. Helmet Knight smiled bitterly. "It's dark. Let's light a fire." Just as on the day they first met, Helmet Knight sat opposite Najin and kindled a flame. Crackle, the campfire blazed. Through the flickering light, he spoke. "Najin, yes. Listen without interruption. Can you do that?" Najin nodded silently. Helmet Knight stared into the fire, not at him. 150 years ago, I made a deal with the Carnival King. A wager. To be precise. Crackle. The day I shattered half of the Carnival King's star and lost my own. I could have fought harder and taken one or two more of her stars, but I saw no meaning in it. What good would it do if she just revived again? There were no guards there, no priests to hear confessions, yet he confessed, not for absolution, but to bear his sins. As doubts plagued me, the Carnival King proposed a deal. If I withdrew, she would spare my comrades from becoming clowns. It was a favorable term, regardless of her motives. There existed a means to grant peace to the dead. Helmet Knight could have honored their deaths, but if they became the Carnival King's clowns, there would be no return. They would dance eternally, puppets mocking and insulting others. Helmet Knight could not endure such an end for his comrades. He refused to let history record them as clowns instead of knights. I knelt before the Carnival King and accepted. At the time, I believed it was the best choice. Still, every deal demands a price. The Carnival King could have killed me and turned all here into clowns, absorbing the loss. She is a demon who craves everything she desires. Such a creature would never release their prey willingly. Helmet Knight pointed at himself. The deal had a condition. The Carnival King wagered on my final moment. "The final moment," she said. "At your end I shall ask you," quoting King Arthur's words, the demon had sneered, "Are you a clown or a knight?" Najin's face twisted in understanding. "If I die as a knight, the deal stands. But if I perish as a clown, a fallen star, the deal becomes void. The Carnival King would gain the right to enter the Forbidden Zone and turn all buried here into her clowns. The demon had the power to do so. I accepted, believing I could endure. It was arrogance, a foolishly arrogant choice. The Carnival King cursed me with oblivion and layered dozens of curses, erasure, incineration. The world forgot me, even I forgot myself. Thus, I could not earn new stars. No matter his deeds, he gained no stars. Only eroded remnants remained, gnawing at his flesh. Not coveting others' stars, my soul eroded, threatening to turn me into a fallen star. Without stealing, I couldn't survive. But what value lies in such a life? Not honor or pride. It was a worthless existence. Helmet Knight found no value in his life. I wanted to die, to become a fallen star rather than live like that. Yet he could not die. Death would mark him as a fallen star, a broken constellation, a victory for the Carnival King and damnation for his comrades. He had to live, had to. While living, I grew disillusioned. I asked myself, must I, a hero, live like this? After a lifetime upholding honor and pride, values I cherished above life itself, did I have to abandon them all? Impossible. So he'd endured. For 10 years, 50, 100, 150, I tried, and I realized the wager was unwinnable from the start. Crackle. The dwindling fire began to fade. As the last embers dimmed, Najin tossed in fresh wood. Helmet Knight sighed. "You stubborn bastard." The flames roared anew, fierce and brilliant. "You wouldn't let me." In that moment, You made me a knight again. You forced me to recall my glory days and stopped me from fleeing." His voice carried no resentment as laughter tinged his words. "You proved the regrets I cast aside. The end I desired could still be achieved. You let me dream anew." He drank bitter wine and dreamed sweet dreams. "Now, it's time to wake." Sober from the wine, he returned from dream to reality. 150 years of wandering gained me no enlightenment, but they let me make a choice. He stood. "Now, I can answer." It was time to pay the price for that intoxicating dream. Bernstein Vanmore idolized heroes. He revered the Empire's savior, grew up on tales of his exploits, and became a knight. Helmut Knight would never know how overjoyed Bernstein was to stand beside his idol as the royal family's blade. Recalling the past, Bernstein laughed. Why was the past so beautiful when reality was so harsh? Even as a lance pierced him, blood cascading, he smiled. "Why laugh? What amuses you? You demand laughter, yet scorn mine, clown." Quixote frowned. Bernstein's laugh, light and unburdened, was one Quixote could never mimic. Those who craved what they lacked often despised those who possessed it. Quixote was such a man. He thrust his lance violently. Though Bernstein's arm tore free, his laughter persisted. He lived idolizing heroes. Though never a hero himself, Bernstein found satisfaction in having his tale woven into his idol's epic. Not all can be protagonists, and Bernstein never sought to usurp Helmut Knight's role. He admired, even envied him. Above all, Helmut Knight was his idol. He played a supporting role to illuminate the protagonist. Glorify his idol sufficed. But when his idol's light dimmed, Bernstein lost purpose. He resented and hated Helmut Knight, wandering for 150 years. In his wanderings, he found an answer: crunch. His bones shattered as he tumbled. Closing his eyes, he saw his mental landscape, a realm where Helmut Knight, his idol, stood unwavering. Bernstein understood. He never abandoned being a knight, not once. "Yes, you were a hero. You never yielded. Not even for a moment." He gazed at his eroding body. Agony. Had his idol endured it for 150 years? Truly, the Empire's hero, the man I admired. "Now I remember your name." Bernstein laughed freely. After so long, he could admire his idol again. Helmut Knight still shone. The sun, lost to Bernstein's mental world, rose anew. He attained enlightenment. Sprouting, blossoming, full bloom, though a wall loomed beyond the three stages, it could not halt Bernstein. His 150-year odyssey had forged experience enough. Having found his answer, he shattered the wall and advanced. Bernstein opened his eyes. At life's end, he touched transcendence. Having burned all his stars, resolved to die there, his blade sharpened beyond measure. He swung at empty air. Yet his sword aura struck Quixote meters away. Quixote's eyes bulged. Bernstein swung again, and again. A scorching sun incinerated the wasteland. Solar sword aura barred the clown's path. As he slashed, Bernstein murmured not to the clown, but to Helmut Knight preparing his end in the forbidden zone. "Shine until the last. Die a hero's death." He swung the sun sword, unleashing a technique crafted by Sir Gawain of the Round Table. Of course, Bernstein's sun sword lacked Gawain's brilliance, failed to scorch foes, and could not birth a sun in the outland. Yet its faint glow sufficed to light the path ahead. Had Gawain been present, he would have praised Bernstein. It was a sword of beauty. In his final moments, Bernstein became radiant. Whoosh! Solar sword aura swept the ground, yet the end approached. The carnival knight charged through flames, face melted. Screeching, though a feat of might, Bernstein felt no awe. He merely thought, "Ah, I never apologized." He'd vowed to apologize if proven wrong, yet he never did. No death is free of regret. All carry some lingering wish. With slight remorse, Bernstein smiled. In his final moment, he remained a knight. "Am I a clown or a knight?" Helmut Knight posed the question to himself. Only he could answer. The reply deferred for 150 years. "A knight, of course." At the end, he chose to die a knight.